To chair this session, may we request Debashish Chatterjee to come to the dais, please. Debashish Chatterjee has taught leadership classes at Harvard University and at IIM, Kolkata, Lucknow, and Kozhikode for the past 3 decades. He was awarded the prestigious Fulbright Scholarship twice at the Kennedy School of Government at Harvard University. He has 18 books to his credit, including Leading Consciously and Timeless Leadership. He published his debut novel, Krishna, The Seventh Sense, in 2022. He has trained over 100,000 managers globally in Fortune 500 corporations and over 60,000 school principals and teachers. Dr. Nirmala Menon is professor at the School of Humanities and Social Sciences, IIT Indore. May I request you to join us on the dais, please? Dr. Menon is affiliate research professor at the University of Oxford. She is the author of Migrant Identities of Creole Cosmopolitans, Transcultural Narratives of Contemporary Post-Coloniality, and Remapping the Post-Colonial Canon, Remap, Reimagine, Retranslate. She has edited and published the first ever anthology of electronic literature, Volume 1, this year. Dr. Menon will speak on how technology continues to decrease the author-reader divide. Raj Kishore Nath, may I request you to come to the dais, please? He is a professor of philosophy at IIT Bombay. He has published 50 articles in national and international journals and edited several books. He has authored the book Philosophy of Artificial Intelligence. Apart from receiving several academic awards, Raj Kishore Nath has received the Young Faculty Award, Best Research Paper Award, and Young Philosopher Award. He is serving as an associated editor of AI and Society Journal, Springer, London. Professor Raj Kishore Nath will speak on artificial intelligence, a progression towards authorless literature. Last but not least, Tanvi Chowdhury. A big welcome to the dais. Tanvi Chowdhury has worked on textual practices in Austen's work, fan fiction and fan-niche reading. She has also worked on the reader and the author in spaces like the internet, the child reader in Blyton's novels, and the literary world of the internet. She was a part of the Iowa writing program in 2019, and her creative work has been published in Asterism and Multitudes. She is currently working on her PhD at Ashoka University. Her area of research is digital communities and how they have changed reading publics in North India. Tanvi Chowdhury will be speaking on humanities education and how technology can help to transform it. May I hand over the mic to Debashish Chatterjee.
Good morning, and to the handful that have managed to come here in the world's largest lit fest, right? And I appreciate the efforts made by Sahitya Academy to pull together some very extraordinary and insightful researchers on this particular theme from some of the very eminent institutions of India, Ashoka University, IIT Mumbai, and IIT Indore. The 3 speakers here bring a very different perspective, a different lens to the theme of increasing role of technology in literature and education. Nirmala Menon of IIT Indore is given a theme. I'm sure she's going to depart from it as most academics do, how technology decreases author-reader divide. I'm not sure it only decreases, it sometimes increases. We'll talk about that later. Her published work is Digital Humanities in India. Is that a published work? Digital Humanities in India. And then we have Professor Raj Kishore Nath of IIT Mumbai, who's going to have a presentation, right? Professor of Philosophy in IIT Mumbai. His work is a progression towards an author-less literature. And his popular course in IIT Mumbai is Philosophy of Mind. Interestingly, when I had my PhD and I went to my small town where nobody had a PhD before, somebody asked me this question, so what are you doing these days? I've just got my PhD. He says, what is PhD? I said, doctorate, a doctor of philosophy. He said, what kind of disease is philosophy? We have heard of many kinds of diseases, but what kind of disease is philosophy? And I recognized thereafter that, disease is all pervasive. Without that, there is no life. But more of that from the experts, not from me. And then we have Tanvi Chaudhary, a very young researcher, PhD in English literature, I believe, from Ashoka University. She's talking about how technology can transform humanities education. So these are the three very distinguished scholars from an extinguished scholar and teacher who's right here in front of you. I'll say a few things that because we have 90 minutes, and I'd urge that the speakers here would take 15 odd minutes each, and we'll have time for Q&A with the audience at any point in time that you feel it's time to raise your hand. So I think to be a little democratic, we'll give you an equal opportunity on the other side of the table. My sense is that technology, as applied science, is used as a lever. It's a leverage for cause-effect relationship. You might think this is a weird definition, but I'll come to that in a moment. Technology unlocks value at a massive scale, reduces cost, democratizes consumption, and it's a driving force of history. If you can be on the wrong side of history if you ignore technology, and we have seen that before. And so the flip side, of course, is that technology creates nothing. It simply amplifies or simplifies human ingenuity. So if you ask me what is this thing called ingenuity that is behind technology, then you have to go back to human nature, and you recognize that human nature, the human mind, is a composition of four elements. The first is reason, rationality. Second thing is emotions and empathy as a subtle form of emotion. The third element is will, and the fourth is ingenuity. This is like a combination lock. You have to apply them in the right measure for you to accomplish anything in life. And if there's any other dimension that you know of, you can let me know, but so far I have found only four. And what technology does is that whether or not it is artificial intelligence or augmented intelligence, what technology does is takes your natural intelligence and amplifies it based on cause-effect relationships. Because when there is no cause-effect relationship, there is no technology, right? It's science crystallized, science solidified. Like architecture is called frozen music, technology is frozen science. If you could just put your phones on the silent mode, in deference to the speakers would follow. So please put your phone on the silent mode. Appreciate that. Yeah. And so from the standpoint of an educational institution's point of view, I see that there are four things that an educational institution does in India. One is create knowledge, two, disseminate knowledge, three, accredit knowledge, and four, monetize knowledge, like IIMs, IITs tend to do, right? And so if you see of the four, technology has got into everything except the creation bit. Scholars here might disagree. With ChatGPT and all of that, it's authorless and all of that. This is fine. There's an argument. There's a very robust argument in this. There's a theory behind it. But I have a sense that if you look at the four dimensions of an educational enterprise, the bit that says create knowledge, you create knowledge, create something that wasn't there before, requires a sense of context, requires a consciousness, requires an application that goes way beyond the mechanical or the mechanistic. And it cannot yet be the province of technology. And so in the institutions that we represent, we recognize that creation of knowledge is still an offline affair. The love affair, the romance of education is still offline. Online is bread and butter. And IIM's biggest growth story is the hybrid mode of MBA, which says that you can have 6 years of work X, and then you can come to IIM 3 times a year, but most of the stuff is going to be online. Technology will take care of the accreditation, everything, but the creation part, the assimilation of something that is subtle, that is very deep, that is highly contextual, requires the presence of a teacher. You have to be there to be able to connect with students, to be able to use empathy as a tool to see how the teaching learning process can be transmitted. Otherwise, it becomes difficult. Technology cannot solve that problem yet. And so if I If I come to the other element of literature, which is obviously I'm just a kid on the block who wrote my first novel uh, after being 14 years as director of a first generation IIM. I thought it's time that I went back to my second childhood and I wrote this novel, a romantic novel, but it's called Krishna, the Seventh Sense, embedded in the depth of our philosophy. I realized while writing the novel, even while reading tons of them, I recognize empathy is built only when you read non-fiction. Only when you read fiction. Non-fiction does not give you access to, and more so non-fiction of the kind that WhatsApp, ChatGPT, etc. are generating. They would not give you the kind of empathetic understanding of a human predicament, human condition. Only when you read a novel do you know how to recognize emotions. Only when you learn stories which has got a narrative pattern that's long enough and deep enough, would you be able to recognize the very nature, very essence of what it means to be empathetic, connected in terms of empathy with another human being. What is this that human being thinking without going into the interiority of the human being? If you have that emotion, that complex emotion called empathy, you will be able to understand and delve deep into human nature, which is not possible for technology. I haven't seen a computer that says, well, what will happen to the next generation? The kids are getting spoiled. They wouldn't have such a contextual. I was often told that human beings are 99% monkeys, which is not a fair assessment, because human beings have an app which says that there is a future beyond eating bananas. How long can you eat bananas? The monkeys would only want to eat bananas. They will eat better ways of finding a banana, but not meaningful ways of finding a banana. The meaning-making process is still not the province of a computer. And we have to be careful about when we pronounce large-scale victory of AI over normal modes of narrative, normal patterns of narrative. We have to be careful. I'll take 2 more minutes. First of all, we see that a new culture is being shaped by technology. The new culture says that, you can collate, collect, optimize, ape anything in quick time by the press of a button. But everything is predicated on a very old theme that I had referred to earlier, which is cause-effect relationship. And you might wonder if technology is the only thing that is able to do that of today. No, the rishis of the ancient yore had a had a clear understanding of cause-effect relationship. They said there are three elements of cause-effect relationship. First, they said wherever there is smoke, there must be fire. So every effect must have a cause. Then the second aspect of that is that one cause can produce million effects if the cause is powerful enough. And they said one seed can produce a whole forest. The third element of cause-effect relationship was that when the ultimate cause is gone, nothing of the effect remains. Waves are on the ocean. If the ocean is gone, nothing of the waves will remain. These are the rishis of India, right? So they understood cause-effect relationship. They understood networks of relationships. They understood the technology of the human mind. They understood how the mind works, how the mind operates, where the mind is effective, where it is efficient. And so it's just that the ability to relate to nature, an ability to see its reflection. Nature is a reflection of the mind, and nature could be decoded by understanding cause-effect relationships. So ignited mind and inspired mind could do that. And I'm going to end this, and I'll now hand it over to Nirmala. But before that, an exhortation, and the exhortation on behalf of the rishis, the modern rishis of India too. And the exhortation is fire would be discovered for the second time in human civilization. Except this time, the technology of ignition will be based in the human mind, not in an equipment out there. Okay, so much about mind-machine interface. Thank you for your patience, and over to you, Nirmala. Your time is 15 minutes. I'll be doing the timekeeping.
Sure.
Thank you, and you please do it as well. Sure.
Good morning, everyone. Still not there. No, absolutely. Good morning, everyone. And I think, it's a huge honor for me to be here today and to have, this 15 minutes to talk about some of the things that I'm interested in. It's still. So my, Professor Chatterjee gave us a very good kind of, introduction to the human machine interaction. My talk is going to be far more simpler in the sense it's going to be more focused. And I am looking at I think technology is here to stay. We know that. And I think if we think about the book as a technology, right, it is a stable technology. And I think the current technologies that we have are perhaps not as stable. And therefore, we think of them not as ubiquitous, but as something that is more transitory. And I believe that, as literature scholars of literature, I believe that there are things that we need to develop infrastructurally, especially with respect to our languages and scripts that would enable us to, to look at what literature might look like in the coming years. So I want to give it was there before. Totally. I think it's coming on now. Yeah. So I'll just, I'll just begin. What started me on this journey, I'll run a digital humanities lab at IIT Indore, and we do a lot of, projects at the intersection of literature and technology. But the specific one I want to talk about today is an article that set me thinking, me and my student thinking. So can I make this full screen? How do I do that? Can someone do that? No, it's not attached to this, that's why they have to do it. So, the ELO, or the Electronic Literature Organization, that is based in the US, had come out with 3 anthologies of electronic literature: ELO Volume 1, Volume 2, and Volume 3. Right? And as we went through those volumes, we realized that there was not a single contribution from India. Of course, this is based in the US, and so, we know how that whole rigmarole works. There were a couple of examples from Japan, a few from Australia and New Zealand, but literally 0 entries from India. Right? And so that got me, and in between, a very good friend of mine, Shobik Mukherjee from CSSS Kolkata, wrote an article he's a scholar of video games, and he wrote an article saying that India, no country for e-lit, right? So that got me and my students thinking as to, is it really possible that for a culture that has been very literary, from when we have known it, to have no conversations about new forms of literature? That did seem unlikely. Right, so we started doing our own little research and our own digging. That thing is still not coming on, and we found that it is not that we were not having conversations about electronic literature. We found that there were people who were producing as well as consuming, electronic forms of literature, but were kind of disseminating it among their own communities. So we had group of, writers and poets, writing in Tamil, and, and it was being circulated among themselves. Similarly, in Malayalam, in Bangla, in, Marathi. And so we thought that, there needs to be some anthology, that there has to be an anthology of Indian electronic literature. So, my students and I decided that, that we were going to do that. And so we put out a call for the first volume of Indian electronic literature, and we got a lot of entries. We sent it through peer review processes, and finally, that volume of electronic literature was produced with help from a grant from the Government of India, was published this last year, 2023. It took us 4 years to get that collection together. Now, what I want to talk about is why it took us 4 years. It did not take us 4 years because there was no production of electronic literature. It did not take us 4 years because, there were not people having, producing some amazing kind of, poetry and literature. It is also true that, the early forms of electronic literature in India was mostly, print-based literature that was being converted and consumed as well as, disseminated electronically. So, however, we were not able to find a platform, a repository, by which we could, publish that anthology as well as create a kind of a multilingual repository for it. So we were clear about, I don't know, I'll just see, I know this is not full screen, but I don't know. What we were clear about is that this was going to be a born digital work. It was also going to be simultaneously in 4 different languages. Now, the selection of those 4 languages is very random. It's just that the contributions that we received happened to be in these 4 languages. So we have, English, we have Malayalam, we have Tamil, and we have Bangla. So we have 4 languages in that collection, and it is now available as an open access collection at KSHIP, which is a publishing portal developed by our lab at IIT Indore. So it's KSHIP, Knowledge Sharing in Publishing. So I wish I could, I am a little disoriented because I'm not able to show you the screens. But what I want to say through that collection is not simply the existence of electronic literature or, the excellence of it. I'm sure, we have just come out with the call for the 2nd volume, and I'm sure the 2nd volume will have better works and more, thought-provoking works. And I'm sure, there will be other entities that will come out with their own volumes. To me, that is not the concern. What is concerning to me is that even today, we do not have a publishing infrastructure in India that will facilitate and support the kind of works that are coming from India. And I do think that there is a role there for organizations such as the Sahitya Academy, even the Sahitya Academy's own publications. We have 4 publications and journals, which still, accept works in the old formats. This is not to say that those old formats are not useful. It is to say that its discoverability and dissemination become very limited. Right? So what we are trying to do and what I'm asking for is to create, number one, bibliography. So we have the National Bibliography Index. Again, we do not have a digitized form of that. So how do we have an interactive kind of JSTOR for India, to put it in a simple way, right? Where we can look for scholarship of literature. I'm focused on literature, so there is a very rich history of scholarship of literatures in many languages in India. So currently, given the kind of push that Sahitya Academy did for, all of us in the 50s, 60s, and the 70s, we have a flourishing publishing industry for creative works. Right now, I think the translations are we have wonderful translations. We have big publishing houses, small publishing houses, niche publishing houses that publish works in many of our languages. Whereas you do not see that same kind of output when it comes to scholarly publishing. Scholarly publishing even today remains largely limited to English. And especially in the STEM fields, but even within the humanities and social sciences, it is mostly in English. And the scholarship that happens in different languages is often not digitized and therefore not as discoverable. And so when someone is doing some work on, say, Lalidambika from, the canonical writer from Kerala, most of the scholarship that you find is about Lalidambika's work written in English. So if you are a student in UK or in Germany and you're looking at her works, those are the works that you access. scholarship on her as well as her works that is done in Malayalam is often out of reach of the immediate community of Malayalam literary scholars, right? And so I think, that infrastructure is what I want to, call for today, that we need a publishing ecosystem and infrastructure that will support both our scripts and languages. So in terms of publishing, I was, because we have the SHIP portal, I was trying to find an OJS system. We do not have an open journal system for any language other than English. There are some European languages, languages in the Roman script. So how do we set up that system? It does require support. It requires, grants. It requires money, let's face it. It is not a lot of money, but it does require both rigor as well as some funding to set up that kind of digital infrastructure. So while we make these claims about, digital India, and we have done extremely well in very commercial kind of avenues, we have not looked at putting in the money and the resources to develop that kind of infrastructure for, scholarship and for literature. So that in itself, I was talking to Professor Chatterjee just before, and the kind of publish or perish climate that we have, that is a global climate. The global scholarly publishing industry is also in a crisis. So there are questions about open access, open scholarship, and I think, how do we facilitate that while at the same time preserving a rigor of peer review, setting up a system so that you have avenues for publishing for your own scholars and students that are not predatory. So that challenge of making sure that the publishing ecosystem is opened up without it being focused on being predatory, right, is a huge challenge. And I think we have not even begun to address that. And I feel that we can do that using digital avenues. And I also, I have a whole discussion about how, we can do that in translation too. And I'll give you one small example in terms of scholarship again, that there are works of scholarship in Malayalam, right, that a student of Tamil literature really does not even know about, right? And that is just across the border. And I think, that conversation is very important. It is not simply important for comparative reasons. It is important to understand, what kind of scholarly discussions are happening in particular languages. Bangla has been a kind of an exception because, Bengalis, when they write something, they make sure that all of us should read it, which I think is great. And I wish we had that kind of, translation. Even while growing up, I remember, that in my grandfather's bookshelf, we always had almost all Bengali authors, translated in Malayalam. Many of them actually through the Sahitya Academy, right? And so I think, that conversation has to happen in scholarly publishing too. I do think that creative publishing, it does happen now, but in scholarly publishing, how do we get there? When do we get there, right? And I think that requires a collective effort, and it also requires, collective support. I happen to have this now. So this is, I already discussed this, so there's no point now, but this is how we came up with the electronic literature volume. The one that you see there is how the volume looks. I can send a link to someone here, and they can share it with you. It is in an open access portal, and the repository is with IIT Indore right now. There are questions of sustainability and preservation of that. For now, I am not worried because, the institute takes care of it. But, how long will we be able to preserve that? I think, is still a question. So for the next volume, we are looking at interfaces that are more, that are not just user-friendly, but also, more preserved for posterity. So this is how we came up with that volume after going through many articles, looking at different forms of technology and literature. It doesn't work. Okay. So this was the call that we had. And this is the electronic literature volume 1, 2, and now they have volume 3 too. Again, no know, this is the link. So, Indian Electronic Literature Anthology, Volume 1, and the digital platform that we publish it from is IIT Kship. IIT Kship, I know, I had envisaged it to be, I know it is ambitious, but I had envisaged it to be a portal where we can have conversations about scholarship in humanities and social sciences in English as well as in languages other than English. So to be able to publish both in original as well as in translations. And I think, the question on translations has also moved ahead now with different forms of technology. I'm still kind of studying it and trying to understand it, but it is something that I believe is very crucial in terms of digital infrastructures. So this is an example of a poem, God and Mathematicians by Antariksh Bali. So this volume presents a wide range of formats and styles for storytelling. It has flash poetry, it has slam poetry, frame narratives, it has image and narrative that speak together. It has both that are separate. So there are only 18 works, but they are all very interesting, and I really hope that you will try it out at this link. You can just go and search for IIT Indore, KSHIP, and it should take you to that link. And it will also take you to the to the site. So this is part of Ubiquity Press in UK, which is a consortium of open access presses from around the world. And so the unique nature of this consortium is that there are newbie presses like mine in that consortium, but there are also, veteran presses like the California University Press and Harvard University Press. Their open access formats are part of this consortium. So, I thought that, that's a consortium where you can learn from, from more established partners and see how we can adapt it to our needs. And let me look at my time. Yeah, I'll just take 2 minutes. Is that okay? Oh, I have crossed. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So, I'll just stop with one example of, why I think so passionately that, that this is important. That very recently, if you remember, if any of you who are interested, there was the Coalition S that was formed across Europe for, pushing open access scholarly publishing, right? Now, that coalition, India was a part of that coalition. And Europe was a part of the coalition. Australia was part of it. The US had already kind of left, was not part of it at all, because most of the trade presses are really based in the United States. So at some moment in Coalition S, India backed out of it, and there were no official reasons given for why we backed out. But when we backed out, the coalition kind of fell apart. It still exists on paper and you can still see it on their website, but it kind of fell apart. And I think the reason it fell apart is that if we are not part of any coalition that talks about open access, the coalition itself does not work, because this is a huge, we are a huge academic kind of system, right? And the reason I believe that we backed out is because you realize that if we stopped our faculty and researchers from publishing in, say, European or American journals, we don't have other credible places. So, we are kind of dependent on that publishing ecosystem. So how do we kind of reduce that dependence and kind of make it a more borderless, interactive and, system, and build that? I think is something that we should all think about. And sorry, thank you. And I'll take questions later.
Thank you. Respected Chairperson, Professor Devashish Chatterjee, my co-presenter, Professor Nirmala Menon, Ms. Tanvi Chaudhary. Thank you, Sahitya Academy, for inviting me and recognizing my small work to present here. Uh, as you know, I am going to talk on AI, a progression towards an authorless literature. Uh, because this fact is very much related to the human actions, because the technology becomes the human companion, because we have been practicing technological culture and the technology is the medium. Therefore, we are accepting right now social robot. There are some literature which are on technology, but right now technology creating literature. I would like to talk on how technology creates literature. Uh, this idea, author and authorless, is very much related to the idea of idealism and materialism. In the case of idealism, which claim that which is independent of the human mind, whereas in the case of materialism, it claims that everything else is defined by according to some individual's perceptions, and it can be defined through technological means. So let us understand what is the idea of authorless, which is brings the notion of literature without author. Also, we may say authorless, and we can say having no author, or we may say it's an unknown author, or we may say that from the beginning that the Veda is also held to be the authorless. We can claim it is a kind of authorless, and even if somebody leaves the work, we may say it is a authorless. And at the same times, there are multiple authors writing some things. Very difficult to assign to somebody as ownership of that write-up. We may say it is authorless. Again, AI themselves merely assist the creator as essential for the proper identification of authorless also, and like ChatGPT, which create many things. According to many philosophers and the founder of AI, they claim that AI is an author. It is a conscious being. It is a conscious agent. It is a computational agent, and it is a semantic machines. These semantic machines can give rise conscious experience the way we human beings do. Because this idea is very much related to, if you go back to the Karl Marx dialectical materialism, and he claimed that everything else happens because of the matter. Matter is responsible everything else. All the metaphysical idea like mind, spirit, consciousness, and all those things are not existing. Because of with the help of matter, we can solve many problems. Like you have 10 kg rice and I do not have. You have 10 kg gold, I do not have. Therefore, matter is the responsible for everything else, not the spirit or spiritualism, mind, ideas, or Platonic ideas, or Gandhian ideas, any other ideas which is not existing. And let us go back to the AI model of mind, what AI say that AI mind or AI model of author. Because the way we have been defining AI, in the same way also defining human mind and human intelligence processes and many other things. And any definition on AI, any book on artificial intelligence, you will find the idea of mind is there. The idea of mind plays a very vital role. Therefore, they claim that mind can give rise to some kind of a conscious experience. And these things I would like to show you some of the definitions of AI from John Hogland in his book on the very idea of artificial intelligence, where he claimed that the exciting effort to make a computer things, machines with minds in the full and literal sense. And Bellman also claimed that it has a reasoning and it can think rationally also, because we do programming of all the like laws of thought and Aristotelian laws of thought and many other ideas. Therefore, it gives rise some kind of logical reasoning, and it is rationality is there, and it's thinking also humanly also. And other two definitions like this, Winston's and Newell and Simon, they are great thinkers of profounder of AI. They also claim that which has a reason and which can perceive, which can act, even if, and they claim that it is a kind of general intelligent actions which we have been performing. Now the questions, and this idea has been developed later on by Alan Turing and by Hilary Putnam and Daniel C. Dennett, and which are most prominent thinkers in philosophy of mind as well as in artificial intelligence, and they have been claiming that Turing thesis, which he has proved uh, in his idea of the imitation game. And in the imitation game, he has shown that he passes the test. And like after that Turing test, we have a charting game 80s or 90s. And whatever Turing was predicting in 1915, his article on computing machinery and intelligence, later on, these things is possible in 80s and 19. And he claimed that this kind of idea is available. And if you replace in the case of human interrogator the machines or humans, it's very difficult for the human being to recognize whether you are interacting with a machines or interacting with a robot or artificial intelligence machines. Therefore, this claim shows that there is a possibility of that a machine can think according to Alan Turing. And again, in the next, I would like to say that this is another kind of thought experiment proposed by Hilary Putnam. He is one of the prominent philosopher in the modern time, and he is a mathematician as well as a creative writer. Only his writing in the actually in the present century is a philosopher is comparable with Aristotle. None of the philosophers' writing is comparable with Aristotle, because he has written on mathematics, computer science, ethics, aesthetics, and many other things. You see, many other things. Therefore, his writing is comparable, and he changes his ideas. And he likes also, he recognizes Indian philosophy as a philosophy, Indian philosophy as knowledge. Other philosophers, many philosophers, they don't, European continent, they don't recognize Indian philosophy. Philosophy, they claim that, like Hegel, who claimed Indian philosophy is not a philosophy, it is a kind of a cultural, it is a religious, and other kind of things. Although Hegel is a great thinker, but through multiple realized model, he claimed that I am telling you one story, and one story can be implemented in many systems, and many story you all will be telling me, and I will be listening. And I will be listening all those things. And the same idea can be, there is a possibility in the future that we can have a one program in many systems and many program into one systems. And this is possible actual now. And whatever he was predicting through multiple realizability models. And I am feeling sorry, you see, one boy is feeling sorry, my computer also feeling sorry, dog also feeling sorry. And in this sense, this idea, multiple realizability thesis is a thought experiment, is a kind of a non-anthropocentric way of looking at the world. It's not a human-centric, rather a non-anthropocentric way of looking at the world. And I'm very, very brief because of the fact that there is no time. And again, another thesis developed by Daniel C. Dennett, and he claimed that our thought processes are very multiple draft models. And one multiple draft, another multiple draft, which is related through synaptics, that gives rise conscious experience, that there is nothing called consciousness. And at the end, they claim that, I will shift this thesis. At the end, they claim that there is a possibility to have a mind with machines. Especially Dennett is a living philosopher, and who dominates in this thesis. And he claimed in his idea called intuition pump. Through the intuition pump, this intuition pump is nothing but it is a kind of persuasion of machines, and which can give rise some kind of intuitive ideas about the world. It's not that intuitive ideas are existing in human mind, but also existing in the world. Therefore, they claim that AI has the mind. That means AI is a author, and a mind is a semantic engine. The way because we give the meaning and understanding these kind of ideas, and there is some kind of a cognitive processes which is going on, and there is some kind of understanding, and that understanding plays very vital role in this thesis. Now the question is that what does it mean to think or to feel? Does mind really exist, and what are the mind's functional depend upon the mechanical structure which they are associated, and how are minds subject to the laws of physics? If so, what are those laws of physics which determine the mind and the consciousness? Does the digital computer gives us the right picture of the human mind? And now the question is, can AI be an author? Now some of the philosophical questions which I raised before all of you. Can AI ever be an author? Because can an authorless stand for an agentless? There is no conscious agent, because there is no authorless means there is agentless. But the authorship on AI is we can say AI can be author in the derivative sense, not in the primary sense, what we can say in the secondary sense. Wittgenstein, in his book on philosophical investigations, there he remarks that Wittgenstein is a great philosopher of language, and now who claims that we can say in the secondary sense. So, in a small kid here, she is crying, and we say, please don't cry. If you are crying, your toy will cry. A toy is a kind of machine, suppose, is a machine. And the secondary sense, we can say, not in the primary sense. And there is a kind of author rights, and there is a kind of ownership plays very vital role in the case of author and authorless. Again, that is some kind of a can author these machines or authorless machines be a conscious being, and although it does simulations, it collects the data collections, it does the replications and duplications, many other kind of activities, and there is some kind of a explanatory gap that plays very vital role, because it is hard to explain to be what it is to be an author. You see, author means there is a conscious being, and it's very difficult to define in the author sense what is to be a conscious being and what it is to be a conscious. It is hard, but we can explain it is easy. Easy means there is access to know the some of the things, and this access consciousness and this hard problem of consciousness plays very vital role to draw the attention to about phenomenal experience which author goes on when he or she writes. This kind of thesis will not be applicable in the case of ChatGPT or OpenAI or some kind of generative AI, whatever presently we have been arguing for, and many philosophers they have been claiming, and therefore this we cannot make it is a kind of a computational model of the authorship, this kind of things, and therefore the ownership, responsibility, and many other ideas which are very much associated with these concepts, and therefore it will be difficult to say and this kind of things. Again, there is some kind of a qualitative. You can say, you may say that we all are material being, and consciousness also is part of the matter. It emerges and emerging properties, and but there are some of the things which are emergent property. It has its own identity, like two hydrogen molecules and one oxygen molecule. I am getting water. The idea of liquidity and solidity, like the idea of consciousness, is not existing in the matter. The idea of liquidity and solidity is not in the base, like in the two hydrogen and one molecule and one oxygen molecule. And if you see these kind of ideas and which claim that there is some kind of a difference, and again the subjectivity, subjective, thank you very much. Subjectivity plays very vital role here, because subjective experience make the explanatory difference between to be an author or to be an some other thing. Here the authorless, we can say that, we may say that common knowledge, we may say that it is shared knowledge, or we can say the shared intentions, like shared intention, common knowledge, which has been spoken indirectly by John Saul in his book on intentionality. He talked about I intentionality and we intentionality. Whenever the Prime Minister is saying something, it is not I am saying, it is we. Therefore, we means it is common, the common responsibility. It's kind of we intentionality is existing in that sense we can define. But the way authorless we are, I could see the literature which is available presently in the world, and those kind of ideas are very difficult to accept, and therefore it's very difficult to accept this this chat GPT or instructor GPT, some other things, be a valid way to talk about the idea of authorless. Thank you very much. I am within my time. If anything else, please ask me after some time.
Hello. Yeah. So I don't think there's a lot that you will pretend to, that I can pretend to say about humanities education. I look too young to be able to say anything about humanities education. But I do have some things to say about the ways in which we as students of literature perhaps interact in the classroom, and how that has somewhere or the other changed, how taste making has changed, how we come across books has changed. So one of the first things that that happened to me when I entered a literature classroom when I was an undergrad, which feels like very long ago now, although probably not that long ago, was that all of us started to talk about what are our favorite books. This was 2014, so I think there were some usual suspects. There was Harry Potter, of course, Khalid Hosseini, Murakami, and I think someone had said that they liked Ishiguro as well. We were about 18 years old and determined to prove to all of the other peers in the literature classroom that we are legitimate readers. And we often engaged in debates, which I find sort of cute now in hindsight. For example, there's a really fun one that everybody in literature really likes doing, which is the book better than the movie? Almost always everybody agrees on the consensus that the book is always better than the movie. There are some platitudes often made about books being better than movies, about the text being more rich, about the ways in which the mind's eye can make the visual imagination just somewhere or the other better. But I do think that that's changed, because on 8th December 2023, Chitra Divakaruni Banerjee, one of the most household name authors currently, she, alongside a few other publishing houses which were publishing her book, released a trailer for her new book, An Uncommon Love. This trailer is perhaps a little bit unremarkable, with the exception of the high level of editing that is done for the video itself. It calls upon a certain nostalgia for a bygone era, speaking to a common literary and neoliberal history of post-independent India. The ways in which the commenters interact with this trailer is also telling, since this book is about a love story between Sudha Murthy and Narayan Murthy. So they often signal to each other that they know both Sudha Murthy as well as Chitra Divakaruni Banerjee. They talk about watching some of her interviews or something like that. Now, as early as 2014, I think there are some articles about how book trailers have become a really common part of the publishing landscape in India. A few years later, I think in 2014, a few years later in 2017 or 2018, Hindustan Times actually published an article, which was a very telling article, about how many authors report needing to shoot book trailers a lot like ads, where the USP of the book has to be communicated inside 1 to 40 minutes, 40 seconds, 1 minute to 40 seconds. These professionally made and edited ones are usually made for authors who are household names or considered household names by trade publishers. So you have someone like Chetan Bhagat, Amish Tripathi, Chitra Divakaruni Banerjee. I know it's easy to dismiss this, but stay with me. It's important, okay? Because I know that these authors, we as literature scholars, we don't want to take this seriously, but this is important because this is the way in which students are now making up their minds about the kinds of books they want to read. After all, it's not like Khalid Hosseini came from nowhere for the rest of us 10 years ago when I was doing my literature undergrad. So most of the major trade publishers make less finely edited ones for the less famous authors. So something like Kalpesh Ratna's Bahadur Shah of Gujarat was published by Simon & Schuster, and that trailer has sort of languished on the internet. There's not a lot of interaction with it. But one of the things that becomes really clear is that books are not just to say that books are only about monetary success ignores that the late capitalist conditions of their production. This is from a paper on Harry Potter, actually. And I think that's also a pretty telling example of the ways in which capitalism and literary cultures have intersected. Now, across the publishing spectrum, book trailers have become a common way to announce these new publications of famous authors, particularly for mainstream publishers. They have high production values, and there is no real way to tell how popular a book trailer is going to be. For example, Amish, when he publishes the book trailer on his own YouTube account, it gets 300,000 views. But when Amazon Audible published that same trailer, I think it got far fewer views, maybe 20,000 views. There's no real way to tell how a book trailer is going to be, how it's going to be marketable or viral, but it's aimed for that. It's definitely aimed for a virality and for a marketability. And in the comments of these pages, which is where I really want to focus, is that the readers engage in a way very closely to the ways in which my friends and I would engage in class all those years ago, constructing these narratives about what works and what doesn't, what is legitimate and what is not. Of course, Instagram and the new relation of books have with this economic landscape informs how books are done, how reading communities are formed. So in the example that I used really early, an uncommon love, readers are signaling to each other that they know both about Sudha Murthy and they know also about Chitra Divakaruni Banerjee's other interviews. They perform legitimate readerships in some ways. They're talking about pre-ordering the book. And from the comments, you can tell other things also, whether this is a metropolitan audience or whether it's not a metropolitan audience. In Amish Tripati's book, since they're mostly about Hindu mythology, there are also some commenters who are talking about needing Hindi translations or needing translations in Marathi, or even demands for other books written by Amish, which could talk about other Hindu mythological figures like Hanuman. I'm not saying that this is this is perhaps as clearly a literary ecosystem which is really thought out as it is in a literature classroom. But this is changing the ways in which students of literature come to the classroom, about what they think about what a book is. And that visual culture that I'm really focusing on, it proliferates in the way that books are written as well. They're often written and quickly adapted for the screen or for OTT platforms like Netflix. And the novel having a visual style, this is perhaps not a very new observation. I think Techniques of the Observer by Jonathan Crary, which talks about 19th century novels, really gets into the ways in which the novel has somewhat of a visual culture from its very inception. But this is slightly different. We can't really back up this claim without doing very close literary analysis of each of these books to figure out how visual it is. But that's not really what I want to focus on. I'm pointing this out because let's just do like bad researchers do for 1 minute, and assume that anecdotal experience of finding each contemporary romance novel to be more like a preview of a movie as evidence enough of this widespread culture that the visual in the novel has changed just a little bit. And the ways in which readers engage with the novel, in which readers engage with both the visual and the novel has changed because of this. The rules of participation in this community are really fairly straightforward. If there is any negative engagement with the book trailer, it seems to be invisibilized by a deluge of positive engagement. Bigger publishers often employ social media managers to control their public accounts. And most significantly, often these trailers and posts are made to languish in the corners of the internet, where they're usually unheard. And what I find particularly interesting is often that authors themselves don't often interact with these commenters either. It's not like there is a one-to-one relationship with how much interaction you're going to get with the trailer itself. The comments are often largely in English if it is an English book like An Uncommon Love. If it's something like Amish Tripathi, there's going to be some comments that are actually going to be in other regional languages. And these exchanges highlights one of the key problems of studying digital spaces in the South Asian context, because access to English is already a stratified problem along caste and class lines. And the sheer number of languages that proliferate the subcontinent make the challenge of studying digital worlds in South Asia really difficult. It's not like work hasn't been done on the multiplicity of languages on the internet, but I do think that there's something really specific about the ways in which we tend to focus on the English internet, and try to think about it more as an archive than it is a social world. And what I'm trying to propose as scholars of literature, as scholars of the humanities, as people who have interacted in humanities classrooms, is that we need a slightly different rhetoric to understand, analyze, and interact with these literary publics. So for performance scholars and digital media academics, actually, this is not very uncommon ground. Social media is theorized in these cases through exhibitions, which is slightly different from what we do as literary scholars. So when I say exhibition, this is very much in the way that Hogan has theorized it, where he talks about social media as not being bound by space or time. So it aims to be reproducible. Sorry, having a little bit of a... Anyway, it aims to be reproducible, and it's often aimed to a really specific audience. And through a combination of factors, such as the platform it's being published on. For example, if you're publishing a book trailer on Instagram, the kind of traction you're going to get is very different from a Reddit forum post. And whether it is audio, video, text, image, whoever has posted it, these manage to dictate the rules of engagement for those who interact with it. And within this already complex digital landscape, to look at the ways in which readers interact with the trailers tells us even more about how readership is done. The fact that readers signal common knowledge of book histories to each other, that they perform their reading identity to each other, these are all new modes through which literary publics are being formed and constituted. Instead of examining this public entirely through a literary lens, which I know, it's instinctive to us, we want to do the close reading, but that's not what I'm trying to talk about here. This is a social world. And to think of it as a social world involves thinking of changing the way in which we think about the classroom as well. I argue that we can instead think about this digital space through a performance perspective, particularly since a large aspect of this reading identity lies in being able to perform and present knowledge about the literary ecosystem in which these books are circulated. So, what this tells us is a story about how readers perform reading identity. Many of the commenters or audiences of book trailers comment without the expectation of interaction. Often they're unattended, and I found little to no evidence of long comment threads with interactions between multiple commenters, perhaps because this is a very visual medium, a book trailer, very, very visual. And instead of the expectation of legitimate conversation, many readers are choosing to present a very different front in the name of engagement. They're performing their part as legitimate readers. Whether this is constituted through praise, through conspicuous consumption, through the engagement with the literary ecosystem that the book is part of, it is a performance of legitimate readership, just the way that me and my friends did all those years ago. And book trailers have become some of the ways in which communities organize in and around literature. Perhaps in the case of book trailer, since the main push is marketing, it often feels less decentralized, centered on the mythos of the author and the book. This does not mean, however, that this is not a legitimate mode through which taste creation happens. Through book trailers, we see a very fragile construction of reading identity, which is really not based on the halls of academia through which we do literary ecosystems, through which we signal to each other what we find is legitimate, what we find is good reading. And if we open the space of what readership looks like, I have a feeling that we would just have a lot more to say to students of literature, and perhaps we would even have a little bit more longevity in terms of who stays in the classroom and who doesn't. That's all. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I thought we will allow some time for questions if you have anybody from there. To anyone here? Okay, before the questions come, there's a hand going up? No, go ahead. If that was hand going up, not to scratch your head, right? Okay, all right, go ahead, please.
Hello? Yeah, my question is to Professor Menon and to Tanvi. Since both of you discussed how, like, apart from the actual creation of books, how literature, whether it is academic literature or, mainstream trade literature, how it circulates in different ways, and how we also need to be looking at alternatives to the modes that we've been used to since, say, around the 60s and 70s, and how things have changed. Sort of, I'm sorry, this is not a very well-formed question, but what I wanted to ask both of you was, because you also talk about different languages and how the internet or anything digital becomes very English-centric. What kind of also, in terms of then the publishing industry, how do we break a certain barrier that exists where, in fact, I feel like within publishing, there is a movement almost backwards in terms of the private publishing houses, where, for example, Hindi departments or other regional language departments are actually not having a sense of freedom to really freely publish in terms of the financial aspect also. So maybe what are more collaborative ways that are available to us to do something outside of that private space, maybe?
Okay, so you could take a short time to answer this.
Okay. Yeah. So, I understand, I think the second part of your question is a little different from the first part. And I'll tell you that, as per a Google survey from 2021, 536 million users of the internet was in languages other than English in the subcontinent, right? So if you look at that as a number, right, I think it is important to foreground that number, not because I believe that numbers are everything, but to say that there is I always look at this transition. Like I said, there was a time when only Sahitya Academy was publishing translations, right? and we depended on it for, translations between Indian languages too. There was a certain tipping point when big publishing houses realized that, oh, there is a readership here, right? There are people who want to buy books in Hindi or in Marathi or in other languages. And you saw that industry flourish, and and it kind of opened up the doors for translators. You have, amazing translators across languages now. And so similarly, you need to see that kind of tipping point, right? When you see that content creation in languages other than English is kind of going exponentially, and which tells you why Google has a center that is dedicated to linguistics in Indian languages, right? Because they want to train their new products. Similarly, Microsoft in Bangalore also does that. Right? Now, I know that those are commercial enterprises. My question is, how do we harness that commercial instinct to use it for more kind of literary and outputs for us, and to kind of build our infrastructure that will allow us to harness that technology? So I'm agreeing with Professor Kishore that I don't believe that technology is ever like the only solution, but I think that are there ways in which we can harness that technology to see how we further our causes in terms of diversity, plurality, as well as multilinguality. So that's how I look at it, and I don't see that.
Thank you.
Thanks. I also think that Professor Nirmala's instinct is right. There's a lot more on the internet that is actually not English than we think. One of the reasons why I got to performance was actually for a very different paper, which was on sewing communities. So on YouTube, I learned to stitch over the pandemic, and I learned it through YouTube. And while I was learning it through YouTube, I learned it through a lot of different South Asian creators who were on the internet. Their platforms really are not oriented towards English. The literacy is actually not the center point of why they are there also, and they have huge subscribers. Sometimes they have more subscribers than a lot of influencers in fashion. But that part of the internet genuinely gets really discarded when we think of the internet. And I also think where publishing is concerned, there is a divide between divide between what is being published in North India versus what is being published almost everywhere else. I think North India has gotten much more metropolitan in its publishing scape, and that is somewhere or the other why a lot of different regional languages like Hindi or Urdu, they have lost out in both funding and readership. I don't know if I have necessarily a really good answer to solve that. Because one of the requirements in that infrastructural problem is very basic also. So we don't even have a lot of fonts in Hindi on the internet. So even if there was any way to like address this as a collective, if there was a way to address this outside of publishing, I'm not sure what those answers are without infrastructural, a change in infrastructure somewhere or the other.
Thank you. Any more? One last question. 3 hands. Which one? Well, I don't know. Yes. So, yes, ma'am.
I want to ask the question from Dr. Nath. What is the application of artificial intelligence in literature? Very short question.
Yeah, it has lots of.
And very short answer I need.
Yeah, educational technology. Yeah. That is the main thing which we have been doing right now. We have a program, education technology, I'm taking education technology at IIT Bombay too also.
Use of artificial intelligence, yeah, in literature or any other science.
Yeah, it does all the problems.
Suppose I am fishery scientist. Yeah. I want to apply artificial intelligence in my subject, or I am a literature person. I want to apply artificial intelligence in my literary work.
Yeah, it depends upon how the product has been produced, actually, how the AI has been developed, and how the program has been developed. Accordingly, you have to apply. If it is not developed, it's very difficult to apply.
But if it is the thing is to upload the data.
Yeah.
Upload in what form?
Yeah, you have to upload in the software data, actually.
The software data is okay. Yeah. In the text form or the digital form, table form, in what form?
You have to use
Here
the
I'm talking about the
syntactically
scientific
actually.
data.
It is called syntactic machines because you have to use that language, and through machine language, and you have to do the machine translation. Then it can do the things. Otherwise, it will not work. Many languages of my friend is working in CDAC, and he said that some language in Marathi, and if you translate to in Odia, in Odia it is a slang language, and therefore very difficult to use this medium as a many kind of things which you may face in the case of general person like in the ATM or some other kind of things.
So just to translate the language, one language in different language. Okay.
Yeah,
You
because
want to
through
say.
you have to do through machine learning and NLP, natural language processing. It's possible.
So
There is
is there
no
any software for it?
people are
Software there?
right now. This OpenAI is developing. Yeah,
They're developing or developed?
right now it's developing, not
They're
developed.
developing. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Really appreciate we coming to the conclusion of a very informative, insightful view of the marriage of technology, the mind, and the larger ecosystem. Essentially, what I heard the three speakers say was the nature, quality, anatomy, and output of engagement. Now I go back to the Netflix view. I heard him a few days back, and he said, in Netflix, two things matter. That's the number one visual site in the world. He says one thing is engagement, and two is revenue, not the other way around. So the three speakers, starting with Nirmala talked about the ecosystem of engagement. And our friend, Professor Raj Kishore, talked about the agency of engagement or the lack of it. And Tanvi here talked about rules of engagement, quoting Amish predominantly, who happened to be my student. I can share with you some anecdotal references that will challenge your construct. Because Amish never wrote anything until he wrote those books, and nothing serious. Now, one day while he was in St. Lawrence School, he and I spent some time in the old school that he went to. This may be a very anecdotal reference to you guys. A bishop came from some place and said to the whole class, "Do you know what a bishop does for a living?" And Amish's response was, "Yes, I know. The bishop walks diagonally." Everybody laughed, but nobody encouraged him to take up writing or creative. He said, "I wish somebody had done that. I wouldn't have wasted my time going to IIM Calcutta working for a bank and stuff." And so what we are essentially saying is that a person like Amish is a quirk. The success that you might analyze, I was surprised to see even for my recruitment of professors, somebody from IIT had done a PhD on the work of Amish and was looking for a job in IIM. Very interesting, but true. So the so-called popular authors have their popularity basis in something very quirky, something that transcends time and space. But the most important question I thought that never got addressed in this, perhaps Sahitya Academy might have a simple forum for this. The very essence of education, the very rationale for education or entertainment or Sahitya or literature is joy, ananda. That's a missing component. And I personally feel that technology mind divide gets clearer when you recognize one great German author who once said, Schopenhauer, who once said that you can't, it is very difficult to find happiness within yourself. Very, very difficult. But it is impossible to find it anywhere else, including technology. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate the patience, the handful of you that bothered to stay back and ask these questions, and of course to this very distinguished panel of speakers and our host Sahitya Academy for making it a very memorable morning for all of us. Thank you.
That was a very interesting session indeed on increased role of technology in literature and education. We'd like to thank the chair, Mr. Devashish Chatterjee, Dr. Nirmala Menon, Professor Rajkishore Nath, and Tanvi Chaudhary. Just a moment for a photo op for our files.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you. Appreciate that. Is there a photo op? Okay. I have to tear off some pages.
Yeah.
My notes.
If you'd like to stand, maybe
Stand
we
up
get a better
for the photo. Okay. Come closer.
Thank you very much indeed. We have some tea. letters in the world. In this session of the National Seminar on Literature in Independent India, we explore Indian English writing and translation, empowering India to conquer the global arena. To chair this session, may I invite the eminent English poet, Sukrita Polkumar, on the dais, please. Sukrita is also critic, editor, translator, and painter. She was fellow of the Indian Institute of Advanced Studies, Shimla, and an honorary fellow of the International Writing Program of the University of Iowa, and an honorary faculty of the Durrell Center in Corfu, Greece. Currently, she is guest editor of Sahitya Akademi's bi-monthly Indian literature. May I also request Om Dwivedi to join us on the dais, please. Om Dwivedi is Associate Professor of English Literature and the author of Representations of Precarity in South Asian Literature in English, Re-Orientalism and Indian Writing in English, and Tracing the New Indian Diaspora. His latest publication includes a special issue of the Journal of Commonwealth Literature entitled Partition 75 Years On, and a special issue of the Metacritic Journal on Hope and Utopia in Global South Literature. He is the Vice Chair of the International Research Group Challenging Precarity in UK. Seema Sharma, may I request you on the dais, please? She is currently Professor of English Literature at Jai Hind College, University of Mumbai. She was a Fulbright postdoctoral scholar at Stanford University, where she was engaged in a research project titled Mark Twain in India. Her areas of interest are American literature, African American literature, post-colonial literatures, translation studies, and Indian mythology, and she has published extensively in these fields. Apart from an academic, she's also a translator and has translated and published critical and creative works from Hindi into English. Seema Sharma will be speaking on Indian women's writing in English as a tool of empowerment. Last but not least, Sumanyu Satpathy. Please join us on the dais. Subanyuji is a professor, former professor and chair, Department of English, University of Delhi. He was fellow IIAS Shimla and distinguished fellow, La Trobe University, Melbourne, and visiting professor in several universities in India and abroad. The Will to Argue, Studies in Late Colonial and Post-Colonial Controversies is his most recent publication. Professor Satpathy will be speaking on Indian writing in English, polyphonic voices in one tongue. That's a question mark there. May I hand over the mic to the chair, Sukrita Polkumar.
Thank you, Sahitya Academy, for creating an occasion to talk about this subject, which has been of perennial concern to us, particularly some of us who have been into the academic world or in writing in English. We know that it has been an area of contestation right from the beginning, and particularly from the times when the trio, when we had Raja Rao, R.K. Narayan, and Mulk Rajanand writing. And at that particular point of time, a lot of churning of ideas happened as to why write in English. And it's the inevitability of English having come to India with all its baggage in the context of it being a language of the colonial masters. So it came with that baggage. And all our lives we have been trying to get rid of that baggage. Not English, but get rid of that baggage that is attached to English. Because that is what has created a lot of problem in the context of the hierarchy, for one. English normally, even when we don't, officially we may not recognize it as such, but unofficially we know in terms of status, in terms of social status, in terms of it being seen as language of the elite, and that continues even till date. but we've been battling with that entire notion. And when we talk about decolonization, etc., we've had umpteen seminars, conferences, all of these things, for the last 70 years. But have we really decolonized? I'm not sure. We know that after decolonization, the process started to some extent theoretically in terms of actually the British having gone, but they left behind a lot of, as I said, the baggage of the language with its connotations of being a language of the elite. But the trio that I'm talking about, Raja Rao and R.K. Narayan and Mulk Rajanan, all of them were very rooted in the Indian soil, but were writing in English with a super kind of a consciousness of why they are writing in English and should they be writing in English, and debating that point over and over again. And to my mind, I think a very significant book that came out around, I think it was in 1930s, late 1930s, when Raja Rao wrote Kanthapura. That was a big breakthrough in one sense, in terms of self-reflexivity that is required for a writer who is writing in English at that time. And this was at the nascent. Of course, it doesn't mean that they were the first writers in English. There were other writers, but they were the ones who were very conscious of their identity as Indians and writing in English. So why, with their languages, individual languages, we know Mulk Rajanand as a very staunch, not staunch, but very conscious Punjabi also, right? But he wrote in English. So did R.K. Narayan, living in the southern part of India, but writing and creating a whole new locale, which is his characters are very rooted in the locality, in the city that he created, in the township that he created. What I'm trying to say is, to come back to the point, Kanthapura. Think of the preface of Kanthapura. The preface of Kanthapura is actually giving us a perspective of what a writer in English in India needs to think about when he is writing. How should he or she become conscious of the medium that he's using, of this language? And he's talking about, and I don't remember the exact quotation, but I think what is pertinent is that he's talking about, okay, we have got this language called English, but we are not going to write like English. We are going to write like Indians in English. Now that was a very conscious posture that he took. That posture, I think we have to remember, and that is what we need to also think, what does that mean, and has it translated itself into practice or not? And that is for us to really examine all the writing that happened subsequently, particularly with his own book, Kanthapura. In Kanthapura, the rhythm that he uses of English language is Kannada rhythm. The punctuation that he uses, or lack of punctuation that he demonstrates, is actually what happens in English writing, in English language. So his punctuation, his use of, I know the first paragraph of Kanthapura runs into, I think, a whole page without a full stop. It's just one sentence. But that's what in Indian languages, many of the Indian languages, I won't sort of say in all languages, it can be contrasted completely with English writing. So this is Kannada English writing, right? So it's very interesting to see how bilingualism is functionally being used, but actually the mask is that of English, if at all we can call it a mask. But that also initiated the process of owning English language. How do you own that language, right? And in the process of owning, let's jump for say 3, 4, 5 decades, whatever, and Salman Rushdie comes on the scene chutneyfying English language, which meant that very fearlessly use Indian words in English and let it be a hybrid kind of a thing. That was his brand of bilingualism. He probably didn't even have another language, Indian language, but the sensibility was certainly there of being an Indian. But then you come to Arundhati Roy, and what do you see? you see the very strong shadow of Malayalam on her English. I think she got her Booker because of that. Because that's where the indigenous use of language comes. Of course, the content is there and one needs to look at that more carefully. But the use of language, which is in tune with the temper of the culture that she's situating the novel in. Now that process has been going on, and come today, and what do you see in today's context? Some of those debates have died out, but I was thinking of one of the essays that I actually ended up prescribing in a book that we worked on, which was a cultural diversity book, and M.K. Naik's essay, which is to do with pride and prejudice, that is attached to the use of English language in the context of writing, creative writing. And then, of course, a lot of quotations come up, how Yeats said one cannot but write. If you are doing creative work, it has to be done in the mother tongue. You cannot do it unless, you know, you cannot do creative writing. You can probably do academic writing, etc., etc. So there was a lot of, but on the other hand, we, as I said, our baggage was such that that baggage has been, in a way, I hope, to a great extent, discarded, but to some extent, new colonialism had taken place and Americanisms came up. So we have had to deal with a lot of, we have been combative with that whole phenomenon and the hierarchy. However, it is very difficult because there are, I mean, even poets like me, for instance, why do I write? I ask myself that question, but I cannot. All of us who are educated formally in English, we use, when the moment we lift our pen, we start writing in English. We cannot help it. But the sensibility is bicultural, right? Because when we say multicultural, it's different. But bicultural, there are one or two other languages which are bilingual, which are actually dictating the content and also the kind of plotting and characters that we are, creating, whether in a poem or in fiction or whatever. So today, in today's context, when you look at something like what we are, Vinita Agrawal and I are editing every year, a book which is called Yearbook of Indian Writing, Indian Poetry in English. And what do we see? In creative poetry, we are seeing a lot of young people who are very indiscriminately using local words, idiomatically they are using it, and sometimes it becomes a problem in terms of readability of, say, if it is a Punjabi poet and using Punjabi words, for the southerner it becomes a problem, or a western, India, it's a problem how to understand those words, and we say no glossary, So basically, I think to hone bilingualism, we have to hone it also. First, we have to own it, and then we have to hone it. Because what am I trying to say? What I'm saying is, why are we running away from the fact that we are intrinsically multilingual, that we are intrinsically bilingual? Sitting on the dais here, I think I can realize that there are at least 3 or 4 languages present here in each one of us. We don't even have to use that language, but in terms of how they interact with each other, and therefore with the English that one is using, So whether it is by way of pronunciation, intonation, thought process, we are very local, but we are also global, because English also has that dimension. So it's very interesting to see this kind of combativeness on the one hand, matter of pride on the other hand, that we are trying to be original in English. And that also reminds me of Samuel Beckett, who said, I don't want to write in English because I want to be more objective in my sensibility, and so I'll write in French. French was not his mother tongue, but he wrote in French and then translated it into English, Waiting for Godot and all the other plays that he wrote. And that had something to do with a very conscious effort to basically be objective in the presentation of whatever creatively he was experiencing or wanting to say. So one more point that I would like to make before I call upon others to speak, and I think that's very important point. See, on the one hand, we say that you cannot help writing in English, that's why you're writing, but also it can become a pose. Writing in English can also become a pose, and therefore it can become pedantic, and it can also exoticize Indian. It's an old India. It's an old argument against writing in English, but then again, once again, I would like to reiterate the fact that one has to therefore become very self-conscious that you are writing in English, which is actually the English earlier on as his master's voice kind of situation, or her master's voice or whatever. But the point is we have to get rid of that aspect and bring English into our domain of understanding and apprehending life as one of the bhashas of India. Until that process happens, and it is still to happen completely, and there are, I know, advocates who say, no, it cannot happen, it will not happen. But I can already see the difference between the English that was in common parlance being used, say, 25 years ago. My father, he was very anglicized. He was writing in Urdu, but when he would speak, it would be very anglicized kind of English. And when I was translating his work, I had a lot of quarrels with him because he was using archaic English. And he said, that is correct English. He was taught by a Britisher. And so his orientation was very different, though he was writing in Urdu, right? But when it came to English, but coming to the point of translation, when you are reading translated material in English, translated novels, for instance, or translated poetry from Bangla, from Punjabi, or any other language, it has a certain kind of English. The translation is a certain kind of translation which has the shadow of the original language, but original writing in English reads like a translated novel because their culture is being translated, right? So it's a very interesting kind of a phenomenon that those who are writing in English with roots in Punjabi, Kannada, whatever, Telugu, that's one kind of English. But the same English also is being used in the original writing because the original writer has the courage to do that, right? So language is a tool that can be molded, and the creator, the person who is a creative writer has the dynamics to do it. So that tool can be sharpened and prepared in accordance to our needs. Language is ultimately a tool. We have to realize that, and the creative writer has the power to change the tool in accordance to the need of the. Let me go on to now. I've had my say, I think, for the moment. Yeah. So let's now move on to. Shall we go by what has been given to me? Om Dwivedi, we could have you here. You have already been introduced, and you are also talking about decolonizing the environs, is it? So the rest of it you can, there's a long title that you have given, but I can't read it. So you please announce your title before you speak. Thank you. Each one of us is speaking for 15 minutes.
Respected Chair, esteemed panelists, Sumanyu sir, Seema ma'am, audience present here, Namaskar, and thanks to Sahitya Academy for bringing us all together here. At the very beginning, let me just make it very clear that I hold no expertise in the field of translation studies, so do not expect a very engaging kind of arguments from me, at least in this particular domain. But yes, I will be addressing one novel, that is Ambika Sutan Mangat's Swarg, that was translated from Malayalam into English in my talk today. So the title of my talk is Decolonizing the Environment, a reading of Ambika Sutan Mangat's Swarg, and Tabish Khair's latest novel, The Body by the Shore. Let me start with where ma'am ended, and she raised a point that about the very idea that decolonization is not happening. And she put it very aptly. She was very right. It is not happening, at least in India. It is happening, it has already happened in South Africa, if we have to see, with the 2016 Rhodes Must Fall movement that took place, and that triggered a kind of a social and cultural movement that led to the establishment of many intellectual platforms in the form of the circulation and even the legitimization of indigenous cultures within and across the universities. So it is doing very well, the decolonizing curriculum movement within South Africa, but we need to do it in India. And I think ma'am has already she discussed that she is bringing out a volume every year on Indian English poetry that incorporates various idiomatic phrases, so that at least sets up provides some kind of a space for us. Now, let me come back to the talk. And I mean, I was reading today in the morning, I read a newspaper article that by the great, Minhas Merchant, Colonialism 3.0. Again, we have different forms of colonialism, what the chair said, neo-colonialism. And Merchant here was trying to, touch upon a new form of movement, a new kind of a practice, new imperialist practice that has to do with two things. One was the dominance of, the World Trade Organization, and the second is the control over climate change policy. And in this 2023 ministerial conference held in Abu Dhabi on this climate organized by the World Trade Organization, which was supposed to look into the policies that relate with trade, surprisingly, it got converted into another kind of a platform where the World Trade Organization pushed the European Council's agenda, and the agenda was this, that they are going to make a new policy which talks about the issue of carbon emission. So that issue was they are going to tax the countries who are emitting more amount of carbon. Now this problematizes the very idea of development within the global south, for the simple reason that Europe has enjoyed over 200 years of colonialism and it has gained so much. And now to come up with a new kind of a policy that kind of pushes us back into regression is nothing else but a form of neo-colonialism. So coloniality in that sense has become a kind of a mentality, and we are living with that mentality. There are colonial structures, and then there is colonial mentality. And therefore, decolonization can never happen. It always has to be a processual thing. It is a thing which has to come into existence. And talking about this ongoing environmental catastrophe, it also has to, it is also rooted within this colonial mentality. And it is rooted within this colonial mentality for the simple reason that if we look around us, we'll find lots of things happening around. For example, the acidification of ocean, the chemicalization of soil, the weaponization of air, whatever is useful for man and the other more than human species, has been rendered poisonous. So in this kind of a context, we are now heading towards a kind of a phase which may annihilate the entire planet, which is encapsulated by the environmental thinkers as the sixth mass extinction of the planet, and which Pramod Kumar Nair conceptualizes as eco-precarity, a kind of a vulnerability that arises because of the climate changes happening around us. So this whole idea of decolonizing the environment is directed towards two things. One is this colonial mentality, And that colonial mentality has a new root now in the form of neoliberal ideology. And it all started in it has a long history. Environmental deterioration started in the 18th century, but it has, become more accentuated, more robust in the 1990s, in the post-90s, because post-90s we see the emergence of a new form of ideology, the ideology of neoliberalism. And this very idea of neoliberalism was, if you look at what Margaret Thatcher put it in her famous talk, she says that there is no such thing as society. There are men, there are individual men and women, and there are families, and government can do nothing. It is the people who need to look after themselves. Now, it was a kind of a systematic diversion from the very idea of socialism to a kind of, new form of governmentality where individual has to take care of his or her own self. So that completely deteriorates the kind of social fabric that we had. And this is just another version of the thing that neoliberalism simply operates through transactions, not interactions and engagements. Its barometer is very simple, and that is what is the kind of value that one could add to its economy. It is a kind of monetization of entire society, including the planet that we live in. And therefore the problem emerges that how to decolonize this kind of a thinking. And let me just quickly run through Swarg, a translated novel by Ambika Sudan. It's a small village in Kerala, and the villagers are infected with an unknown, mysterious kind of a disease, where you have different kinds of, unidentifiable humans. So you have humans where the head is bigger than the body and the limbs are tiny. And still 2 other kids were found mentally ill in chains. They were strange children, neither human nor animal. Human existence has become precarious. And the fingers of these children were strangely long and thin, like octopus arms, all curled up. His eyes were all white, with no pupils. The animals too led precarious life in that region. For example, we witnessed calves with 3 legs and another one with 2 heads. The river water is bereft of fish or frog or a snake. Even other species such as bees are dead now. Evidently, Swarg, that is heaven, has been converted into a living hell. And this has happened because of the practices of a corporation, which of course is, again, to use Amitabh Ghosh's term, deep state, the collusion of state and capital. It has led to the kind of emergence of a capital there, which has prioritized and almost, mandated the spray of endosulfine pesticide in order to increase the crop production. The place that used to enjoy access to all natural resources, including fresh water, has been deprived of those resources now. The abundance of water, Imakaji has no wells. In Swarg, in Pedre village alone, there are more than 1,000 surangs. The water flows to your house. That's why they call this place Swarg, heaven. But this abundance of water which made this place heaven is what is making it hell now. 25 years, the poison has been sprayed on those water bodies. If it were a well, you could cover it. But the poison that falls on the hill, it gets into the surangs and reaches your home. Isn't that why this place is full of sick people? The plants are poisoned too. So this deformed and extinguished life that we see in Swarg, is a kind of a collusive consent between the government-corporate nexus, which has marked a shift from care mentality to government mentality, insecurity and vulnerability. Of course, it is all rooted in the idea that humans and more than humans as a species can be disposed. They are seen as disposable creatures, species. Now, because of the paucity of time, 5 minutes? Okay, yeah. So I will just quickly touch upon the other one, The Body by the Shore by Tabish Khair. It is set in the post-pandemic world. The story is set up in 2031, where people have forgotten about the COVID-19 virus. However, its after effects has persisted, largely confined to those sections of society, the poor and the marginalized, and those parts of the world whose plights had been habitually ignored by leaders. While labor unrest has increased, Walmarts have continued to grow. Aided and abetted by the resources meant for public welfare, the social care has been replaced by rampant digitalization, where humans are replaced by robots at public places, such as the robotic dog to be found in the police offices in Copenhagen. Khair suggests that these issues of racial prejudices have led to a situation where ideologies matter more than humanity, placing man against man in a continuous struggle. Subsequently, Khair argues that the thread of interspecies relationship, central to create and sustain life on Earth, has also been damaged. And therefore, he asks a question, the question of which stories needs to be told, which I will come to address later. Khair suggests that if microbes were to be eliminated, I quote, if microbes were to be eliminated from the Earth, much of life would disappear too. Humans would survive a bit longer, maybe even for a few years, unquote. From that vantage point of microbes preparing life on the planet, the novel mocks the very idea of purity that many of us hold so strongly, which drives the human world, religion, and politics, indicating that multicellular organisms are neither pure nor singular nor exclusive. And this then takes me to the decolonizing framework, and this decolonizing framework, of course, it has to be rooted in the very idea of terrestrial humanism. We cannot find, there is no alternative to Earth. We are Earthlings as creatures, because we have life. There has been a whole process of evolution, interaction and engagement between visible and invisible organisms, and in that sense life preceded human beings. And how do we think of replacing Earth with another planet? Because even if we have to survive on another planet, I wonder how long we can survive. And again, this colonial mentality will come into picture there as well. So what Khair suggests, and also the poetics of hope in Swarg suggest, they suggest more spaces where one could argue about the very vitality of interrelatedness. And this interrelatedness is, of course, linked to the idea of integral humanism. With that famous saying, सृष्टि से पहले सत नहीं था, अंतरिक्ष भी नहीं था, आकाश भी नहीं था, क्या था, किसने देखा, किसने ढका था, जल भी नहीं था. And then you go on to connect it with the Panchabhuta Siddhant of which of course takes it further and says that from space arises, from Brahma arises space, from space arises air, from air arises fire, from fire arises water, and from water arises this planet Earth. And I will just quickly finish it, ma'am, just in 2 minutes, but I wanted to read few lines from Tavish Khair's novel, which encapsulates very brilliantly the whole idea of decolonization. Stories never end. We just decide to tell other stories. Scientists recently identified stardust that has seen 7 billion, that is 7 billion years old, tucked away in a meteorite, a massive rock that fell in Australia in 1969. So when we start telling the story of life on Earth, how far back do we go? To the birth of farming 10,000 years ago, to the first Homo sapiens in Africa 300,000 years ago, to the Neanderthals who preceded us and still linger in us in our genetic inheritance, to the first animal, to the first eukaryotes, to the first microbe, to the creational dance of animal assets on Earth 4 billion years ago, to the birth of the sun and the planets from the solar nebula 4.6 billion years ago, to the Big Bang 13.8 billion years ago, and beyond that, beyond what we conveniently call singularity, which is the point where human thoughts and equations stop. Or take this smaller and seemingly easier trail. Your human cells hold up to 25,000 genes, but there are at least 12 million other genes inside you too. They belong to the microbes in your body. Some microbes are useful to us. All except 100 or so are harmless. Now, what story out of those 12 million and 25,000 possible stories do you want to tell me as your individual story? So this beautifully, captures the very essence of integral humanism and the idea that if we have to live in this planet, there cannot be other escape to other planet, because our habits are not going to die. We may find another planet, but the mentality will continue. So colonial structures require, continuous struggle. As French Fanon beautifully puts it in his book, The Wretched of the Earth, that revolutions happen not because an individual cannot breathe, but because societies can no longer breathe. I will stop it here.
I think it's wonderful that you took the argument of colonialism further, or decolonialism, and there is no doubt at all that, the kind of colonialism that we normally think about is always, related to the British being present here and what they left here, etc., etc. But I think we have to open our eyes to the fact that we have in the history of humankind created several kinds of colonialisms, whether it is within race or it is community, religion, caste, it's entirely the question of asserting power. And I think one of the things that I missed out in particularly laying out the perspective for today's deliberations, and I want to quickly highlight that so that it can be carried forward by other people, the whole question of translation. I just hinted a little bit about it in terms of comparing it with Indian writing in English. But beyond that, if you go into translation as an activity, which is, I think, extremely important in the multilingual context that we are in, we talk about it all the time. But tell me, how many times are we conscious of what kind of integral humanism are we creating by not actually paying heed to the specificity of every powerless human being out here? We are not looking at it. If we start looking at it, we either exoticize it, or we are told by the publishers and the giants of the publishers, make it readable, your translation. What does readable mean? That you standardize it. You standardize it. If there is something very deeply Oriya in your translation, you will be told, but our readers are not going to understand it. They jolly well will have to learn to understand. You need to educate yourselves and ourselves on the fact of specificities of our situation, of our context, of our circumstance, and then from that understanding, through proper translation, is what we achieve what you call integral humanism. I love that phrase. And we have to work towards it, not to standardize it in terms of romanticizing humanism, but to see how humanism is constituted with specific contextual realities. So how do we realize that I and other? How do we understand the other and yet respect it and contain it? Learn to contain that, learn to accommodate it. Time for you to speak about women, all right? So over to Seema Sharma, who's going to speak on Indian women's writing in English as a tool of empowerment. I'm very curious to know what you have to say about this. Go ahead. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I wish to thank Sahitya Academy for inviting me for this seminar and the very vibrant Festival of Letters. Thank you, Jyotiji. You were always a phone call away. And I feel very honored to be on this panel, which is chaired by Sukrita Di and has such eminent panelists. Now, the topic given to me was post-independence women writing in English as a tool of empowerment. And since it has been put under the panel topic, Empowering India to Conquer Global Arena, I have interpreted it to mean how post-independence women's voices in English have made an intervention in varied discourses around gender, identity, and social justice at a global level. Um, because I felt the topic has to be related also to the overarching theme of the panel. Indian women's writing in English has emerged as a significant domain within the broader landscape of Indian literature, offering a platform to women to voice their experiences, challenges, and aspirations to a wider reading public. The act of women's writing or reading in history of society has subversive connotations that has to do with more than any perceived resistance within the narrative content alone. In India, denied literacy due to social and religious sanctions, writing itself was an act of courage for a woman. The scope of my paper is limited only to works of women writers in English after independence from colonial rule. Post-independence India witnessed a remarkable surge in works in English produced by Indian women writers. These writers have not only enriched English literature, but have also made substantial contributions to global literary scene. There is an extensive body of scholarship analyzing works of post-independence Indian women writers. Critics like Gayatri Spivak, Meenakshi Mukherjee, Susie Tharu, among others, have examined the significance of these writers in reshaping literary discourse and challenging the dominant narratives at the national as well as the global level. One of the most significant contributions of post-independence Indian women writers to the global literary arena is their portrayal of Indian identity in its rich diversity. Through their narratives, these writers challenged essentialist and monolithic representations of India, offering nuanced perspectives that highlight the complexity of Indian society. And one example I'm giving is what has already been offered by the chair, Arundhati's novel, The God of Small Things, and how it incorporates elements of Malayali culture, the language, the history, and presents a portrayal of Kerala, which is very, very different from the portrayal of Indian culture, which is predominantly North Indian representation of Indian culture. And through her characters, she challenges Western perceptions of India as a homogeneous entity. She portrays the intricate caste system, the tension between traditional and modern values, and the complexity of familial relations, offering readers a multifaceted understanding of Indian identity. Some of the most powerful women writings in English in recent years has emerged from the northeast states of India. Writers from the northeast India offer a unique perspective that enriches and expands the boundaries of not only English literature, but also English language. Through their works, they challenge stereotypes and misconceptions about the North, while offering nuanced portrayals of its people, landscape, and traditions. Mamang Dai, through her poetry and prose documents the culture of Arunachal Pradesh, and gives voices to people whose traditions and customs have not found adequate representation in the national fabric. Through a non-fictional work, Arunachal Pradesh, The Hidden Land, she has highlighted the loss of indigenous traditions in a so-called process of modernization and development. In Mamang Dai's Over, particularly exemplified by her novel The Black Hill, the theme of women empowerment is subtly woven into the fabric of the narrative. Estine Kayer's novel The Bitter Woodworm also delves into the theme of women's empowerment in the context of Naga society. Through her work, she has not only highlighted the struggle of Naga women in the face of social strife that haunts their land, but also the richness of Naga culture. Stating her reason to write, she remarked, and I quote, "I felt we needed to create written Naga literature. We have so much oral narratives, but with the oral dying out, it's all going to be lost." Temsula Awe, a distinguished folklorist, poet, and short story writer, also emphasized on the local cultures and oral storytelling traditions through her scholarly ethnographic work, the Ayo Naga Oral Tradition, which was published in 1990. In a foreword to the short story collection called These Hills Call Home, she focuses on the plight of Naga women against the backdrop of political upheaval. And she writes, I quote, "In such conflicts, there are no winners, only victims, and the result can be measured only in human terms." In her story, The Last Song, Apenio and her mother are raped and murdered by men from the army, but till their last breath, they continue to sing as an act of defiance. Another point I wanted to talk about was uh, the challenging of gender norms by women's voices, uh, how these voices have amplified the experience of women in India and carved a separate space for Indian feminism. I think I will skip this part of the paper because there was a panel yesterday on women's power, and two of the speakers are here. And then there was another panel on Indian literary feminisms, women writers transforming the world. And there were speakers like Sukrita Di and Dr. Professor Mala Srilal, who's been my teacher. And I humbly admit that I cannot really add to their scholarship. So now I would like to talk about Indian women's writing, which has been engaging with social issues, issues like human rights, social justice, climate change, sustainable development. Ecofeminist perspectives in their literary works highlight the ways in which patriarchal structures contribute to environmental degradation. By incorporating themes of climate change and environmental concerns into their writing, women writers have given a global platform to the voice of the marginalized who are the worst affected by these changes, but are silenced in the overarching discourse of progress and modernization. Arundhati Subramaniam's poetry collection, When God is a Traveler, exemplifies the engagement of post-independence Indian women writers with socio-political issues. Addressing issues of poverty, corruption, and inequality in her poem Country, she writes, and I quote, "In the alleys of forgotten town, in the corridors of power, country is a ghost we have banished." In poems like The River Speaks, she laments the degradations of Indian rivers and ecosystems. And I quote, "The river carries whispers of ancient tongues, a lament for all that is lost, a prayer for what might be." She also reflects on the way in which women, particularly in rural and novel underscores the resilience and resourcefulness of the villagers as they confront environmental challenges and strive to build a sustainable future for themselves and future generations. Vandana Shiva has played a major role in global ecofeminism feminist movement and has made significant contributions to the discourse on sustainability, biodiversity, and social justice through her writings. As a prominent advocate for environmental conservation and sustainable agriculture, Shiva's works challenge conventional approaches to development and highlights the importance of preserving indigenous knowledge systems and biodiversity. Her first book, Staying Alive: Women, Ecology and Development, helped change perceptions of third world women by highlighting their valuable knowledge systems and their unrecognized contribution to the economic well-being of the planet. Her works continue to inspire environmental activists, scholars, and policymakers around the world, emphasizing the interconnectedness of ecological health, social equity, and human well-being. Another area in which women, I have time, right? Okay, I'll be able to finish. Another area in which Indian women writers have made a significant contribution has been in the portrayal of diasporic experience. By portraying the diasporic experience with authenticity and empathy, these writers highlight the resilience, adaptability, and cultural richness of the Indian diaspora on a global stage. Jhumpa Lahiri's The Namesake serves as a compelling exploration of the diasporic experience, focusing on the lives of the Ganguly family as they navigate the challenges of assimilation and cultural identity in the United States. The protagonist, Gugol, grapples with the complexity of displacement and alienation as he struggles to reconcile his Indian heritage with his American upbringing. Through Google's experience, Lahiri explores themes of cultural assimilation, intergenerational conflict, and the search for identity. Ashima in the novel ruminates, "We all came to America. Things got better, things got worse. Strange how even a place can be home and not home at the same time." So to conclude, post-independence women writers in India have played a pivotal role in exploring, in empowering India on the global literary stage. Through their diverse narratives and compelling storytelling, they have challenged stereotypes, addressed socio-political issues, and represented India's multifaceted identity to global audiences. The voice of these writers remains indispensable in fostering understanding across cultures by advocating for marginalized communities and shaping global discourse around inclusivity and social justice. Thank you.
Thank you, Seema. And since Sumanyu is running away, I think I'll have to fill in the gap for about half a minute. He'll be back. So I think one of the things, Seema, you were focusing on was Indian writing by women and talking about empowerment at the same time. I think some of the pioneers needed to be also, probably, I'm just raising this question, because people like Toru Dutt and Sarojini Naidu and others who were actually clearing the ground for what was to come later, I think need to be given adequate space that in a problematic like this. However, I have a very serious problem with women who are writing in English, and particularly when we all start thinking of women who are, is that not fine? Can you hear me? All right, my back, okay, thank you. So a couple of things that I think we need to always keep in mind is that a lot of silences that we talk about vis-a-vis women are actually the silences which are experienced by or rather articulated by women who are writing in different other languages rather than English. Because writers in English, women writers in English, are the privileged class of people, right? And that has something to do with what language you are proficient in and what you want to creatively deal with. So I think in a subject like this, perhaps we should also envelop the translations that we have to include the translations into English, perhaps, because one cannot in a pan-Indian situation deal with all the specificities, and not all, but even some we cannot. So I really feel that we as academics in English need to either translate material from languages like Oriya and Hindi and Bangla and other languages, and even tribal. And tribal women are writing today. It's not just in the oral domain, they are writing. And when they are writing, I think those voices need to be translated into English. And we need to understand how deprived we are of those perspectives which they present and the problems that they come out, they identify with. And then once they are able to identify that, that is in itself empowerment. Articulation in itself is empowerment. And we are not able to access it because of the languages. So I think it is our duty to not only translate into English, but between other, intra-languages, Indian languages, translations should take place in order to realize what kind of empowerment, for instance, somebody like, who do I have in mind? And it's very well known, Rekha, the tribal woman writer. No, that she's a very popular young writer, Nirmala Putul. Now, how can we not read Nirmala Putul and realize, how she has empowered not only herself, but because of her tribal elemental identity, recognition of that, we people feel empowered, because she's able to deal with it up front without the hypocrisies and pedantry of English posing, right, that we do. So I think we need to.
Okay. I completely agree. It's only that I was sticking to the mandate given to me, which was that women writing post-independence and also women writing in English. I completely agree with whatever you said.
So it's not contesting it at all. It's just a question of how, we tend to, because even there we have categories, right? We've built up categories which are false categories. We need to go into, in a more integrated style, try to understand what exactly are the issues and how we can access them better through Indian languages more rather than in English. And if we want to, then all right, in English we need to accommodate all those perspectives somehow or the other. So yes, you are back, I realize that, and sorry I've taken your space. So Manu is going to speak on Indian writing in English. Oh, very interesting subject. Polyphonic voices in one tongue. I'm very keen on looking at the forked tongue in particular.
Respected Chair, fellow panelists and friends, I'm delighted to be here again on the invitation of Sahitya Academy. I thank Sahitya Academy not only for, am I audible? I thank Sahitya Academy not only for inviting me to speak today, but also for having taken me out of the slot translation, because year after year, seminar after seminar, I'm put on a panel. Last time I clearly stated, I disowned my status as a translator. I have not done a single book, whole book of translation. All my translation is of the kind that Sukrita mentioned. As academics, we want to support our argument in our research articles and books, and we translate from the original text. That's the only kind of translation I have done. And I do not agree with the existing translations because they do not reinforce my argument. So I try to follow not the readability aspect, but fidelity aspect. So that's my only claim to fame as a translator. But here again, the broad rubric does have the word translation. Maybe I am here because of that. Now there is a topic given to me, which Sukrita very kindly read out. Indian writing in English, polyphonic voices in one tongue, ? I do not know whether I'll be able to stick to the topic given to me, but however, I'll say a few things around this topic, and I hope that I justify my presence here. Yeah. I have, some ongoing thoughts on the subject, but, I have not been able to formulate everything to perfection. It's a kind of work in progress, but this is work that has been kept on the back burner for some time. The highest award for Indian literature, Jnanapith, has amended its criteria a decade back to include Indian writers writing in English. After all, English is an Indian language. I'll go back to some of the ideas that the chair explored in our lecture at the beginning. I'm not sure why we continue to persist with the label Indian writing in English. When we do not use labels like Indian writing in Urdu, Indian writing in Sindhi, Hindi, Odia, or Bangla, etc. In any case, I wish to offer here a less frivolous but very tentative proposition or argument to show how the binary between Indian writing in English and the other Indian languages is rather fallacious, and that IWE, short for Indian writing in English, can be examined under three imprecise but clearly discernible categories on the basis of the enunciatory site of the writers, that is, on the basis of the concerned writers' cultural locations. For it is their location or locations that shape their imaginative world and hence account for their differences or difference, which in turn is overdetermined by the material condition of the respective writer's subjectivity. Of course, these categories that I'm about to propose are by no means rigid, rather they are indicative rather than being definitive. And these categories might overlap as well. The first category of Indian writing in English is dominated by writers from the metropolitan centers, often fashionably but perhaps misleadingly referred to as the children of midnight children. That is, the many writers who followed Rushdie's tour de force. Over a period of time, this has been the most heavily theorized body of writing. Any writer who does not fit into their bed of Procrustes is ignored. It is around a few of these writers that Bhava articulates his influential theories and concepts like hybridity, liminality, and the third space, etc. The third space of enunciation. Like Neil Lazarus, I am deeply uncomfortable with this theoretical framework, as indeed many of my friends and colleagues are. Of course, there is no taking away from the merit of this formulation, from which again I borrow, but only in bits and parts. My paper has a few catalogs, and now some names are omitted because I don't have an excellent memory, but by and large, these names will tell you why I have slotted them together. Say Adil Jaswala, A.K. Ramanujan, Anita Desai, Vikram Seth, Rohinton Mistry, Vikram Chandra, Kiran Desai, Meena Alexander, Amitav Ghosh, Amit Chaudhary, Jhumpa Lahiri, Chitra Banerjee Divakarini, et al. As can be seen, most of them are diasporic subjects, often harkening back to and invoking the homeland, real or imagined. If one examines their respective career graphs, one notices that many of them were born and educated early in India in premier institutions before going abroad for further studies, publishing, and becoming famous, winning significant international awards. These are all known facts about this category of writers. They preferred to stay on there with a few exceptions. For example, the main, as well as the subplots of Rohinton Mistry's A Fine Balance are constructed around arranged marriages, dowry system, caste communal relationships, where the idea of Indian culture is homogenized. Chitra Divakarani writes about the three Indian M's, magic, mythology, and masala, like the erstwhile colonial writers' penchant for elephants and snakes. Nothing takes away from the merit of these novels. I'm just saying how their location decides, the subject, the imagery, the themes, and the purported audience that they are writing for. But what about the still younger crop of writers in this category? Is there a noticeable shift in their writing from that of their counterparts in the older generation? Perhaps not much. For example, Preeti Taneja, in her novel We That Are Young, overlays the plot line of King Lear and writes about a rich industrialist in India and his 3 daughters. A smart idea, but critics, while praising her novel, have also labeled a charge of transporting the corporate culture of the first world and superimposing it on India. Readers in India do not see in the novel much of what their everyday experience is like. My second category of IWE writing comprises the less theorized work of intra-country diasporic writers, Pravashi Odiyas, Pravasi Bengalis, and so on and so forth, who have migrated to other parts of India. And they have been living there. They are maybe in big cities, mostly in big cities. These writers or their parents may have been born in big or small Mufassil Indian towns in the hinterland, but have lived or moved to settle down in big Indian cities like Delhi, Mumbai, Bangalore, and so on. Here one can think of such poets as Nissimazikal, Arun Kolatkar, Dilip Chitre, Keki Darwala from an older generation. Though Kolatkar lived in Mumbai in the later part of his life, his early life in Mufassil towns like Kolhapur and Gulbarga shaped his works in Marathi and English. A generation or two younger than these writers and poets, Eunice D'Souza, Lakshmi Kanan, Anuja Chauhan, Sukrita Paul Kumar, Mahesh Dattani, Arundhati Roy, Raj Kamal Jha, Jeet Thayal, etc. There are other names as well. As I said, this catalogue can be unending, can be placed in this category. A few of them straddle both worlds, the so-called first and third, and share the ideologies and aesthetics of the writers in the first category. Among a few less talked about writers in the category are writers like Chandrahas Chaudhary, author of Arji the Dwarf, Amrita Mohale, author of Milk Teeth, and Prayag Akbar, author of Leela. All 3 have been critically acclaimed urban, suave, elite, who write about Indian themes which are mostly about the lives of people like themselves, with an occasional voyeuristic glance at slums and poverty. They feel that middle-class India is not written about in literary fiction as much, which is what they are trying to do. Amrita Mohale says that, this is the only quotation I have here, I quote, "Today, small town films have picked up again, but for a long time we only had NRI movies or gritty rural UP Bihar dramas. The last time somebody looked at the middle class closely was probably in the 1970s in those Amal Palekar, Hrishikesh Mukherjee movies, etc." So, what has happened in Bollywood or Indian filmdom is happening or should happen in Indian writing in English as well. Then I come to my third category. These writers are located in semi-urban Mufassil towns like Jayant Mahapatra, Ruskin Bond, Manoj Das, and many others. Like R.K. Narayan before them, you had talked about R.K. Narayan earlier. They have worked into their fictional world, local landscapes, culture, including their histories and mythology. Among the younger generation, one cannot afford to forget writers from Jharkhand, Arunachal Pradesh, Manipur, we have talked about some of them, Meghalaya and Mizoram. Until the 1990s, anthologies of Indian English poetry did not mention any of the poets from these regions. Mamang Dai, Robin Gangom, Desmond Kharmaflang, all these writers, can be slotted in this group, third group. They're local and they talk about local histories, culture, landscape, and so on. Here one cannot overestimate the claims of great merit that the Adivasi writer Hansa Shekhar, the other day we are talking about Hansa Shekhar, displays in his work, such as the mysterious element of rupee basket and the Adivasi will not dance. One of the few Adivasi writers, if not the only one writing in English, he is located in Pakur. Pakur comes last in the list of the most backward districts in Jharkhand, according to a study in the Indian Express. So what I am trying to say here is that Once we talk about Indian writing in English, we talk about them as an indiscriminate bolus, and we theorize. Whether it is someone like Salman Rushdie or Anita Desai, or writers located in these parts of India. So what I am trying to suggest is that they can be seen in three different categories, and I have not been able to, in this short span of time, theorize the kind of location and the way the enunciatory locations function in their work. This needs some research. Before proceeding further, I shall digress a bit to say that, like IWE, the Bhasa or vernacular literatures are no indiscriminate bolus either. So you have many writers in India who write in Hindi, Bangla, Odia, etc., these languages, but they are not located in small towns in their own linguistic states. They have migrated to Delhi, Mumbai, and these are the different places from where they're writing in Odia or Bangla or any other language. So their world is not that of the kind of world that the people in the third category write, whether it is Indian writing in English or the Bhasa literatures. What we have in mind, people like Nirmal Verma, the Vajpayees, Guljar, JP Das, K. Sachidanandan, Gitanjali Sri, and Vivek Shanbag, all these people, they have migrated to the bigger cities, and the world they invoke is not from their own roots, but middle class, urban, and so on and so forth. So in a way, you see that once you place these writers in different locations, the locations from which they articulate their imaginative world, whether they're writing in English or in Urdu or in Telugu, does not matter. This is what I wanted to say. Last, to sum up, what I have tried to do here is to shift. Sukrita, I have 2 minutes? Okay. To sum up, what I have tried to do here is to shift the focus within the broad rubric of IWE from the excessive attention given to the first category of writers to the other categories. I have also suggested how IWE already is a mind-boggling field, and as academics, it's not the same thing as the 1940s, 50s, when Indian writing in English, was a countable noun. Now it's an uncountable noun. Hundreds of writers. I have not named many of them. They have been talked about by Sukrita and the other on the panels. But if we have such a vast body of Indian writing in English, can we talk about them in a general sort of way? We have to be more discriminating in categorizing them, and on the basis of the enunciatory side. This is a notion that, or theory, I have taken from Bhava, but he applies it only to the expatriate writers. What I am trying to say is that this has to be shifted to the Bhasa writing as well, Indian writing in English from different locations. As we have seen, once we see each of them in terms of the location of their respective authors, at least this second and third categories in the IWE might find its counterpart in the Bhasa literatures as well. Much work is being done on individual authors, but much more needs to be done without segregating Indian English writers from Bhasa writers, but in tandem. Such theoretical issues as hybridity, enunciatory, middle space, and liminality are not typical of the writers mentioned in the first category, nor are they limited to the Indian writing in English, but also to other Indian languages. Intra-country migrant subjectivities are equally susceptible, as Sukrita can tell us, and she has already indicated her dilemma about, as a poet, how does she choose the language, and how did her father choose the kind of language that he did when he wrote in Urdu, and what do we do when we translate them into English? This is the alarm I had set for myself, so I'm happy that. It is through enunciation that cultural difference is discovered and recognized. The enunciative process introduces a divide between the traditions of a stable system of reference and the negation of the certitude of culture in the articulation of new cultural meanings, strategies in the political present as a practice of domination or resistance. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sumanyu. I think you've laid out grounds for maybe greater theorization to happen. And I think we need to also raise these questions over and over again, because there is a tendency all the time to make it very reductive, right? And I think the problematization that you have indicated is very pertinent. And I hope that there is greater focus on trying to realize, particularly this context of polyphonic voices in one tongue, because that can happen with any language like English or in Hindi, for instance, um, at the cost of the polyphony that we experience all the time. Because there is multilinguality, as we are insisting, all the time we experience it. And yet, when we start using English for our discourse, that's where we start aiming at standardization, and somewhere homogenization begins to happen. Even in translation that happens. That's why we are kind of questioning this notion of readability. So I think it's very important to see that not only in English and Hindi, but also in other languages, where because we are a multilingual society, that is why there is a polyphony that one can see within, say, Bangla or Punjabi or any language that we use for writing, for instance. So that's why I think this whole notion of many Englishes, many Hindis, many Urdus is very pertinent, because there is polyphony in each of the languages also. What are we hearing? There is an auditory sense, and there is also a cultural context to these various things coming together. And the kind of negotiation that happens, cultural negotiation that happens within our own domain. So I think we need to problematize more. And I think what is challenged, or the people who are challenged here, not the writers, they are doing it all the time. It is the academic world. Wake up. Sumanyu is laying out the domain for you. So I think we need to really wake up to that domain and problematize things, because we are in a very complex cultural context, which is so beautiful. But how do we retain it? We cannot retain it unless we think about it, talk about it, not take anything for granted, and enjoy the plurality in a more peaceful fashion. Harmony can come only because it can come only if we are on that track. If we are not on that track, then there is bound to be conflict. So conflict or disregard, total callousness about the other. With that beautiful note, and I don't need to, summarize, I guess. I don't need to. Yeah, I've already done it. All right, okay. So we are moved to integral humanism finally. Thank you very much for all the patience that you have demonstrated, and thank you, the panelists. And over to you.
We could take one or two questions.
Good afternoon, I am Amitabh Khare. My question is, I don't know, addressed to Sahitya Academy or to whom. I have a challenge in the topic, conquering the world. This is somehow unsettling me. Our empowerment, conquering the world, are we not going back to the same dialect that we have been suffering so far? Why conquering?
I cannot speak on behalf of Sahitya Academy, but yes, as someone who has been working in the field of theory for the last almost 12 years, I think conquering, I also am full in resonance with what you said. Conquering has a negative connotation, because conquering means a kind of a coercion. Yes, and we cannot create a world. Yeah, we cannot create a world out of coercion and suppression. There has to be, what the chair said, there has to be a dialogue, and that dialogue will only lead to what Sumanyu sir said, a kind of a polyphony. So for the creation, there has to be a kind of a friction. And for friction, a movement is required. So if you start controlling the movement, the creation will also stop. So I think that is what I can talk about. But yes, I mean, it also, I wanted to say something, a beautiful point raised by the chair about specific realities. So when we talk about, Indian writing in English, use these sweeping terms, we tend to flatten out these specificities, because this specificity is also what French Kafka says, insectual view. You provide very micro kind of a point from which you can view out the external world. And that window is also a window for you to have a new look at the world and new look at the suffering. So that is specific reality, that is specificity is very much essential to break the colonial shackles and colonial mentality, because when you reach out to that microorganisms, for that matter, what Khair talks of, and when we talk of, when I'm talking of, I think this is where I lost my, the point. When I was talking about this integral humanism, I forgot to add there that integral humanism is not meant for humans alone. It is a more collective term in the sense that it includes more than human species, because humans survive because of the conditions, these non-invisible organisms, yeah. So there are planktons beneath the ocean, which are responsible for maintaining the oxygen level in the atmosphere. And the moment they disappear, we will also die. So specific reality, I think, is the key word that I'm taking away from this session. And for that is diametrically opposed to that word that you pointed out, conquering. Thank you.
Yeah. And I totally second this idea about not using the word conquering, because there is an inherent aggression in that. And that has been the problem always. The moment we start talking about power balances, why do we need to talk about it? It's only in a specific context that empowerment is required. Say, for instance, in the moment a Dalit recognizes the Dalitness, only, and then the outside world recognizes what that means. Only then can you get rid of first recognize the distinction, then you get rid of the oppression. It's not a question of conquering. Thank you for raising this sensitive point.
Thank you, Madam. I'm Jyotirmoy Pradhani from Northeastern Hill University, Shillong. My question is actually to the panel. First of all, I must thank the chair for having told that how we have vernacularized English in the Indian context, and how English is also a bhasha in the Indian context. And Professor Satpathy's paper, he has also touched upon the Northeast writings as a kind of a rooted writing. And my experience with English in the Northeast is that, in fact, that normal kind of dichotomy that we assign to English language as something metropolitan, something elitist, something above the middle class, something is a kind of marker of a class identity, is somehow not applicable in the context of Northeast. In a sense, it's a street language. Everybody speaks in that language, because that is how they actually grow up, environment is such. But as you have said, that we also have that particular baggage, the post-colonial baggage of English, that is post-colonial given. Now, how, in the academics, can we really evolve a discourse to dismantle this particular baggage of English, to liberate English in the Indian context? Because whenever because the populist arguments are always there, you are a kind of child of the colonial child. So this is what the argument is. What kind of discursive tools we can really evolve in order to dismantle this particular baggage? Yeah, of course, to the panel, of course, the chair is involved.
You want me to say that, okay, and then...
A few words. I'm not in this field of translation, but it reminds me of the fact what Derek Walcott said long back, that English is nobody's special property. It is the property of the imagination. So we are doing things. One is English leading to a kind of a creation and promotion, and also kind of a legitimization of a class. And the moment we go in that direction, that kind of problematizes the whole perspective. But I think my point would be that we should see English as a kind of a creative tool, how we can use that imaginative space. You know, as Karl Marx very famously puts it, he says, only if this was possible someday. So, yeah, so that is, I mean, English has to be used. Language, you can use any language, but it has to be used in a very creative manner, in an empowering manner. And that is what imagination does. Imagination is pinned on hope, right? And hope creates world, hope sustains all of us.
Yeah, and I think I just add a statement to this. I think it's very, very important to think of bilingualism as the tool rather than just English or just any other language. I think that realization, as I'm repeatedly, I think, saying that we are multilingual. So we have to cultivate that further, right? We are not a monolingual society like the Britishers. Their education pattern is also monolingual, right? So we have followed that up. Multilinguality, I think we have to raise ourselves in that domain. We have to bring up our children realizing other languages that are there, along with the one or two languages that are taught through which they are taught everything. So the realization in itself will also make us understand how we are negotiating this polyphony. To have polyphony is one thing, but how do we negotiate? Because every language has its own culture. So how do we negotiate this biculturality, as it were? It's not just bilinguality. And through that negotiation, we evolve as a more mature society then.
I'll just add to what has been said already, but I'll combine the two questions, conquering. See, while it's not a very good idea to use this term from our perspective, it's a very good idea to try and resist that all-conquering tendency of a single language, which is English. The way we have been talking about, this is what I tried to undermine by bringing in Indian writing in the other Indian languages. Whenever we talk about translation, it's always from one Indian language into English. 95% of the authors, as soon as they've written their work I look for a translator who can translate their work into English. We have allowed that other kind of conqueror, to invade us, our space, our imagination. So I think that is the flip side of the question, both the questions that we have been debating.
So, with the permission of the chair, I would just like to add a bit. I mean, already a lot has been said, and very meaningful interventions have been made by all our panelists. But what I believe is that we have to go back to the grassroots, decolonization of the Indian classrooms, where English is being taught to students who come from different social realities. Right. So by equally prioritizing all the Indian languages, that's happening in the classroom to a certain extent. And we are witness to that. English teachers in Delhi University system, we see that, the way we conduct our translation classes, the way we are teaching, cultural studies paper in the classroom, we help students go back to their culture and to understand how they can do. Basically, we prohibit them, we warn them, we caution them that you don't have to do the cultural violence that others, who came from outside did to your language. All right, so whether they are going back to their language as a translator or as a representative writer from that region, they have to be sort of sensitive and more inclusive in their presentation. And yes, as ma'am pointed out, that one has to learn to express oneself in a language that is not one's own, but in the spirit that is one's own. So this was Kantapura. I just remembered.
Can we, I'm getting glares from the Sahitya Academy a lot. I think we have to wind up because all of you also are looking a little hungry for knowledge, but also hungry physically. So please go and have a good lunch and enjoy yourselves. And thank you so much for this.
Just a small moment. We'd like to take a photograph for the archives. So if you guys could please just come to the fore. That was indeed an engaging session on Indian writing and translation, perhaps not conquering, but reaching out and being reached. We would like to thank the chair, Sukrita Paul Kumar, Professor Om Dwivedi, Professor Seema Sharma, and Professor Sumanyu Satpathy. And a very big thanks to all of you for being here, participating, and interacting with us. Our next session after that much needed lunch is on the beauty and brilliance of the Northeast. So we hope to see you then. Thank you. in India. In this session, we focus on the beauty and brilliance of the Northeast. To chair this session, may I invite the noted poet and novelist, Mamang Dai, to be on the dais, please. Mamang Dai hails from Arunachal Pradesh, a former journalist and president of the Arunachal Pradesh Union of Working Journalists. Her first publication, Arunachal Pradesh, The Hidden Land, received the State Warrior Elwin Award. She has also worked with Worldwide Fund for Nature in the Eastern Himalayas, Biodiversity Hotspots Program, and was member Arunachal Pradesh Public Service Commission. In 2011, she was awarded the Padma Shri, the fourth highest civilian award of India, and the Sahitya Akademi Award in 2017 for her book, The Black Hill. May I also request on the dais Shri Pradeep Jyoti Mohanta. Shri Pradeep Jyoti Mohanta is an eminent Assamese scholar, widely known for his extensive range of academic interests, cultural history of Assam and its neighboring areas, ancient Assamese literature, the epics, and Bhakti traditions. He has authored 10 books in English and Assamese, besides research publications in various journals and anthologies. He has retired as the Professor, Department of Cultural Studies, Tezpur University, Assam, and is currently associated with Royal Global University, Guwahati, as Professor at the Royal School of Languages. Professor Pradeep Jyoti Mohanta will be speaking on Assamese literature in the past 7 decades. Shri Anil Kumar Boro, I request you to come to the dais, please. Anil Kumar Boro is a Bodo poet, critic, translator, and folklorist, and is the awardee of the Sahitya Akademi and Rangasar Literature Award. He has published 28 books, including 5 books of poetry, several books on folk literature of the Bodos, a history of Bodo literature, the flute and the harp, Adhunik Bodo Sahitya. He writes in Bodo, Assamese, and English. Anil Kumar Boro will be speaking on Bodo literature in the past 7 decades. May I also request on the dais Shri K.H. Kunjo Singh, who is a writer and scholar in Manipuri. He has published 36 books, which include novels, short stories, research books, and translations. He has also contributed hundreds of articles to reputed national and international seminars and conferences. K.H. Kunjo Singh has been honored with the Rashtriya Gaurav Award, Bharat Jyoti Award, and the Rajiv Gandhi Ratna Award. Shri K.H. Kunjo Singh will be speaking on Manipuri literature in independent India. Professor Jyotirmoy Pradhani is head of Department of English, Northeastern Hill University, Shillong, Meghalaya. Good to have you on the dais. He is an author and translator who has extensively published his critical and creative writings, as well as his translations. Some of his translated works are Madhupur Bahudur, a collection of short stories originally written in Assamese by Shilbhadra, for which he received the Sahitya Akademi Award. He has published translations of short stories and critical writings from Assamese to English. His critical books include Creativity and Conflict in the Plays of Sam Shepard, Culture, Ethnicity and Identity, a Reader. Professor Jyotirmoy Pradhani will be speaking on oral narratives of Northeast India in independent India. May I now hand over the mic to our chair, Mamang Dai.
Thank you so much, Jasleen, for your kind and clear introduction. Good afternoon to everyone. And welcome also to the esteemed speakers, sitting on both sides of me. We're all from the same region, and obviously this is a seminar on post-independence Indian writing, the broader theme, but we will be dealing with the beautiful, the brilliant Northeast. Now, Northeast is a rather large term, but I think a fairly good representation is here because we have the script languages and also the oral traditions, which will be taken up in the papers that will be presented, like Manipur, Assam, of course, the oral literature of the region. So, Boro territorial region also is, being represented by Professor Anil Boro. And I will call on the speakers. I think the framework we have decided on is 15 minutes for each speaker. Then we have about 30 minutes for interaction, discussion. Okay. So I would like to call on Professor Pradeep Jyoti Mohanta, please, to present his paper.
Namaskar. Madam Mamangdai in the chair, my friends on the panel, and distinguished invitees. I first congratulate Sahitya Academy for mounting this great festival of arts, Sahitya Utsav, and at the same time, I profoundly thank the Academy for making me a part of it. Given to me was a quick overview of the trend-setting events, developments in the range of Assamese literature. It is a vast subject. It will be very difficult to cover each and every aspect of the whole, because Assam, over the last more than 50 years, experienced turbulence for so many different kinds of movements, about which I am not going to refer to. But the point is that writers in different moments try to respond to all those years of turbulence going through the political, social, and cultural history of Assam. Literary history in any language, appearing to be a non-fictional meta-narrative, is a product of continuing interrelation between artistic production and social determinants. I shall be trying to speak from this premise, addressing some of the, vignettes, some of the areas of Assamese literature over the last 70 years. The post-independence scenario in Assamese literature, at least till the first decade, recorded a romantic patriotic fervor in poetry, short story, novel, and drama, espousing new hopes and aspirations in the new environment of the century of the country's freedom. Voices of dissent and despair, born of the breach of faith and promises on the part of the ruling dispensation, started murmuring in the air from a section of earlier enthusiasts too. In a simultaneity with this was also sprouting of progressive socialist thoughts appearing in the writings of a few upcoming poets, critics, and novelists. Like many other Indian language literatures, when you look around the whole country, starting from the freedom movement and then also later, we see language literature, journals more than authored books playing a historically significant role in shaping the course of literary history, bringing in an inspirational milieu for upcoming writers and creating a space for newer strands of thoughts brought about epochs and path-breaking directions in Assamese literature. Beginning from the Orunodoi, 1846, the first ever journal in Assamese published by the Baptist Mission from Sibsagar that opened up the horizon of modernity with secular and scientific outlook in literature in place of religio-cultural overtones predominantly Vaishnavite in spirit. Scores of journals appeared through connoisseural initiatives of new literates trained in Western culture and thought, which have steered the velocity of growth in all directions in Assamese literature during the past 7 decades. Amidst them, the Jayanti, first published in 1938, marks a watershed in terms of continuity and change. Emerging amidst buoyant romantic zeal, the journal marks a crossroad by being a due to romanticism and ushering in modernist trend marked by stark social reality, progressive thoughts, and a deeper commitment to emancipation of the underprivileged. In 1950 issue of the journal, philosopher and critic Bhavananda Datta, one of the enthusiasts behind the whole Ramdhenu of the Jayanti, wrote on the propensities, the need of modernity to be emulated in Assamese literature. The other journal, the journal coming after the Jayanti, another important, journal which inspired the whole generation of Assamese writers is the Ramdhenu, which set modernism on a firm footing in Assamese literary world. In its inaugural issue itself, the journal published a review of an anthology of essays titled Adhunik Asamiya Sahitya, Modern Assamese Literature. The Ramdhenu released an unprecedented zeal and creative fervor inspired by Western strands like that of realism, Marxism, psychoanalysis, feminism, symbolism, imagism, art appreciation, and opened up the passage of experimentation in all literary genres, equally including bringing new dynamics to literary criticism. I'm skipping some of my points of the long write-up. Magnetic effects of new waves prevailing in European American literature touched the sensitivities of Assamese poets, resulting in exploring newer pastures. French symbolism, British and American imagism touched deeply the sensitive minds of poets like Navakanto Borua, Ajit Borua, and some others, who came to be very distinguished names in the history of modern Assamese poetry. Also came with the wave of new poetry, socialist ideology flowing from Marxist philosophy and Russian as well as Chinese communist dogma to impact a group of Assamese poetic minds. Hamburwa, the socialist parliamentarian, and Birendra Kumar Bhattacharya, Amolendu Guha, Hemango Bishwas, and Keshav Mahanta were foremost among this particular group. Beginning from Hamburwa to Nilamani Phukan, it has been a remarkable odyssey in Assamese poetry in all counts of greatness. It shall be failing not to mention the contributions of two of the most distinguished names of modern Assamese poetry, Hiren Bhattacharya and Nilamani Phukan. Hiren Bhattacharya, eminently popular among the young readers for his skilled use of disciplined colloquial vocabulary, decorated with a spontaneous metrical flow, combines in him multiple strains, progressive consciousness, and patriotic zeal, love for man and landscape, all of which give his verses a splendor of his own. Nilamani Phukan, for whom poetry was a pilgrimage, came to public fame in the 60s with his magical spell of chiseled phraseology, replete with metaphors and imageries, sometimes sounded overtly distant echoes of symbolic and images strains of the West, however, driving home with a deeper engagement with the self in all its dimensions, both physical and metaphysical. During the 80s and the twilight of the century, we began to hear a crescendo of new voices of poetic minds dipped more in the sensitivity of history and the material world, exploring newer horizons of human predicament amidst crisscrossings of hope and despair, peace and violence, progress and poverty, urbanity and uncivility, and so on, giving vent to their expressions in journals, anthologies, and their own collections. These poets are shedding light on the millennium-old passage of Assamese poetry with the bearing of the past richness to cultivate the soil for the future. Assamese fiction in the genres of novel and short story made its maiden appearance in the later part of the 19th century itself. Without elaborating on the earlier history of Assamese fiction, it is worthwhile to remember the masterstroke effected by Birin Sukumar Borua with his Jivanar Batad, A Lease of Life, just 2 years before the independence. The novel not alone, I am particularly mentioning this particular novel for its richness in so many directions. The novel not alone marked a pillar of glory in the history of Assamese novel with uninhibited expression of traditional values, tapestry of cultural richness of Assam, landscape of Assamese rural life, finding themselves to be eroded in the face of urban commercialism and materialist careerism, but also at the same time set a new mark of perfection with its epic canvas, ripeness in form and style, with equal mastery in characterization. Birin Sukumar Borua's second novel, Hebuji Patar Kahini, The Saga of Green Leaves, published 2 years after independence, written in the pen name of Rasna Borua, also pictorializes another saddening narrative of agrarian peasantry confronted with industrialized materialist conditions. Taking the journey ahead to distinguished names, Prafulla Datta Goswami and Sohaib Abdul Malik widened the matrix of Assamese novel with the exploratory works from the 60s onwards. Beginning his creative voyage as a poet and a short story writer, during the Ramdhanu age itself, Biranda Bhattacharya emerged as a novelist with his maiden work, Raj Poteringyai, The Highway Sounds the Bell, with its unconventional style both in the form and its political theme. Bhattacharya, in the decades that followed, emerged as a cult figure in Assamese novel with his multiple numbers exuding his deeper commitment or conviction to socialist thoughts and deft handling of political themes. His Yaruingam, set on the Naga rebellion, the turbulent years of which he experienced being in Manipur as a school teacher, and through his interactions with the leaders and community, brought him fame with the lyrical narrative of the verdant beauty of the Tangkul Naga villages faced with the tremor of the rebellion. Another two numbers in the over of Bhattacharya's novels replete with socio-political moorings emanating from his socialist thoughts, the Mrityunjay and the Pratipad, both published in 1970, are classic portrayals of the freedom movement intersected with violence and the principle of non-violence, as well as the labor struggle in the industrial sector. While the Yaruingam brought him Sahitya Akademi Award in 1961 itself, Mrityunjay got him decorated with the Jnanpith honor, thereby establishing Birendra Kumar Bhattacharya in the national literary landscape. Foraging in the realm of historical novel, the poet Nabakanta Borua proved his dexterity in fiction as well. With his remarkable works, Kopiliporia Hadhu and the Kokadeuta Har, published in the 60s and 70s, respectively, set to historical backdrop. The novelist also presents enchanting portraits of ethnic communities like the Sussex novels of Thomas Hardy. Jogesh Das, a contemporary of above two authors, made a graphic depiction of the war-torn social environment in Assam in the wake of the Second World War in his Daur Arunai, No More Clouds. The period like that of poetry has seen a galaxy of several other powerful novelists like Umakanta Horma, Padma Bokatoki, Lumme Dai, Homen Borgohain, Nirupama Borgohain, to name a few. Among these, Homen Borgohain drew upon diverse streams of Western thoughts like naturalism of Emile Zola, Freudian psychoanalysis, Laurentian fleshy mysticism, and also bringing issues of contemporary social unrest. Nirupama Borgohain, on the other hand, was in most of her works engaged with championing the cause of women emancipation, thus bearing a feminist strain. Lume Dai, writing in Assamese novel, writing in Assamese from Arunachal, painted in words the fragrance of the landscape of Arunachal, and at the same time touching upon traditional life and values of a section of the ethnic communities of the Diden Northeastern Frontier Agency, NEFA, now called Arunachal Pradesh. Another gifted and powerful storyteller, again from Arunachal Pradesh, Yeshe Dorje Thongsi, again, yes, immensely contributed to Assamese fiction, depicting fascinating colors and realities of life drawn on the ethnicities of Arunachal. Beginning his mark as a powerful short story writer in the Ramdhenu, Lakshinandan Bora also proved his prowess as a novelist, especially in biographical novel. His Zakiri Nahige Upamo and Hehi Gunanidhi, 1993 and 1997 respectively, dwelling upon the monumental lives of Srimanta Shankardevo and Sri Sri Madhavdevo, belonging to the historic Bhakti movement in Assam that brought about an all-pervading cultural resurgence in Assam during the 15th, 17th centuries are remarkable contributions to the form. Mamani Rasam Goswami, also known as Dr. Indira Goswami, added new color, verve, and thematic richness to Assamese novel, drawing diverse perspectives from the wider Indian context with her own experienced afflictions that gave vent to powerful portrayals in several of her remarkable works like Nilakanthi Braja, based on Vrindavan, Mamare Dhora Torwal of the industrial sector of Bihar, Dhuliya Dhukorito Pristha, based on the Punjab riots and Delhi riots after assassination of Indira Gandhi, etc. Published towards the 70s and 80s. Equally profound was her portrayal of human conditions set on a traditional setup of a Vaishnava monastery, being her own ancestral home, drawn on an epic canvas in her famous Dotal Hati Uyekhua Hauda, honored with the Gyanpith Award. Mamani Rasam Goswami took Assamese novel to India and abroad. Like Lumeda espousing ethnic cultural nuances in fiction, Rongbong Terang also dwelt on the life and lore of the Karbis of Assam in several of his lyrically radiant works like Rongmele Hahi, Jak Herua Pokhi, and Mirbin. The last two novels were published in the turn of the century. Thus, we can go on, we can talk about the other forms of literature too, like short story, drama, and also literary criticism, which also opened up newer possibilities with mass of productions on all the counts. So that way, because of the time constraint, I'm sorry I couldn't cover all these aspects. So thank you very much for your kind presence. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Mahanta. Thank you very much. Now, may I call on Professor Anil Boro, please, to present his paper.
Good afternoon and namaskar. Chairperson and my my co-presenters on the dais and the respected audience. I'm here to speak on the development of Bodo literature, the literary creations in my own language, the language in which I write mostly. In comparison to other language of Eastern India, other language means Assamese, Bengali, and Manipuri. The language in which I write is comparatively a new language in the sense that we didn't have writing prior to the coming of the British regime. Our writing system, our writing culture started very late, and that is also true in case of other tribal languages, other indigenous languages of India. The writing culture in our language started very late, in the late 19th century with the missionary intervention, with the translation of some of our oral songs and tales, with the effort of the missionaries to compile dictionaries and books of grammar and so on. And later, some of the educated section of our people started collecting the songs, collecting the traditions. And the first journal, literary journal in our language came out in 1920. That was the first literary journal. But prior to that, we have one book that came up in 1915. That is considered to be the first printed book in our language. So from this, we can assume the history of writing in our language, Bodo language. So prior to the attainment of independence in the year 1947, our language was just like an infant. It was in the stage of infancy. So from 1920 to 1947, so just 20 years. So many, some small books were books of poems were published, and some stories were written, and no novel and other genres came up till then. But only after 1952, 1952 is very, very important for the development of our literature, because in the year 1952, the Bodo Sahitya Sabha was formed. Bodo Sahitya Sabha is the organization that was formed to promote literary publications in the Bodo language. It was the literary organization that was formed for the promotion of the Bodo language, literature, and culture. So 1952 is very, very significant, and literary historians, the critics in our language, the Bodo literary historians, has earmarked this year 1952 as the year from which the first modernism in Bodo literature started. That means it is immediately after the attainment of independence. So these years are very, very important. 1952 is very, very important. And then another significant shift came, because in the year 1963, the Bodo language was first introduced as a medium of instruction in the schools. So that was also another important year in the history of Bodo, in the history of the development of Bodo literature. From since then on, we see the requirement of more and more books, in all the genres were written, published, and writers, so many writers came up. Some writers started composing and bringing out their poetry books, story books, novels, and drama. But we can say that there was the prevalence of these genres like poetry, short fiction, and drama. There was an efflorescence of Bodo drama in the pre-independence period also, because under the impact of the Bengali Jatra theatre, Bengali Jatra, so many Bodo Jatra plays were adapted, so many Jatra plays were composed and performed in the open air. That is before the pre-independence time, and it continued after the attainment of independence, almost till the 70s. It continued, but many of these Jatra plays have not been, because these were circulated in the form of manuscripts, and many of these, the manuscripts of these plays were lost during the course of the performance of these Jatra plays. Hence, only a few of these Jatra plays are available now in print form. And after the 70s and 80s, we have the coming of modernism in Bodo literature, where we find the efflorescence of modern poetry under the impact of Assamese, Bengali, mostly Assamese and Bengali modern poetry. We have so many modern, some were indirect, under the direct impact of modern English poets also. So we have some, a group of poets, Bodo poets, who contributed to development of Bodo poetry. And Brajendra Kumar Brahma was one of the pioneers in the heyday of modernism in Bodo poetry. And it was followed by later younger generation modern poets like Anju, and then Aurobindo Ujir, and so many. So in my paper, in my presentation, I have focused mostly on the literary creativity and literary activities in the late 20th century and early 21st century. And I have shown the processes of creativity, different aspects of creativity that is reflected in the writings of the Bodo poets in so many genres. We see the continuity of the conventional genres, and also revival of some new forms, new genres. We see some of our Bodo poets going back to the oral traditional poetry, oral traditional religious verse, collecting them and giving it a new shape in the form of epics, upaikana, or not. It is not oral epic, that they formulated it in their own way. Like the most glaring example is Gibi Bithai by Bihuram Boro. So there are so many poetic works like this. These are in the form of verse, so we can call them modern poetry. These are in the form of verse. They follow the style of the Purana or the epic poetry. So this is also there. And we have this blank verse and all this kind of non-metrical poetry. And some poets are trying to follow the images and symbolic poetry. And in the 21st century, we see many of our poets trying to emulate the conventional also and the experimental poetry. And even we see besides haiku, then other shorter forms like limerick. And we also see the lots of interest being shown in ghazal and sayari kind of poetry. That they are influenced by Indian, the mainstream Indian, the North Indian kind of poetry. So this is also we see in the writings of the 21st century poets and writers. And in the field of fiction also we see some kind of experimentations, looking for new techniques, and also trying to highlight, trying to present the contemporary crisis in the Bodo society, contemporary crisis in the day-to-day life, the ethnicity, ethnic strife, then the crisis in the natural conservation, and so many other issues they try to bring. And then women issues and other issues we have. During the last 20 years, we see the emergence of women writers. Earlier, we didn't have the separate identity of women writers. Now we have a group of young authors, women authors, who have separate identity as Bodo women writers. They bring out a journal titled Gambari. They bring out their journal regularly, and they also compile and publish the poems of the women writers. They compile and publish the collections of their fictional writings. So these and other kind of activities are going on, and we also see the younger generation, not our generation, the younger generation, the generation of teenagers, taking more interest in this social media kind of writing. Facebook. Time is
1 minute.
Yeah, I have covered so many things in my presentation. The younger generation, we see they are taking too much of interest in this media writing. That not only Facebook poetry, but also this audio poetry and sometimes video. This poetry through this recitation, and this is presented in the form of these different blogs and also YouTube. So this is there in this is seen among the young generation writers, and I think this is part of this process of globalization, part of these interventions of the new technologies on literature. So for the time constant, I won't speak much. If some of the audience have some kind of questions, they can raise it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Baro. Thank you. I would now like to call on Dr. Kunjo Singh, please, to give us his paper on Manipuri literature.
Very good afternoon to all. Respected chairperson, dignitaries, co-presenters on the dais, and the respected audience. I'm going to speak on Manipuri literature in the past 7 decades, especially on the perspective of criticism. So now my paper is, during the past 7 decades, Manipuri criticism has been flourishing parallel to Manipuri literature. Majority of the critics of this period were students of the universities, so they were well versed in Western criticism. However, most of the criticisms are found in the form of essays and articles, but not as treatises in the beginning of the trend. To begin with, there is Aish Ranveer Singh's critical essay entitled Kavita, written as introduction to his book Khangatpa Sereng, Selected Poems. The essay deals with different views and the definitions of poetry and comes to the author's own conclusion. He emphasizes on 3 popular definitions of poetry. First, poetry is memorable speech, having patterns of words, rhyme, rhythm, alliteration, images, etc. Secondly, poetry is wit and the criticism of life. Thirdly, poetry is divine frenzy in verse. On these 3 definitions he emphasized in his essay. When the poet is in divine frenzy, as he explained, an inward emotion of wonder and the beauty arises. The inward or the third eye of the poet can see the beauty which is the truth of the poetic imagination in the Christian sense. After examining all the above views, Ranveer concludes that poetry should be memorable speech. Through the term memorable speech, he brings forth several elements of import. Number one, universality of poetry is immortality, beauty, boundless joy, compositional quality, emotion, aesthetic release, and the transfiguration of thought to a higher order. Next comes R.K. Surendrajit Singh with his treatise entitled Sandabina in 1969, dealing with the origin, growth, and development of Manipuri Chanda and its relation with the chandas of other Indian languages. He also wrote some critical essays. He also attempted to discover the influences of Sanskrit and Bangla on Manipuri metrical system. He discovered K.S. Chauba Singh's K.S. Chauba Singh better in metrical composition than other poets like Angahal and Dr. Kamal. Suryendrajit was well versed in Bangla, and he tried to introduce Rabindranath Tagore to the Manipuri readers. Tagore's attempt at revealing the mysteries of life lying deep in the recess of the soul is compared to those of Shakespeare, Goethe, and Victor Hugo. However, Surendrajit finds Tagore differing from them in being a great lyricist who loves the whole world, nature, and the man. Another pioneer critic is Gokul Sastry, who brings out his book Sahitya Mingsel, Mirror of Literature, in 1961, covering the spectrum of principles of appreciating poetry. His main concern was on rhetoric based on Vishwanath Sahitya Darpan. Shortly after this, Kalasan Sastry published his Saireng Leiteng, in English, Embellishment of Poetry, in 1964, dealing with both rhetoric and prosody. Then appeared Brajabihari Sharma's Alankar Kaumudi in 1965, showing Sabda Lankar and the Artha Lankar, along with their associated components. Next appeared Dujamani Deva Sharma's Alankar Shastra in 1969, showing basic elements of poetic craft on Alankars. His Sahitya Mimamsa, published in 1976, clearly lists one into Rasa and the Dhani, the soul of poetry. Then came Ilangam Nilakanta Singh, 1927 born, and 2000 he expired. Poet, critic, and scholar who contributed a lot to Manipuri criticism in literature, art, and the performing arts. He brought out Manipuri Kavita Chanda, Chandas of Manipuri poetry, in 1968, showing different names and the nature of meters adopted by Manipuri poets from early times down to the present day. His four other books, namely Asai Balai, Loose Flowers, Matamgi Wakal, Thought of the Time, Sanskriti Gisaglon, Aspects of Culture, and the Hojiki Sahitya Amsung Sanskriti, today's literature and culture, are significant in this context. Nilakanta opines that K. Chauba's poetry does not reveal divine frenzy. He compares Chauba with Wordsworth, especially in their views on nature and man. Nilakanta calls Dr. Kamal's novel Madhabi a Giti Kaiva, and opposes Minikatan's view on Madhabi as a selfish girl, a betrayer in love, making atonement of her sin and not championing the cause of universal love. Instead, he would like to show sympathy with her. Nilakanta opines that K.H. Chauba in his later life became more a moralist and a teacher. He became a Vaishnava Bhakta with his prayer poetry like that of Tagore. Nilakanta opposes that the view of Dr. Suniti Kumar Chatterjee that Suniti Kumar Chatterjee labeled poet Angahal's Khamba Thoibi Saireng a national epic of local importance. For Nilakanta, the epic Khamba Thoibi Saireng is Ramayana and the Mahabharata combined together. As it is not only the story of love between Khamba, son of a nobleman, and Thoibi, the princess, the archetypal hero and the villain Nongban, but also the norms of society, religion, right and the wrong, the ideal hopes and the fears of nation in a narrative grand in style, with objectives in detail. Again, mythical deities even are involved in it. This is the only national epic in the Tibeto-Brahmin language hardly known in the rest of India. Yeah. Another prominent Manipuri critic is L. Damodar Singh, who dwells on the poetic works of works in the philosophies of K. Saugba, Ais Navadip Chandra, and Dr. Kamal, and also Jananata Irabot. And his book, Aspects of Manipuri Literature, was published in 2011. He treated Saugba and Kamal as romantic poets, while Ais Navadip Chandra is treated as Upanishadic poet, with religion of man as the central focus. Damodar Singh investigates the elements of modernism in the poetry of E. Nilakanta, L. Somorendra, Siri Biren, Y. Imam Ibom Shah, T.H. Ibo Bisak, and others. He also deals with postmodernism as found in the majority of the young Manipuri poets who write poems independent of the Euro-American variety. They do not have a manifesto for a strident movement, but they inaugurate a reaction against modernism. They begin to seek a fresh resort, a determination to reconstruct a new society with affirmation. A host of other critics have followed the suit. Ayapam Chandramani Singh, born 1924, published Saiteki Nainabawaring Khara, some essays on the study of literature in 1963, a comprehensive work based on Western literary theory and written with a touch of style. Then, yes, Sapam Tomba Singh, born 1944, author Saiteki Kanglon, Principles of Literature in 1980, a digest of literary theory mainly drawn from Hindi literature. Then came up a number of critical works on performing in the fine arts. Sursan Sharma wrote 11 volumes of Meitei Jagoi, Manipuri dance, encompassing the whole range of Manipuri classical dance forms and the Nata Sangit. The first volume was published in 1965 and the last in 1974. Bhakti Ratsa, published in 1973 by Ais Chitrasen, is a comprehensive work on Vaishnava aesthetics based on Ujjala Nilamani and the Bhakti Rasa Smriti Sindhu. Masnam Guru Amubi, the celebrated Manipuri classical dance exponent, published his Sali in 1961, Bhangi Pareng 1963, and the Manipuri Jagoi 1964. Another critic, Tarun Kumar, the renowned artist, wrote Meitei Jagoi Ahan Balamjang, the threshold to Manipuri dance in 1967. It was a digest on indigenous dance forms. Again, Ngariyambam Kulasandra Singho, formerly head of the Institute of Pandits, published Meitei Lai Harauba in 1963, an authoritative text on ancient Manipuri dance, and the Kumalambam Jaima Singho, also formerly head of the same institute, Pandit Institute. He published his Meitei Jagoi Part 1 in 1973, Part 275, Part 377, tracing the evolution of the original dance forms of Lai Harauba. Again, Abungbam Kabui, one Kabui fellow, also wrote Manipur the Kabui Jagoi, Kabui dance in Manipur, in 1980, analyzing Kabui dance forms. Again, O. Iwasawa Singh has published his Manipuri Kaiva Kanglon, Principles of Manipuri Poetry in 1976, making an all-out effort to avoid Sanskrit and Bengali words, except the terminology in his general description. A young researcher and a skilled hand in graphic art, Mutwa Bahadur brought out his valuable book, Manipur Art Kiwari Singbun, the collected stories of Manipuri art, in 4 volumes, 1973, 74, 75, and 77, tracing the evolution of the fine arts in Manipur. G. Iboton Saramba also edited, is credited with Meitei Pijat Liting, highlighting the original dresses and the ornaments of Meiteis. A group of critics comprising T.S. Yogendra, Ais Gauradas, Songtham Banihar, I. Arababu, Elangam Dinamani, N. Tombi, L. Joychandra, etc., has brought a movement of criticism in Manipuri literature. Yogendra discovered deep humanism, high idealism, and intense elegiac tone in the poems of Dr. Kamal against the background of national awakening. Ais Gauradas Singh wrote a number of essays on modern Manipuri drama. He compares the characters of the plays of G.C. Tongbra, a prolific playwright in Manipur, with those of Ben Jonson's Comedy of Humor. He points out the echoes of the Western existentialist plays in Sri Biren's 3 plays, namely Journey, Return, and Two. Again, C.H. Manihar says that prose came early in Manipuri literature, though poetry harbinger literatures of every nation. He considers K. Saugba's prose as philosophic and grand. He also opines that Dr. Kamal's words are fresh, pure, and pleasing to hear. He also observes that Miniketan's prose follows the maxim, style is the man himself. According to E. Dinamani, Angahal's Thambal is certainly of aesthetic release we find in reading a narrative poem. L. Joychandra points out that Chauba's poems are full of the music of the yaw. In his assessment of the works of Chauba and the Kamal, N. Tompi comparatively evaluates the social conditions of Bengal and Manipur and relates them to the Manipuri Renaissance. Having an acute insight, Tompi is inclined to developing nativism in Manipuri literary criticism. One of the notable young women critics is Aramba Mimchogi Devi. She constructs a dynamic image of Manipuri women on the basis of history, culture, sociology, economy, politics, and psychology. Her Wakma Maibi Poi Spirit Medium, published in 1999, in her this poem, this book, she asserts that participation of women in literature has been established for long. They were medium of communication in orality with gods and goddesses, in rituals like the bars and the literatures, even though they did not write with pen. Thus, they developed an oral literature for the community and the nation. Memchogi probes deeply into the treatment of women in Manipuri literature, and she regrets that Manipuri literature has forgotten the courage and the intellectual power of the archetypal historical women of Manipur. However, her insistence on women's liberation carries weight, as Manipuri women still retain this spirit in the guise of Maira Paibis, stores bearing women.
1 minute.
Yeah, okay. Then their their only need is a reorientation. Thus, Memchogi cogently argues as an apologist for feminism. One of the young dramatic critics in Manipuri literature investigating experimentations by harnessing myths, folklore, tradition, and politics in drama is N. Premchand. As an instance, he cites the resurgence of African literature along freedom struggle based on myth, legend, proverb, tradition, politics, etc. He himself a theater director and a scholar. Premchand provides incisive critiques relevant to the times of in his essays and writings on Manipuri dramatic literature. There are also other critics, even including myself. I am not appreciating myself. I have also published 5 books on criticism, even including poems and stories by our respected chairperson, Mang Dai. I studied on her stories also. So I am not coming to all these things. So I come to the conclusion. To conclude, it can be said that an attempt to integrate the two streams, Indian and Western principles of criticism, will enhance our Manipuri literary criticism. In the contemporary scene, Western critical mode is weightier in the scale, though there are voices expressing the necessity to develop nativism in criticism. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Thank you, Dr. Kunjo Singh. Thank you. I would now like to call on Professor Jyotirmoy Pradhani, please, to present his paper on epic narratives of Northeast India. Sorry, oral narratives of Northeast India.
No, sorry, sir. Just a lot more kind of little bit. Audio, sir. Video. Okay, before just I start, there's one clarification that the book Kilopatras Madhupur Bahudur, Assamese actually got the Academy Award, not the translation, which is of course published by Academy though. First of all, my gratitude to Sahitya Academy for having invited me to this very momentous occasion. And thank you to Jyoti ji for his generosity throughout. Before coming here, he has been always generous, extending help. Honorable Chairperson, who happens to be Mang Dai, one of my most favorite authors, gem of an individual, both as an author as, of course, as a person. Respected panelists, my teachers here, and respected audience. My topic is oral narrative in the Northeast in the past 7 decades, which is an overarching kind of a topic. Oral narrative in 7 states or 8 states of Northeast is quite a handful. I'll just give a very brief account of how orality in the last 7 decades have evolved into the consciousness of Northeast, what orality or oral narratives had provided to the Northeast. Before starting my paper, I will just tell a story, a small anecdote. It involves Bhupen Hazarika. Bhupen Hazarika was traveling to Nagaland, and while he was traveling to Nagaland, he heard one Naga farmer was singing a Nagamese song. And he could recognize the tune. It was his song, Manu Manohar Babe. So he just so happy that in the village of Nagaland, somebody was singing that song in a different language as Nagamese, which he could not follow. He went to that man and tell, "Oh, Kokai, brother, do you know who is the singer of this song?" Bhupen Hazarika thought that that man would be elated to see Bhupen Hazarika right in front of him. Bhupen Hazarika said that old man said that farmer said that, "I do not know who the singer is. I heard this song from my great-grandfather. Then my grandfather also sang the same song. And my father also sang the same song. And I have learned this song from them. This is a Naga folk song, you know." So that's what Bhupen Hazarika was told. Then Bhupen Hazarika, as Kalpana Lazmi describes that event, tears came, poured down from his eyes. He embraced the man. And he said to his companions, "See, my song has become a folklore. And my song has become an oral narrative that is going to change societies." That's what he said. He was elated for the fact that my written song now has evolved into an oral narrative. And why it is more important for him that it should evolve into oral narrative, because orality actually, that written thing transcends into orality and it becomes a part of the consciousness of a community, as if a part of their own memory and their history. That is what the power of Bhupen Hazarika's song was. Now, when it comes to Northeast, I'll just refer to Walter Ong, who says that orality are of 2 kinds, primary orality and secondary orality. Secondary orality is the orality of our time, where orality is available everywhere. I'm telling on a kind of platform, this is. So a secondary orality is an orality that is available on televisions, cinema, mobile phones. These are secondary orality. So this is our time. Now, what is important is the primary orality. The question would arise that, is there any primary orality now? Because world has changed. Everywhere there's a kind of huge amount of penetration of new media, new devices. Can there be primary orality? But significantly, primary orality in a substantial way still exists in the realms of the Northeast. Now, when it comes to primary orality, there is also, when it comes to orality, there is also a kind of a dichotomy. The dichotomy is about which is better, which has a greater warrant of telling the truth, the oral or the written. There is a novel by Tilottama Mishra. The name of the novel is Ka Meghar Ghar. Ka Megha is a Khasi word. It means my grandmother. Ka Megha. They also said this is the original word for Kamakya temple, the famous temple of Guwahati. Now, Ka Meghar Ghar, there is a heroine, her name is Jumon. Jumon tells that this dichotomy between orality and written is a colonial dichotomy. Rather, we access our immediate presence through orality, not through written. And this particular division, that orality is something inferior, less credible than the written, is again a kind of a colonial construct. And that is the kind of position she makes right in the beginning of the novel, because that is what the foundational mode of narratives in the Northeast, primacy of orality. Now, there is another, we have been speaking about decoloniality. Decoloniality also speaks about the importance of orality. How it says that? It says that colonialists say that the ones who do not have alphabets, they cannot claim to have their history. So that is what Walter Mignolo has written. This is how, so you must have your script, your written letters. Only then you can claim to have a history. If that is the kind of a categorization of historicity, then many communities will be ahistorical. They will not have their history. But that is where orality in the Northeast space, it challenges that particular proposition. Now, I'm coming to another kind of the beginning of orality, in a sense, that of two of the stories of the origin of the myth of origin. One is Chinlung, another is Sophet Bineng. Chinlung is a myth of origin of the Kuki-Chin Mizo people who are living mostly in Mizoram and also parts of Manipur. They have the myth of origin that there was a Chinlung. A huge bog was there and a large stone was there, and their god covered that particular box so that people could grow inside that. There's Chinlung. That is the myth of Chinlung of the Kuki-Chin Mizo people, or they call themselves the Zo people nowadays. Another is the Lum Sophet Beneng, the mountain of Sophet Beneng, or mountain of the navel of heaven. That is about the state I come from. I reside now, that is Meghalaya, where the castes believe that they came to that particular mountaintop from heaven through a golden ladder. Now, these are fantastical stories. We don't tend to believe them. Now, the question arises, can there be some kind of credibility? Are there just random imaginations, or there are some kind of linkages which pass down in its various forms? Now it stands as that kind of an oral narrative. Now, how this oral narrative finds a kind of connection with historicity is that in as recently as 2011 and 2013, there were excavations, and they found Neolithical and Paleolithical evidences in those places which they associate with the places of their origin. Now, how historicity, so many years later, millions of years later, finds a kind of a credible propensity or propositions within that oral spaces. Yeah. So now I'm coming to another aspect of just to think about how orality is also associated with our idea of decoloniality. Decoloniality essentially means delinking. And orality here, oral narratives have become effective means for epistemic delinking from the colonial, neocolonial, and mainstream logic of discursivity. So that is what the power of orality. And Mignolo would also define that this delinking is from rhetoric of modernity and logic of coloniality. Orality has also become a powerful element of what can be termed as the politics of knowledge, as it effectively legitimizes the pluriversality as a common cultural goal. So that is why orality has its own importance, because this is a means for achieving our decolonial goal. It underlines the non-modern rather than the pre-modern dimension of cultural knowledge and identity by subverting the normative dichotomies and hierarchical categories. So this is not, orality is not something pre-modern. This is just non-modern. That is how we need to understand this. Then orality and literature. In post-independent India, the Northeast especially, literature has evolved, taking the respective oral narratives and lore as the beginning point. That is how actually what we know as Northeast literature in a significant way. Of course, I'm here not speaking about Assamese and Manipuri literature, two of the literature traditions from Northeast having a long written history. But in the rest of the parts of the Northeast, this literature evolved from the communities who had that primary orality. So Manipur, not Manipur, Mizoram, then Arunachal Pradesh, the state that Mawangde comes from, then of course Nagaland. Now what they did, the authors, I'll just refer to some of the names here. What is the importance of orality in the evolution of the literary renditions from the Northeast? Temsula Ao, Mamangdai, Mona Zote, Esther Nkire, Esther Siem, these are some of the major names now, representing their communities in the respective states, happen to be the pioneers to emerge in the world of literary narratives, primarily from the deep-rooted intimacies with their oral traditions. They're the ones who have laid down the foundation of an indigenous ontology. That is the term nowadays. People are looking for an indigenous ontology, and they are the ones who have evolved that indigenous ontology in literary narratives for literary narrations and imaginations. Myths of origin, folk tales, folk beliefs, and lore essentially inform their literary creations. In this exercise, the oral narratives remained their primary sources to provide them with the metaphors, memories, values, philosophies, ethics, and history. This is one very significant shift. Why? Because as we have seen in case of Assamese literature, also Manipuri literature, they were influenced by Bengali literature and other literature. But Northeast literature that evolved from these hills, they were essentially a kind of extension of their oral self. So Mamangdai from Arunachal made an audacious move towards an epistemic shift. That is how we try to understand her work. She made an epistemic shift for an ontological turn of literary imaginations through the gentrification of indigenous idioms into potent narrative devices. So what she did, she picked up the terminologies and idioms from her oral treasure, and she gentrified that into devices for her narrations. Legends of Pensum changed the way we tell stories. She picked up this particular word from Adi folklore, and she changed how one can also tell stories. The Black Hill, another of her novels, which is an amalgamation of scanty historical records and extant lore. That is how narratives can also evolve through lore and a kind of combination of some available historicity. This particular oral scape resonates in one of our poems, that's River Poems. For as long as remembrance, man stared at fire and water, we dwell in the mountains and do not know what the worlds hear about us. It's about the landscape, about memories, about remembrance. Quickly coming to some major authors. Among the Northeast states, Nagaland has not only been a powerful space of resistive political discourses, but it also has emerged as one of the most vibrant territories of abiding literary creations. I must tell one small anecdote here. This is during this Naga peace talk for the first time when JP, that is Jayaprakash Narayan, was the person who was negotiating with the Naga rebels. At that time, they gave two conditions: that you have to speak only in English, not in Hindi, not even in Assamese, despite the fact that that was a part of Assam at that time, Nagaland. So that is one voice of resistance. Secondly, Jayaprakash Narayan, in his report, brought certain words like ethnic nationalities and small nationalities. So these particular terminologies came the part of the political parlance through the Naga peace talk or Naga discourses. So voice of resistance, nation is not something one. There can be many nations. The theoretical idea actually emerged from this conflict-torn region. So after Temsula Au, which is Starin Kire, who has almost single-handedly developed a unique literary style founded on oral narratives and community lore. Narratives such as Angami folklore on the cohabitation of tiger, humans, and spirits are integral to the lived experiences as well as to the contours of native cosmology and their ecological totality. So for them, a man, landscape, and the tiger, these are not separate entities, they're the same. And this is what actually reverberates in the narratives of Istarin Ire. When the river sleeps, son of thundercloud, don't run, my love, spirit nights are founded on the native epistemic, moral, and cosmological values. And these particular values come from orality. I'm almost done. Yeah, I'm coming to the last one. Now, one thing I must tell, that is how oral also found a new kind of space for generation, how oral evolved. Oral also evolved from the terrain of insurgency and violence. And there are some, I just quickly name them, there are some kind of poetry evolved, the oral poetry evolved at that time. One is Yol in Manipur, poetry of violent time. Then Rambuai, the poetry of darker time, lore of the darker time, evolved in Mizoram. Then of course, we have a Kokborok poetry also evolving similar kind of sentiments. They were also expressing. So all these things happening at that time through the spaces of violence and insurgency. I'll just read out one. Oh, loneliness in the midst of curfews, the anguish of my heart is beyond words. This is one of the curfew lore that happened in Mizoram. I'm not sure whether I can play that. This was a video actually. This video is from the MNF camp One of my students recollected that when they were playing one song. I'll just read out the song quickly. The land our ancestors' fires defended succumbed to the British in an Indian command. It faces the threat of losing identity and soil, neglected as if we are not part of their soil. The neglect hurts. It's not right. It's not pretty. So the Mizolads raise their voice for freedom. That is the kind of song they used to sing. So how insurgents and violence also created new kind of morality. Finally, I'm coming to the last slide, madam. Oh, this was playing, I think. This is actually, they were playing, they are not in audio, but they were, this is the camp, MNF camp. It's a very old video, actually. One of my students collected from his father's friend's father. Okay. All right. So quickly, I'll just tell how orality also helped developing Northeast theatre, especially the theatre of Ratan Thiam of Manipur, who has started a movement called Theatre of the Roots. And also, Kanhai Lal, he's also from Manipur. He calls his theatre Theatre of the Earth, diagonally different, completely different from Ratan Thiam's Theatre of Roots. And also another very important theatre activist who started a movement called Theatre Under the Sal Tree. He's a Rava guy from Assam. Okay? He would pick up the Rava folklore, and his stage will be just open space under the sal trees. No lights, no mics. The performance will be like that. That is his Under the Sal Tree movement happened through orality. Okay? Now I'm coming to the last part of this. Yeshe Doji Thongsi's one small story. What is the crisis of orality? The crisis of orality is that many languages are dying. That is one major crisis. Yeshe Dorji Thongse writes one story. The name of the Assamese story, the name of the story is Mittu, death. And in that story, the death is not only of a man, death of a language. He's the last man in the Finoa. He speaks Bugun language in Arunachal Pradesh. And he is very, he's having a tremendous amount of suffering and pain because the moment he dies, the language will also die. There's no other speaker to speak that language. Okay? That is the story of Yeshe Dorji Thongsi's. And this is Pratima Barua Pandey from Assam. One of her folk songs says that the bright mansion smolders away, it crumbles day by day. God, it crumbles in its own way. For not the house builds with futile strife, bickering God, it crumbles its own way. It says, Dine dine khoshiya puribe, rongila dalaner mati. Day by day, everything crumbles, also our memories, metaphors, and our orality. That is the kind of a challenge that orality faces. Thank you.
We'll just sit like this. Yeah, we only have a little time. So I would like to open the floor for questions, please, if anybody has something to ask or wants to know something from any of the speakers. The mic will be given to you. There's a lady there.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for the engaging panel. It was really a pleasure listening to all of you. Actually, I have also worked in a similar area. I just completed my PhD on Rajbongshi Bhavaya songs. So, my question is particularly for Pradhani sir. I have read a few of your essays on the Rajbongshi community and also your recent translation, This Land, This People, of Rajbongshi poetry into English. So in that book, you mentioned the Dine Dine song at the end of your presentation. So even that book begins with this song, the translation of Dine Dine. And most of the other poetry is basically translation of Rajbongshi poems written in Rajbongshi language. So I just when I read, I found it very interesting. I just wanted to ask you, was it a deliberate choice on your part? You talked about decolonizing. So was it part of your decolonizing strategy to begin a book on Rajbangshi poetry. Poetry generally considered part of, like in translation, we were mainly looking at the written poetry and then translating it into English. So to begin that anthology with a folk song, which is technically part of the oral tradition. So was it a deliberate choice? And in extension, I have another question. That is, for instance, today we are talking about Northeastern literature, and one of the challenges I also faced is because Rajbangshi is a community that spans across all the states of Northeast and even beyond into Bengal. And so, how do we conceptualize and define Rajbangshi literature? Like, that's a challenge because we can't see it as a geopolitical or spatial identity. And at the same time, they are still not recognized within the 8th schedule of the Constitution as a different language. So, that is a challenge that I also personally face. So, I thought, just what are your thoughts? How do we address it? Thank
Thanks
you.
a lot for your question. First of all, the choice of that particular song for that anthology is that idea is that because this community has essentially been oral, writing is a new kind of an exercise they were doing. So in order to give a kind of chronological continuity, so I thought that we must keep one particular iconic song, the folk song, as a kind of which would reflect the tradition of the whole narrative, literary narratives. And that's the reason I chose this particular song, because she herself is an iconic personality, Pratima Barua Pandey. And this song also speaks about, it's metaphorically the kind of decay of the community as such, community identity. So that is the reason I had chosen. And when it comes to about Rajbangshi people, where to categorize them because they are spread over so many areas. This is true. When you look at the map of Northeast is actually 7 states, this part, and Sikkim. And when you draw the map of this Northeast, you draw also a vacuum in between to reach Sikkim. And in that vacuum resides Kuch Bihar and Darjeeling. Okay? And initially, before the reorganization of states, all the states wanted to become either a separate state or part of even Assam. At that time, Darjeeling wanted to be part of Assam. So had they been there, it would have now become Northeast. Okay? But if any kind of change happens, perhaps it might again become part of Northeast.
There are a few more questions. We'll take 2 more questions and then maybe close it. And make it a question, not an observation, please.
No, I
Okay,
won't. I have
Madam. No, I'm just saying this for general.
मेरा क्वेश्चन ये है कि आपने 70 इयर्स का ये पीरियड लिया, इसमें बात किया है कि जो ओरल लिटरेचर है वो तो इसके पहले का भी होगा, है ना, बिकॉज वी आर टॉकिंग ऑफ दीज 70 इयर्स, सो यू टॉक. दूसरा क्वेश्चन ये है कि ये केवल फोकलोर और फोक सॉन्ग्स हैं मणिपुरी में या ये भाषा में, या फिर थिएटर और मतलब ड्रामा और डांस और फॉर्म्स भी हैं जो कि फोक ओरल ट्रेडिशन के होते हैं.
The first part of it, yeah. Then second part, of course, he is there. See, thing is that oral is a very deeper kind of a thing. That's why I had referred to this myth of origin, which is a few hundred years old, but it has its impact even today. So that is one thing. And what at this moment, what we can do is that there's not any primary orality as such. All communities have their own written kind of literature, though they might write in different scripts. But primarily, orality remains in the evolving narratives in various kind of spaces. And this is true. There are many kind of art forms. In Manipur is very rich in theatre. Ratan Tiyama had referred to, Kanhana had referred to. They have Lai Haroba, then they have Rasa Lila, they have Thangta, that is a kind of martial art form. And so these are also have their own oral connection and connectivities. Not only this, even Mizoram also have, all the states, yeah, they have their own very rich variety of other kind of performing arts.
There are many dialect and you can say language in Assam which is not part of Assamese. Like Missing community have their own language and their own dialect. What is the Assamese literature has done to bring all the dialect in Assamese literature?
Thank you for your beautiful question. Yes, definitely. So many different communities, starting Professor Rai Pradhan also referred to the Rajbangshi. I cannot say that those languages which are spoken by Missings, Boros, Rajbangshis, Dimasas, Karbis, and so on, they are not dialects. They are distinct languages spoken among their own community. Of course, there are again dialectal variations of the same language from place to place. Say, missing communities, living in Dhemaji, speak a kind of language which is comparatively different from other people, other missing people living in some other areas. That kind of variation is there, but language is an independent kind of entity of each and every community. The first part of the question. Second part is that during the earlier part of the history of Assamese literature, starting from the, say, last part of the 18th century and 19th century onward, not much justice has been done to incorporate elements of the Boro heritage, linguistic heritage, or missing heritage, and so on. However, for the last few decades, I couldn't cover that much thing, be it in drama, be it in short story, be it in, be it in novels, even in poetry. Efforts are being done by both poets belonging to those communities as well as from the non-speakers of that particular language to incorporate and also to, supplement their, poetry or their creativity with the elements drawn from different, these tribal communities. In short, I think I can do this much only.
So, no more questions. I would like to thank the audience for sitting here so patiently. Actually, मुझे ज़्यादा interest लगा listening to them because even though we are from the same northeast region, there are so many things we don't know about each other. फिर दिल्ली में ही मुलाकात होते हैं usually with Sahitya Academy, you know. So, listening to Professor Mohanto, and the languages, the linguistic variety of the Northeast also is so much, the Indo-Burman, you know, the Indo-Aryan, Tibeto-Burman, so many languages, dialects. But I think I must thank our speakers, you know, Dr. Kunjo Singh, Professor Jyotirmoy Pradhani, Professor Mohanto, and Professor Anil Boro for giving us, you know, at least how best they could present their own literature. Ultimately, we realize writing, I think, is a meeting place. There was talk of globalization, but words fly across. We'll find our own space. Words are like very magical travelers, you know, and the past, orality, literature, everything actually is a revisiting of the past. You go back, you come back again to the present. It's like a huge map of doorways, you know, you can look back, revisit, re-enter, get something, or without boundaries kind of thing. I think Dr. Kunjo mentioned something about Manipuri poetry and it being like a divine frenzy in, you know, how criticism was first written. So I would like to thank the Sahitya Academy for giving us this honor and occasion to present these papers. And may you all be filled with divine frenzy. Thank you.
We'd like to take a photograph together. With that, we come to the end of this brilliant session on the beauty and brilliance of the Northeast. We thank the chair, Madam Mamang Dai, Professor Pradeep Jyoti Mohanta, Sri Anil Kumar Boru, Dr. K.H. Kunjo Singh, and Professor Jyotirmoy Pradhani. Our next session is on literature of Eastern India, so we hope to see you there and be as interactive as you have been in this session. Namaskar and welcome to the final session of the National Seminar on Indian Literature in Independent India. In this session, we explore the literature of Eastern India. To chair this session, may I invite on the dais the noted poet and playwright, Sri Uday Narayan Singh. Sri Uday Narayan Singh is a poet and playwright in Maithili and Bangla. He is the former director of CIIL, Mysore, and pro-vice chancellor of Vishwabharati University. He set up the National Translation Mission and taught at the universities of Hyderabad, Delhi, South Gujarat, and the Maharaja Sayaji Rao University of Baroda. He has 7 collections of poems, 6 books of essays, 12 plays to his credit. He has also translated many books and research papers and created over 500 documentaries on language and literature. He received the Sahitya Akademi Award in 2017 for his poetry. His latest book is The Other India View from Below. May I also request Sri Chaitanya Prasad Maji to kindly join us on the dais. Mr. Maji is an eminent Santali writer. He has published 23 books, including short story collections, essays, plays, novels, and travelogues. Some of his published books are Jora Khila, Jora Jhali, Tiki Huru Bandi, Ret, and Buru Buru. He has been honored with several state-level awards and honors, including Sadhuram Chand Murmu Award, Maji Ramdas Tudu Award, and Pandit Raghunath Murmu Award. Mr. Maji will be speaking on Santali literature in independent India. Mr. Chinmoy Guha is a renowned author, translator, and academician. May I request him to join us on the dais, please? A distinguished scholar of French, he has been knighted twice by the French government. Thrice. The President of France conferred upon him the Ordre National du Mérite in 2019. He received the Sahitya Akademi Award in 2019 for Gumer Darja Thele, the Vidyasagar Purushkar 2017, and the Bimla Churn Law Gold Medal, Asiatic Society 2022. His books include Where the Dreams Cross, T.S. Eliot and French Poetry, Bridging East and West, Rabindranath Tagore and Homer Rollo, Correspondence of 1990 to 1940, Chile Kothar Unmadini, and Bindu Theke Bindute. Mr. Guha will be speaking on Bangla literature in the past 7 decades. May I also invite on the dais Sri Jatindra Kumar Nayak, who is an eminent Odia English scholar and translator. Professor Nayak retired as Professor of English, Utkal University in 2016. He has several English translations of classic Odia novels to his credit. Critical Discourse in Odia, which he has co-edited with Animesh Mohapatra, was published by Taylor and Francis, UK in 2022. At present, he is language expert, New India Foundation, Bengaluru. He won the Katha Translation Award and Hutch Crossword Book Award. Mr. Nayak will be speaking on Odia literature in independent India. Last but not least, Dr. Mahendra Kumar Mishra, the well-known folklorist. I request you to join us on the dais, please. Dr. Mishra has been associated with primary schools of tribal areas, district primary education program, and was also associated with Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan from 1993 to 2010 under School Education Department, Government of Odisha. Dr. Mishra has been awarded with the Kalevala Institute, Turku, Finland, for his translation of the Finnish epic Kalevala, Raghunath Shah Award for his lifetime contribution to tribal literature, and Odisha Sahitya Akademi Award, among many others. He is currently a member of the Language Development Board of Sahitya Akademi. Dr. Mishra will be speaking on oral and tribal narratives of Eastern India in the past 7 decades. May I now hand over the mic to the chair, Sri Uday Narayan Singh.
The advantage of being on the chair is that you can say whatever you want to like. But the eminent scholars who are there gathered here to speak on this Eastern Light, this topic. It's a very formidable combination. And what we do is we will have something like about 18 minutes to maximum 20 minutes each, so that at the end there are some questions we can pick from the audience. And I'll try to speak as less as possible so that there is enough time for people to interact with. So I think outer limit is about 20 minutes. If one requires maybe 1 or 2 minutes, we can give. But we try to finish within time so that we have enough to interact with. Now, as far as my take on this topic is concerned, I think there have been a lot of interesting development in the last 70 years. I have been personally watching Sahitya Academy since 1969. So I have some knowledge of what's happening here. Almost a very large number of programs I've been part of Sahitya Academy. So I've also seen what changes are happening here. But more importantly, as far as our languages are concerned, I'm talking about not just Maithili, but Maithili, Bangla, Oriya, Ashomiya, all these languages in the Eastern zone. These languages have actually made very phenomenal progress in the last 70 years or so. And I remember a time when in Maithili there was no money to publish, no system to propagate your book, published book, even if you are able to publish one, and no sales mechanism and all that, which is changing gradually. At that point of time, I was wondering how would the story writing survive. But I'll just tell you about just one experiment that was done by the writers and readers of Maithili, which will tell you how many changes, what kind of changes have happened during the last 70 years. There was a point of time when the writers decided that once in a month, they will gather together in somebody's village, maybe in a remote village of a writer, where the villagers, their responsibility will be only to provide a very simple dinner and morning tea. The whole night, there will be reading of stories. And so 5 or 6 stories will be read, and they'll be commented upon, criticized, severely, discussed, threadbare. This has been happening for the last, I think now 40, 45 years now. So this particular movement of short story writing and reading each other's stories is something which has really contributed significantly to Maithili development of Maithili short story writing. So what I'm saying is, when there is no mechanism to publish, when there are problems of various kinds, our writers have found their ways to read each other, to talk about each other, and to recite each other's things. That is something which is very important. The other important development that has happened is the distribution of writers from very large areas outside the epicenter. So if you say that Kolkata is the epicenter of Bangla, then what you now notice is very good number of writers and very good quality writers, writings coming from outside Kolkata. And this has been happening in the last 70 years slowly. So it is not just Shotinath Bhaduri writing from Bihar. It is not just Omya Bhushan. It is not just a few people, but now very large number of people are from outside Kolkata, and they're making a lot of impact. And particularly even the book sales wise, the publishers will tell you that if they take their books to the rural festivals and the melas, then they're able to sell, because this practically is a loot of books if they go to remote places, because they don't get to buy those books very easily. So that's again another change. In fact, I remember there was a point of time when we had a poetry conference of Sahitya Academy in Madhubani. So I had been there with Nirmal, who was from Kolkata at that time, and we were discussing what should we do, how many books should we take there. I said, take as many books as you want. So he took about 2 trunks of books, and all of them were sold off there. So I think this is something which is crucial, that if you're going outside, If you are, no, then there is a lot of reception of people. People do read. So this is a very crucial thing. So that is another thing. Readership has increased. When we are lamenting the worldwide decline of leadership, I think readership is increasing in the rural areas and in the small towns, and a lot of comments are coming from there. A lot of people are contacting you from there. They know you. So that's important thing. I mean, a lot of people have been telling me, sir, I've been reading your stuff for a long time. So this is a heartening thing. The third important point that I have noticed is that rise of women writers, because there was a point of time when we had, the whole world was dominated by the male writers, the world of all our literature. So it is true that we had been very fortunate to have Asha Purna Devi and Mahasutra Devi right in the beginning, but at the same time, in many of our languages in the eastern region, the rise of women writers has happened much more in the recent times, which is a very positive sign, because there was a whole world of perspective which was missing in the writing, which came up very lively. So if you really want to talk about what has happened in 70 years, there is so much to talk about. And we are here only to listen to some of the very eminent people who are present here. So we will start with Chaitanya Babu and start with Santali to hear his side of the story of what's happened, because it's very crucial.
Thank you, sir. Johar and good afternoon to all of you. With the due respect to the chair, the fellow participants, and esteemed audience, I start straight presenting my paper on topic, the Santali literature in first 7 decades. That is the topic given to me to prepare the paper to and present before you. It was midnight hour of 14th August 1947, when the world was sleeping. India woke up to a new life and freedom and took first step as an independent nation. Many new things started emerging, and new plans and programs for development of independent India were getting ready for implementation. When all these things were going on with zeal and joy, it is but natural on the part of Santals and Adivasis as a whole to have a hope and aspiration to grow as a distinct community in independent India. Keeping this idea in mind, many writers of the first decade of the post-independent India felt it necessary to raise their own society first. And Santal writers who were involved in freedom struggles directly or indirectly were denied the status of freedom fighters after independence. This feeling of disappointment for deprivation of honor as a freedom fighter was utilized by them to wake up Santal people, because they could realize that without self-establishment, there is no other way to become socially recognized. That is why most of the Santali poets and writers of this decade have played the vital role more of social reformer than of pure poets or writers. It is also a fact that there were challenges before the Santali writers of raising society in one hand and coping up with the industrialization in the other hand. The literature of this decade was full of mystic consciousness, meditation, mysteries, and contemporary social consciousness. It is also marked that short story writing changed during this period. Santali writers' movements started in Santali-dominated area of Bihar, Bengal, Odisha, The experiment playwriting among the playwrights like celebrated playwright Aditya Mitra Santali is vociferous in this decade. Narayan Soren Tolesutam brought about the newness in poetry and story writing. Essayist and research scholar Dr. Doman Sahu Samir and social activist and revolutionary poet Sarada Prasad Kisku gave a new twist in the Santali literature. Some of the magazines and the journals in Devanagari and Bengali script were brought about during this decade, and as a result of which the use of Roman script gradually diminished. Santali writers of name and fame of that decade were Narayan Soren Tolesutam, and he would be remembered for all time to come for his book Kirtan Kali, Asar Binti, Gira and Mayajal. Dr. Doman Sahu Samir, he edited many books, and he was the first editor of popular literary magazine cum newspaper named Hor Sambad in 1947. And published many epoch-making stories and everlasting essays and discourses, including textbook for children for both Santali and Hindi. His storybooks, Mayajal, Mahatma Gandhi, it is a biography, of course, Pund Godare, Bul Munda, Matal are this great creation. Other famous Santali writers of the decade were Sarada Prasad Kisku, Aditya Mitra Santali, Nathaniel Murmu, Padmasri Bhagwat Murmu, Thakur Nungkunal Soren, Devi Soren, Subal Hasda, Badha Besra, Loso Soren, Madhav Marandi, Rup Naran Tudu, Syam Murmu, Padmasri Chito Tudu, Chotrai Hembrom, Kasigale. These writers also covered various aspects of the contemporary social life and brought about major changes in style of writing in Santali literature. Literary magazine published during these decades were Jug Arsal. Jug Arsal was edited by Nathaniel Murmu. Galmarao, Ahla, Kherwad Arang, Mulu, Hor Sambad, and Hor Sambad. Hor Sambad is published by government of Bihar at that time, and Galmarao published by the government of West Bengal. Subsequently, the name of the magazines were changed. This Galmarao magazine, which was published by government of West Bengal, is changed its name to the Paschim Bangla. All the magazines stated above had played an important role in developing Santali language and literature in this decade and thereafter also. Second, Santali literature in post-independent decade, commencing from 1960 to 1970. The educational consciousness among the Santal community has has increased the interest and inclination for developing literature, has also increased simultaneously in this decade. It is observed that the story, poetry, essay, and discourses written in this decade are mostly related to the development of their own society, culture, education, and reformation. Famous writers like Thakur Prasad Murmu, Babalal Murmu, Adivasi, and others started their own style of writing, but traditional thinking and thought of the past continued to be reflected in their literature. There was hardly any change in playwriting. The writers of the previous decades continued to enrich the Santali literature in subsequent years also. But more literatures of experimental nature came into existence in this decade. Particularly, essay writing gained momentum. Research scholars like Dhirendra Baske, T.K. Rapaz, Dr. Surut Kumar Bhomik, etc. were the champion of this school of thought. The translation work in Santali has just begun, and translated stories were published in different literary magazines. There was conflict between the use of Bengali and Olchiki script in West Bengal. Kusal Baske was the leader of the Olchiki movement. The script conflict had little to do with the development of the literature. The prominent Santali writers of the decades were Thakur Prasad Murmu, Babulal Murmu, and T.K. Rapaz, Domon Hasda, Professor Digambor Hasda, Dhirendranath Baske, Kiran Soren, Dr. Surhut Kumar Bhaumik, Kusal Baske, Chaitan Kumar Mandi, Dilip Soren, Disam Danan Tudu, Kewal Soren, Nimal Kumar B.K. Soren, Soleiche, Sakila Soren, Mahadev Marandi, Sital Prasad Murmu, Bhogan Murmu, Dr. Barka Kisku and Anand Prakash Kisku, Nunulal Soren, Thampathadang, Ramdulal Murmu, and Surjananda Hembrom, Herwal Besra. Literary magazines, which had played vital role in developing Santali literatures and creating new Santali literatures in second post-independent decade, were Arang, Hariyar Sakam, Sagen Sakam in Olchiki script edited by Sundar Mohan Hembrom from Rairangpur, Mayurbhanj in Odisha in 1964. Sar Sadle, Paschim Bangla, Even and Jug Jarpa in Olchiki script subsequently renamed as Singer Sakwa, published by Adivasi Socio-Educational Cultural Association to West Bengal in 1967 and 68. Sar Sagun and Santali student Sar Sagun. These are some of the literary magazines published during this decade. The Santali literature is the third post-independent decade, commencing from 1970 to 1980. This decade witnessed the inundation of the Santali literary movement. Because of the increase in number of educated Santal employed in government services, staying in cities after independence, there was a rise of consciousness among them for development of their own language, literature, and culture. The number of literary magazines published in this decade is highest, and the boundary of the Santali literature also expanded to the great extent. Further, regular Santali program broadcasted from All India Radio Calcutta from 15th August 1975 played a vital role in bringing about revolutionary changes in Santali literature, particularly in essay, poetry, and playwriting. The playwrights also readjusted themselves to fit in to new media. Many writers, poets, playwrights had tremendous contribution for carrying forward the Santali literature in this decade. But a few of them have to be named separately for bringing about the newness and modernity in Santali literature. Rupchand Hemrom in the story writing, Lakshminaran Murmu, Bhojrai Hemrom in poetry, Gumasta Prasad Soren in song, Jodunath Tudu in playwriting, Chandra Mohan Hasda in Santali novel, Mahadev Hasda in editing magazines are worth mentioning. In this decade, Olchiki script was recognized by Government of West Bengal. This inspired and encouraged Santali writers to develop their own literatures for betterment of the society. There are many writers in this decade. I am not reading out all the names I have enlisted here, but the list of the magazines which played important role in enhancing and spreading the literature during this decade is also quite long, quite many, as good as 49. I have found out 49 numbers of literary magazines were published during this decade. The Santali literature during a fourth post-independent decade, commencing from 1998 to 90, Many development took place in this decade in social and cultural life of Santals. Old order and traditionalism started diminishing, and modern thinking and thoughts of young and progressive people prevailed over in social and cultural life of Santal society. These changes were vividly visible in their songs, dance, and musical instruments and other social functions in the rural villages also. In view of the long and incessant movement of Adivasi Socio-Educational Cultural Association just before the commencement of this decade, in 1979, West Bengal government gave recognition Olchiki script for Santali language. This had direct impact on general public, and it was considered to be the emancipation from the slavery of the other script. In the year 1981, regular radio play was introduced in All India Radio Kolkata, and this became a challenge for the playwright to readjust their style of writing. Thus, newness came into existence in Santali playwriting during this decade. In the year 1986, Ranchi University introduced Santali department for study in Santali language. This development also tempted the writers and poets to write more and more to meet the demands of the development. All India Santali Writers Associations, established in 1989, also brought vigor and enthusiasm among the writers of all ages to create contemporary Santali literature. And in reality, many books were printed and available in the stalls and shops for readers. Printing press for printing Santali books in Olchiki script also came up in different places of the country. This also facilitated writers to get their books printed easily in their doorstep. This decade is a milestone in the history of Santali literature because modern twist has taken place in both style and structure. Many writers and poets have contribution in bringing the newness in literature. Yes, I will, sir. I will take 3 minutes, sir. So there are, in this decade also, so many writers had contribution. So I am not reading out the names of those writers. And the literary magazines also were quite flooding during this decade. And Santali literatures in post-independent decades, commencing from 1990 to 2000, although the number of the writers, poets, playwrights, publication of the books and magazines, government assistant meetings and conference prizes and felicitation increased subsequently in this decade, it is still viewed to be somewhat not encouraging and inspiring due to script-related differences among the writers. The quality and standard of creation could not come up to the level of the preceding year also. Writing of this decade are found mostly to be expression of the revolting and protesting mentality, but portrait of the contemporary social and cultural degeneration, eternal love between men and women, human sentiment and emotion, feelings and experience, mysteries of the nature has not missed out from drawing. The contribution of the editors, writers, Govind Chandra Murmu, playwrights, Padal Murmu, poet Adivasi, T.K. Baske, talented women Damayanti Besra for augmentation of the Santali literatures in this decade is worth mentioning. In this decade also, quite so many literary magazines rolled out, and I'm not reading out all those names. I will briefly read about the 6th post-independent decade. This decade, last decade of the 20th century was a decade of the factionalism in Santali, history of the Santali literature. Literature developed as usual, but script remained as the bone of contention among the writers in this decade. First decade of The first decade of 21st century is remembered by the Santal people for two major events. One is creation of Jharkhand state. Second is the recognition of Santali language as one of the Indian languages under the Constitution of India. These developments no doubt delighted people in general, but it could not erase these script-related differences. Whatever it may be, everybody realized that their language, once been called as dialect, has got the dignity of being called the language, like any other Indian languages. And those who have never been writers or poets of any stature tried to become writers. All Chiki scripts started getting acceptance everywhere, and everywhere. The Sahitya Academy, National Autonomy Institution of Letters started giving awards for best Santali book written in Olchiki script. The official books of other languages for multi-purpose use were translated in Santali language, preferably in Olchiki script. This development, of course, resulted chaotic situation for short while, but publication of books and magazines in Olchiki script went on, and demand of such books also grew up gradually and steadily. Central Institute of Indian Languages also started publishing journals in Olchiki script. In view of this, other existing magazines and journals also switched over to this Olchiki script. So this is the development in the sixth decade of the post-independent period. The Santali literature is the seventh post-independent decade. As far as Santali literature is concerned, the decade is the decade of youth, because large number of young men and women in this with high educational qualification were attracted to the world of literature. Modern information and technology also supported them in reading and writing in their own language. All India Santali Writers Association also played a vital role in making new writers, poets, playwrights everywhere. Awards of Sahitya Academy are considered to be the highest literary awards of the country. It gives Men Award, Translation Award, and Award for the Children Literature, and Yuva Sahitya Puraskar. Santali writers, both young and old, are striving for bringing about best literature. The books of all genres are easily now available in book stalls and store of different places. Many young writers have been awarded with Yuva Sahitya Puraskar and getting assistance from Academy for publishing their first written book. The Santali literature not those Santali yes, though Santali literature has not developed as other, but the standard and quality of writing has substantially improved. The number of books publication increased impressively. The Santali e-books and e-magazines are available in web store. What is interesting about the decade is the many young women poets and the writers came forward and proved their talents. That's all. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Singh. I'm very happy to see you chairing this session, because you have been chairing all the sessions I have been participating in the Sahitya Academy. So it's a very reassuring feeling. I'll try to be very brief. I won't take more than 10 minutes or 12 minutes, so that will be some consolation. So Indian literature and the mapping of a changing literary landscape. Indian literature refers to the journal that Sahitya Academy brings out. The subject I have been asked to speak on is intimidatingly vast and makes me painfully aware of my own inadequacy. Dealing with a long period encompassing 70 years requires the kind of erudition I visibly lack, and yet, at the same time, it does offer certain exciting challenges. Understandably, I'll confine myself to my own literature, that's Odia literature, and talk about how it evolved, what new directions it took over the last 7 decades. Luckily for me, Sahitya Akademy's own initiative helped me find a way out of my predicament. I discovered that Indian Literature, the journal which the Academy launched in 1957, nearly 70 years ago, regularly published, at least since 1958, as far as Odia literature is concerned, annual reports on regional literatures in India. I started collecting these reports. I can't say that I have managed to lay my hands on all the reports published, but I think I have got hold of quite a few. I must say, going through them was a revelation. In course of my presentation, I will discuss some of them and tell you how, together, they undertake and execute this fascinating task of mapping a shifting cultural literary landscape of post-independence India. First of all, let me tell you who these contributors were. I have managed to collect about 19 of these reports which Indian literature featured between 1958 and 1990. I don't know if these reports came to be published after 1990. Nirmalda might be able to help. I wonder if there are more of these. I didn't have the time to look for more. People who were asked to prepare reports on works of literature produced over the course of a year were most of them academics, college and university teachers of literature, Odia and English literature. But interestingly, they also included a well-known woman columnist, Padmala Das, who wrote regularly for the Hindustan Standard and was a keen observer of a literary world in transition. The list also includes Jivan Pani, an administrator and an authority on Chau. The fact that so many academics dominate the list of authors who wrote these annual reviews also indicates how criticism has gradually got academized after independence, and the space for inspired amateurs, scholars and critics shrank considerably. I have discussed this trend elsewhere. I may digress a little and draw your attention to another important aspect of these reports taken together. The contributors, writers, and critics themselves were commenting and passing judgments on their living contemporaries, and were therefore taking a risk. They could be attacked and reviled and penalized by those they subjected to censure or adverse criticism. Dr. Mayadhar Mansingh had a terrible experience in his own lifetime when he criticized some contemporaries. Let's now do time travel and go back to 1958, when Indian Literature publishes a review of Odia literature by Professor Sarbeswar Das, a legendary teacher of English. He notices brisk literary activity in Odisha and notes that significant works of literary criticism have been published. He observes that short stories occupy the pride of place in this year's literature, but points out at the same time some stories reflect a rising tide of cynicism and revolt. Some stories are sentimental in spirit and conventional in pattern. As far as novels are concerned, Das feels that they do not present a comprehensive or penetrating study of urban and rural life of Odisha today, in his time, a really subtle portrayal of character or a deep vision of life. He also recognizes the increasing popularity of dramatic literature, but notes that in social plays, the desire to please or thrill clouds out the serious purposes underlying them. He observes new trends in modern Odia poetry. I quote him. To observe the new trends in Odia poetry, one has to turn largely to the periodicals. This new movement in Odia poetry is to a large extent the outcome of the influence of Eliot and Pound in particular, and Western modernism in general. It's confined to a small but effective minority, end quote. He expresses satisfaction over the publications of scientific romances, travelogues, dictionaries, encyclopedias, autobiographies, biographies. What's important is that Das doesn't confine himself to only the publication of books. He refers to events and institutions. He mentions that the famous Bengali writer Manoj Basu inaugurated Bisuva Milan at Cuttack in 1958, and that the Orissa branch of PEN was inaugurated by Dr. Radhakrishnan. He also refers to the contribution of the newly established Sangeet Natak Academy to the growth of modern Odia drama. Thus, he is alert to the contact being established with a larger literary and cultural world. In recognizing the contributions made by Odia writers to sociological and political literature, he also seeks to broaden the definition of what constitutes literature in the modern world. When we turn to the report on Odia literature published in Indian Literature 1959, we came across a new element. Dr. Kunjo Bihari Das, an academic and a folklorist, begins his report mentioning the fact that in the year under review, 200 Odia books were published, and that the sale of books has increased beyond expectation. Looking back, it seems it was a paradise for authors and publishers then. Dr. Das too refers to the visit of the famous Telugu writer Vishwanath Satyanarayana, who presided over the Visuva Milana. He provides an interesting picture of the publishing scene and discerns new trends. I quote, "Books are now in greater demand. Detective novels, which had once a ready market, are now at a discount. The attention of the publishers, focused so far on Puranas and textbooks, is being increasingly diverted to publication of books of literary merit." End quote. As far as modern poetry is concerned, Dr. Das was of the view that the new forms and techniques of modern poetry seem alien to most readers. He presents a rosy picture of the publication of translations in Odisha and is of the view that the quality of translation has improved beyond has improved. He provides information on the publication of books on science fiction, books of science fiction, biographies, travelogues, and detects an increased interest in children's literature. We come across a slightly different perspective in the two reviews of Odia literature published in Indian Literature in 1963 and 64. Padmalaya Das, whom I have already mentioned, begins like Dr. Das by giving information on the number of books published in Odisha in 1962. She states that 311 books had been brought out in the year under review, but goes on to add that this number is not to be trusted, as publishers in Odisha do not submit the books published by them to the National Library. Unlike Dr. Das, she claims that detective fiction topped the list of bestsellers. Like her predecessor, she provides information on books of poetry, criticism, translation, popular science, and so on. Her 1964 account of Odia literature is richer in detail, and she expresses insightful views and opinions. According to her, the total number of books published in 1963 comes to 691. She archly observes that books became bulkier in 1964, and some could have done with a little pruning. She notes, however, that the production quality of books had improved. While expressing satisfaction with critical literature produced in 1963 and some translated works, she passes adverse judgments on plays written and produced during this year. I quote, "Most of them consisted of cheap sentiments and contrived situations. However, she takes note of the emergence of amateur theatre groups, but remains convinced that although stage techniques had improved, great drama is yet to be born." She refers to the activities of a cultural institution like Sangeet Natak Academy. She bemoans the fact that children's literature remained a sadly neglected field and suggests that more translations of juvenile literature was urgently needed. Her comments on the general atmosphere prevailing in Odisha and Odia poetry appear to be particularly resonant and insightful. She says, Odia literature is groping for a new faith, a new set of values to suit the complexities and confusions of the modern world. Talking of modern Odia poetry, she makes the following observation. It's a strange paradox that Odia poetry, it's a strange paradox of Odia poetry is that the old traditions of hoary bards continue to coexist in serene tranquility beside the very latest in vogue. This observation assumes great significance in the context of the search for simplistic binaries, simplistic tradition modernity binary in the criticism of poetry in Odisha and elsewhere. Like her predecessors, she too recognizes the role institutions like Odisha Sahitya Academy played in sustaining and shaping Odia literature. A number of perceptive comments on the state of Odia literature in 1966 is found in Dr. K.B. Das's report published in 1966. He begins by saying how the publication trade in Odisha came to a standstill for 6 months due to a press strike. I didn't know anything about this. He notes that a large number of plays came to be published in the year under review. Social plays were a favorite, but he adds they lack depth and insight. He mentions that good progress in translation of foreign fiction is maintained, but laments that these were not translated directly from the original, as Odia translators knew only Hindi, Bengali, and their own mother tongue. Of the large number of novels published, he says that their general quality is rather poor. A prolific novelist invites the following comment from Dr. Das. It is one thing to be famous and quite another to be a good writer. Of a literary historian who disappoints Dr. Das, he says he doesn't know how to start and where to stop. He accepts the fact that poetry still holds its dignified position in spite of the dwindling number of its readers. Dr. Das looks beyond literary texts and their readership to policies and developments that affect literature in subtle and significant ways. He explains how the decision to introduce Odia as the medium of instruction in the state made the need for books on popular science, agriculture, sociology, history, philosophy, and so on urgently felt. I think I could go on summarizing the accounts of other reviewers, but I must have mercy on you, and I suspect that will try your patience. Suffice to say that reviewers who followed Professor Sarveswar Das, Padmala Das, and Dr. K.B. Das more or less stuck to the pattern they had established. I would sum up my presentation by drawing your attention to some of the chief characteristics shared by these reviews. 1. These reviews have an immediacy and a sense of urgency which lend them a special appeal. This is usually missing from accounts of literary past constructed long after the event. They tell us exactly how a sensitive and informed contemporary responded to a literary text soon after it came out of the press. Number 2, these reviewers, at least some of them, locate literary texts firmly and productively in a non-literary context which bears upon them in significant ways. Third, they notice, examine, and comment upon trends emerging in the cultural milieu. In a way, they report on events as they unfolded around them. Fourth, their comments and observations sometimes have great critical value and not always colored by prejudices or biases. We should never forget what H.Y. Sarada Prasad once memorably said, posterity is not always right and contemporaries are not always wrong. These accounts can lay the foundation and provide precious raw material for writing comprehensive and coherent literary histories. Sahitya Academy should revive the tradition of publishing such annual reports on developments in regional literature in India. Thank you for your patience.
I think as a methodology, this was a very good methodology that he looked at the Indian literature for all these years and came up with certain very general observations which are very relevant even today. So let me invite Mahendra Babu now to talk about oral and tribal narratives of Eastern India, which is very crucial. As we all know, his contribution to Oral C is tremendous, and particularly if you leave out everything else, the work that he has done on Kalahandi and all these so many languages is phenomenal. So let us hear him.
Chairperson Professor Singh and Professor Basu, Mr. Maji and Professor Naik, and all the audiences, Professor Gauri Das and Vijay Babu and all the friends. I want to start my deliberation on oral and tribal narratives of Eastern India. And Eastern India means this is a big area like Bihar, Bengal and Odisha before pre-independence. But that time, I just want to give some of the ideas that really generated for the tribal and oral narratives come into literature. That is most important. I don't want to give a glimpse of the names of the writers and their books. That is nothing to do with me. I want to give the ideas of over 70 years, what has happened with the literature, written literature, and the place of oral and tribal literature in Eastern India. I quote Ravindranath. সবচেয়ে দুর্গম যে মানুষ আপন অন্তরালে তার কোনো পরিচয় নাই বাহিরের দেশকালে সে অন্তরময় অন্তর মেশালে তবে তার অন্তরের পরিচয় পাইনে সর্বত্র তার প্রবেশর দ্বার বাধা হয়ে আছে মোর বেড়া ছিল জীবনযাত্রা You must be knowing कि जो सबसे दुर्गम में है अपना अंतराल में जो हम लोग रहते हैं हमारे अंतराल में जो सबसे दुर्गम एरिया में है उसका देश और काल के साथ कोई परिचय ही नहीं है वो अंतरमय है और उसी के अंतर के साथ हम अगर अपनी अंतर मिलाते हैं या उसको पहचानते हैं तब ये एक साहित्य बन सकता है और प्रवेश के द्वार मिला नहीं है किसको जो दुर्गम है जो मनुष्य दुर्गम में रहता है उसका अब तक उसको प्रवेश की द्वार मिला नहीं है और कितना बाधा आते हैं कितना जीवन यात्रा में उसका तुलना नहीं है This is all about the people, voiceless people, those who have no written tradition in Eastern India, or you may say the whole of India or the whole globe. So now the question comes that when I see Oriya literature, is 700 years of Oriya literature. I found there are 600 years of Oriya literature in palm leaf manuscript and orality. That may not be very difficult, may not be very easy for a common people to recite the Chanda or the Kavya or the Purana or get meaning out of it. But interestingly, there was a reciprocity and there was a complementarity of orality and literacy during those 600 years. And soon after the modern literature emerged in Orissa, or you may say it Bangla and Assam or Mithila, wherever, the written literature started and the people who were enjoying the medieval and ancient oral literature in orality, though it was written, they were deprived from the reading and writing because of they were non-literate, and for that reason, modern literature was not accessible to the people. And their oral tradition, either it is tribal or the folk, they continued to their creation and recreation of orality, imagination and creativity through their dance, drama, music and all that. So the same parampara of Shruti and Shruti, maybe the legends and myths and folk tales, whatever is available in their society for their own urge, own expression, creative expression, were maintained by them till now. A.K. Ramanujan, a greatest critic and a poet, told that the Indian literature is cyclic. It was first of all oral, then it became written, And written also became oral because of oral or performance, जैसे काव्य नाट्य और दृश्य काव्य. So the cycle of oral and written really connected some people in literature. Writing and speaking influenced each other. Literature was oral, then oral derived. So this oral derived literature, the example of this oral derived literature is Saraladas and Dandi Ramayana. There is the language of the people, the content and the language and the form. These three things are inherently oral, but when it was found in written form, it was told in written literature. But looking the whole thing from the thematic point of view, content point of view, we must know that those who work on the research on orality, like what old Walter Ong has told, that orality is primary literacy and written literature is secondary literacy. Eastern India, oral and tribal narratives are rich depository of oral tradition and has a long history of its study and literary works. There are about 200 scheduled tribes in Assam, Bengal, Bihar, Jharkhand and Odisha. These 200 scheduled tribes have their own ethnic languages and have their own myths and legends and folk tales and songs and so many things. Assam and Bengal have substantially contributed to promotion of oral and tribal narratives, since tribes constitute a majority population in Odisha and Assam and Bengal. They belong to Austric, Dravidian, Sino-Tibetan and Indo-Aryan language groups. Over the past 7 decades, India's history has been marked by efforts to make Gandhi's dream a reality with self-sufficient constructive human development through Gram Swaraj. It did not happen for a mixed economic order. Gandhi's village remained a village and cities and towns became the center for power and knowledge. The colonial paradigm of that British Raj still exists in the administration and academic domain, affecting the policy makers and curriculum designer. I fondly call it Swadeshi colonialism. Tagore connected the oral narratives in written literature to promote the people's oral narratives. You will find there are hundreds of such examples that Tagore has promoted, writing Nritya Natika or Upanyas or such stories, so many things. And his journey to Russia, when he went to Russia, he also talked about folklore of Russia. Gandhi's disciple, Pandit Gopbandhu Das, is called the Gandhi of Orissa. He, in 1910, when he came back from Calcutta University, he came to Orissa and started Satyavadi School, a national school. He told one thing about the orality and literacy. The intellectuals, elites of Orissa could be the head of the state. उनका कहना था कि कुछ लोग जो लिखित साहित्य करते हैं वो एक भाषा का और एक राज्य का दिमाग हो सकते हैं, लेकिन दिल नहीं. ये दिल जो है वो दिल कृषक, श्रमिक, गांव के और लोगों, आदिवासी लोगों के दिल में और उनका जो प्रैक्टिस एक्सपीरियंस है क्रिएटिविटी के साथ और इमेजिनेशन के साथ, उसको वो दैनंदिन जीवन में, अपने एवरीडे लाइफ में वो they create the literature and they have also imagination. The intellectual elites of Orissa could be the head of the state, but the heart and hand are with the mass who work in multiple occupations. They also have imagination and aspiration which should be collected and rewritten to promote their knowledge and literacy. To this he said Lokik Sahitya and Lokik Shiksha. He wanted that this Lokik Sahitya should be created from the oral tradition and it should go to the education. It is in 1910 he told it. Post-independent intellectuals focused on becoming the global West rather than reconstructing knowledge and culture from Indian point of view. I must quote one article of Mr. Kishan Patnaik, who said, Bharatiya Buddhijeevar Sankat. Kishan Patnaik wrote this article in 1960s, and it is still relevant in our Indian scenario, that how our intellectuality has been able to reconstruct our Indian intellectuality, whether it is influenced by the Western. And after independence, most of the intellectuals wanted to visit either America or Europe instead of looking into the rural part of the country. Attempts to reconstruct Indian culture and literature are reflected in Hindi films and Indian literature, but were cut off from non-literate people. A gap in adoption of curricular knowledge exists due to official knowledge prescribed by states for students and teachers. Knowledge was determined officially by the governments, and only 14 languages were allowed to be taught in the school, and 1520 languages are not discussed anywhere. So written dominated the oral, which is evident from the history. Over 3 days this has been discussed. Indian writers studied oral tradition to develop national and regional identity during the freedom movement. There are 3 stages of that. One is the missionary people who started collecting folklore to translate those into for their own benefit of religious conversion. And the British administrators, those who were in India, were trying to know the culture and the values and customs of the people to see the missing link where they can rule the. John Bims was the collector of Baleshwar in 1968 to 72, and he collected folklore of Odisha and wrote 2 articles in Indian Antiquity, Bombay. Sometimes people do mistakes, sorry. 1868, yeah, correct. 1868 to 1872. And he wrote 2 articles, and those articles are folklore of Odishan folklore. And he wrote there are many customs and jadoo, tona, yes, well, I am not going to go to this rubbish and nonsense. So to which we call is oral tradition or folklore was perceived by an Indian British administrator as rubbish and nonsense. And that rubbish and nonsense has surpassed the whole thing, and now see that how Indian literature is emerging for its own reconstructing Indian identity. So following him, that British administrator, the Orishan people, those around him, were also fascinated to collect folk tales and songs, proverbs and riddles, and published it. On the other hand, during the national movement, from 1910 to 1947, there has been a lot of singers and poets who created story and adopted the local legends and myths to reconstruct Indian identity and Indian nationality. Tagore Vishwabharati became the hub of this knowledge, and Tagore was so liberal about the people's knowledge, the folk knowledge, that he introduced many things in the written literature. And Mr. Basu may be giving more idea. Guha may be giving more idea. In the post-independent period, Indian academies have explored the country's traditional knowledge through oral narratives to authenticate their studies. Although institutionally unsupported, India has a solid oral literary tradition in the socio-cultural domain. Scholars from fields like English, anthropology, psychology, social history, archaeology, and Indian literature have studied folklore and oral narratives from the subcultural exploration. There is a paradigm shift in the literature from written to oral. Many scholars of oral narratives are either from literature or social history or anthropology. Take any established writer of India who has not taken Indian oral narratives into their written text. Oral narratives explores another reality of India incubated in the mental and verbal text of non-literate storytellers, singers and priests. Both male and female singers and oral storytellers have retained their collective memories in their performative narrative poetry. You may see that in Odisha, in Rabindranath Tagore, Gopbandhu, and Biranchi Kumar Barua. These 3 people have really propagated oral narratives and tribal narratives in literature. Since 90s, there has been a gradual increase in giving voice to previously silenced group of India. जिसको क्रोध कहते हैं, एंग्री गवर्नमेंट भी कहते हैं. The country's constitution has protected the language and culture of ethnic and linguistic minorities, which is reflected in various government institutes, academics, universities, and modern literary and cultural organizations. However, the views of these organizations and individuals about oral and tribal literature are still in their initial stage of achieving the social harmony, equal participation, and institutionalization of knowledge. Barring Assam and Bengal, and South India, South Indian universities, there is no other universities who are really practicing folklore as a department. Oral narratives in East India are numerous. Some of these oral epics and stories, myths and legends recited with musical instruments. The epics of the Gonds, Kons, Paharia, Banjara and Bunjia in western Orissa and Santali epics story like Bidu Chandan, Bir Kherwal and Dale Gedhan are epic stories collected by Pandit Raghunath Murmu, and drama written in Oriya language to educate the Santali people that time. He wrote in Santali, as though he was the inventor of Olchiki script. He wrote Oriya drama, Bidu Chandan and all. The oral narratives in written form are documented by many scholars of Bengal, Orissa and Assam. Most of them are tribal narratives, and educated writers are engaged in revitalizing this literature for ethnic identity and search for literary values. So what we see as a dichotomy of oral and written in literature is not really a dichotomy, or there is no binary opposition. Rather, in postmodern world, the most marginalized people, those voiceless people's knowledge and creativity are also equally given importance in the writing of modern writers. And that is called rootedness of Indian culture, as suggested by the National Policy of Education in 2020. There has been a growing scholarship of these three states, where the tribal writers and the folklore writers are coming out from the villages. Two trends in their writing are creative expression of our anguish and commitment to the social equality, one, and these themes added to the contemporary issues faced by groups of such as tribals, Dalit and women in various sub-regions of India. In Eastern India, time कितना हो सर? ठीक है. ठीक है. So, yes, sir. Yeah. Two trends. Yeah, these trends. Then the current trends in oral and tribal narratives in Indian literature. I have 3 to 4 points that to mention. Indian languages are being used to create a study of local cultures. इतना लोकल कल्चर के ऊपर पहले कभी बात नहीं हुआ था. अभी साहित्य अकेडमी कहिए, इंदिरा गांधी कला केंद्र कहिए, और क्या विभिन्न राज्य का साहित्य अकेडमी भी कहिए, देयर हैव बीन अ लॉट ऑफ बुक्स ऑन लोकल कल्चर. जो जितना भी रामायण है, महाभारत है, फोक टेल्स है, चाहे राजस्थान कहो या साउथ इंडिया कहें या वेस्ट बंगाल कहें, उड़ीसा कहें. ट्राइबल क्रिएटिव राइटर्स राइट अबाउट कंटेम्पररी इशूज. Then Kotlit, CIIL Mysore, Singh Saab the वहाँ. IGNCA, Indira Gandhi National Center for the Arts. Tribal academies of the state and tribal cultural organizations like ASECA, and there are a lot of organizations in West Bengal, Orissa and Assam. Bodo Sahitya Sabha, Assam Sahitya Sabha, Abilak, Anandram Barua Academy of Culture, Nehu, and some universities conduct tribal and folklore studies. Multilingual and multicultural education is crucial to promoting national and regional identity. These national schools and colleges curriculum and the NCERT and the state education departments incorporate oral and tribal narratives to achieve this objective. Even library movement in the states are also followed by this. Educational institutions also promote children's literature in tribal and local languages. पहले जितना नहीं मिलता था, आजकल मिलने लगे. बहुत कह दिया और ज़्यादा कहना नहीं है. परसों से ये जो इंडिपेंडेंस, पोस्ट इंडिपेंडेंस के ऊपर सुनना चाहते हैं, हमको फिर भी ये 3 दिन का चर्चा के बाद भी हमको ऐसा कुछ नहीं लगा कि हम ये ट्रेंड को पकड़ पाए हैं। 70 साल का जो मास माइंड में जो चीज़ें हैं उसमें कितना हमारा, हम खुद ही तो भारतीय हैं, लेकिन हमारा मन कितना वेस्टर्न है, हम मन कितना भारतीय है, वो भी देखना बहुत ज़रूरी है। एंड आई होप दैट एटलीस्ट समथिंग इज हैपनिंग। दुख तो इतना है कि यूनिवर्सिटी जैसे JNU है, दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी है, they all speaks about the subaltern culture, but they don't adopt the subaltern knowledge of the people. That's the most important point. But at the same time, when Sahitya Academy gives a liberty to work on tribal literature or oral literature, and the state literary organizations, Sahitya Academies are doing that work, individuals are doing that work, that is a consolation for the Indian oral and written literature to complement and reciprocate each other. Thank you very much.
I want to slightly correct you. No, you correct me. This Biddu Chandan drama is not a Uriya drama. It is a drama. It is a drama written in Uriya script.
Yeah, I told that only. Yeah, I have gone through that book. Pandit Raghunath Murmu took the idea. In his preface, he has written that I was listening some epic story from the old men, and I collected those things, and I wrote the whole drama into Oriya language. I know that very well, sir. Not.
Anyway, let us understand that perhaps there was a great impact of the orals in at that particular point of time. Because if you look at Shotinath Bhaduri writing from 1956, you have Dhurai Charit Manas, which is entering into that. Similarly, in Maithili, if you look at Banipadmaji, he's brought in so many of the stories, Salhe and Naika Banjara, all these things have come into mainstream writing. This has been happening. So this is not something which is not really got in. Even though institutions have not taken so much interest, as you were saying, individual writers have done a lot to promote oralcy at that point of time. Let's now hear the last speaker of the day, Professor Chinmay Guha, and he has to cover a huge area of Bangla. So I'm not sure how much time he will need, but since he's the last speaker, he can have the freedom to cross maybe 1 or 2 minutes extra.
Just one thing. Actually, I have a plane to catch, so that's another problem, and I don't want to miss the flight. Now, I acknowledge the very enriching presentations in the last less than 1.5 hours. Now, it's going to be different in my case. I won't depend on reports because I know how superficial they are. I know how they deform history, how they gloss over the contradictions and cracks and fissures, how they don't really go into the question to our chair, Dr. Udanaran Singh, himself a great scholar, Maithili author, linguist. And he explained to me that it is 70 because that was the year of the foundation of Sahitya Academy. So it's not 75 years from 47, Azadi Ki Mahotsav, it is different. 70 years since the inception of Sahitya Academy, very important. And who are present there? Dr. Radhakrishnan, the Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru. So what happened since then in Bengal? We heard what is going on in Orissa in great detail, and Santali and the oral tradition. It's a different kind of presentation that I have. Firstly, I'm not worthy of it. Let me acknowledge very clearly that I am not an expert, but It's a large area. Now, there are going to be some, since it's going to be a short presentation, you're going to have omissions and oversights. I may not name all the names because it's not possible. In that case, I have to give a list of names for 40 minutes, which I cannot, which I should not. At a time when the true is a moment of the false, to quote Guy Debord, true is a moment of the false, society of spectacle. And when the society is fast becoming, as I said, the society of the spectacle, when selfie projects our self-centered world of tunnel vision, and to quote from The Wasteland, published one year ago, in 1922, we can connect nothing with nothing. There's a kind of twilight sadness. Is there a disconnect from the rest of the world? This 3,287,000 square kilometers called India. What is going on? Let's look back and find out the spaces we have traversed in the last 70 years, the milestones which lit up the darkness to a certain extent. The three great Banerjees, Vibhuti Bhushan, Tara Shankar, and Manik, had scaled great heights, dizzying heights, in the 30s and 40s. And Vibhuti Bhushan had passed away in 1950, so 4 years before 1954, inception of Sahitya Academy. 5 years before the release of Satyajit Ray's classic, Pather Panchali. Manik Bandyopadhyay died in 1956. Putul Nache Riti Katha and Padma Nadir Majhi, which are two of the world's greatest classics written in the last century. And as a professor of English and French, I can say with complete honesty, can surpass anything written in the English language, and French, of course, and in German, the three languages I have some idea about. The multifariousness, the innumerable facets of human life, the character, they unfold with great determination. Once I was watching a painting by Turner at the Tate Gallery, and I was asking myself why Turner is not the greatest painter in the world, because it's so beautiful, the light, the storm, the stormy ocean. Why is he not as great as Rembrandt or Picasso? And then somebody in Tate Gallery, London, from behind, where they were speaking in French, and they said, "Pourquoi n'est-il pas grand? Why is he not called a great writer, a great painter, Turner?" And the other person answered like God, "Parce qu'il n'est pas allé jusqu'au bout, because he did not go to the last point, like Dostoevsky, like Michelangelo, like Shakespeare, last point." Dostoevsky wouldn't know how far he would go. So I would say the three Banerjees went that far. But that was the end. But Tara Shankar continued. Remember, of the three Banerjees, Tara Shankar was aware of the Lok Sanskriti. As you know, his name was recommended for the Nobel Prize in 1971, but he had already died. This man, Tara Shankar, whose Ganodevata was written long back, now was writing Aranyabonhi about the Santal revolt. And it was not a kind of cosmetic, wishy-washy novel like today's works. It went deep, stirred all the skeletons, and there was blood. Tara Shankar Banerjee. And then Kirti Hate Kocha about the Zamindar system. All this after 1954. About Satynath Bhaduri. Jagari was written in the 40s, and Thorat Charit Manush in 1550-51. It stopped writing his masterpieces, but it showed the way of pursuing an alternative discourse. So that was very important about Bengal at that time. They went to the last point, wouldn't flinch, and discover, even at the cost of fracturing the social fabric. Something which is missing now in this culture industry, which is pervading the world. Theodor Adorno called literature a culture industry which commodifies and standardizes literature and decides in advance the trends, which is dangerous. And that's what's happening now after globalization. I was very disappointed because I was listening to several sessions and I found that not a single person mentioned globalization, which was a jolt, which disturbed the relationship between the local and the global. It readjusted. We had to readjust our stances. The writers became different. Gradually, they became part of the society of the spectacle with the tunnel vision. Annuda Shankar said, "Manusher jiboner sarboshreshtho ghotona apunake pawa." The greatest event in man's life is to find himself. That's what the masters did. And the partition of Bengal, let's not forget, had left a permanent mark, a permanent wound. Nobody can deny it. A state being divided, truncated, and West Bengal was trying to resuscitate itself. It was not easy. So there was a fracture. As they say in French, fracturé, fractured. The fracture is in the mind. That fracture, we survived that fracture. The Banerjees had done their work. Now what to do? Very interesting, in 1954, the first Sahitya Akademi Award went to Jibanananda Das, posthumously. The only time it was given posthumously. The man who completely reconstructed the discourse of post-Tagore generation. It was Yeatsian to a certain extent, Eliotic, but went far beyond them. He was using colors. Poetry was no longer poetry, it was becoming music, it was becoming painting, it was becoming a different thing altogether. Poetry was becoming a twilight picture. But he was dead already. But very interestingly, the Sahitya Akademi journey started with Jibanananda Das. People say that he was not recognized during his lifetime, but this is totally false because it was a unanimous choice. Very interesting. We could honor the honorable. Now, what happened is, I will not talk about Jibanananda, but something happened in 1930. They were modernists. What was happening in the modernists, we know it is about a fragmented discourse, discontinuous narrative in the West. And in Bengal also, they were writing a discontinuous narrative. Different kind of narrative, Jibanananda, Vishnudev, etc., etc. But then came the 50s. In 1940s, there was a literature protest in poetry. It's a very bad kind of generalization. Poetry became poetry of protest. In certain ways, Subhash Mukhopadhyay, Shukanto, Biren Chattopadhyay, Niren Chakraborty, Dinesh Das, which left a strong mark on the mind. And then in 1950, something happened. Poetry became different. We're talking about literature since 1954. Now, poetry became more personalized and private in the hands of Shankha Ghosh, Binoy Mujumdar, Shakti Chattopadhyay, Alok Sarkar, Alok Ranjan Dasgupta. Just very different. For the first time, they were not being modernists like the 1930 poets. They sort of reassembled themselves, collected themselves, and for the first time became more private, even more private, confessional to a certain extent. So, Shakti Chattopadhyay, etc., different ways of confession. Dinguli Ratguli by Shankha Ghosh, the days and nights. And there was another poet called Arun Mitra, born in 1909, who belonged to the earlier generation, who did not belong to the British school, was not trained in the discourse of T.S. Eliot and Yeats, etc., etc. And Bodin was being open to the LURS school, the Rimbaudesque school. It was a different kind of poetry that he wrote. There's a man called Henri Michaud, regarded by some, who was born in 1899, like Jibananando, same year. He wrote a beautiful line, Qui cache son fou meurt sans parole. Somebody who hides the madman in him, will die without words. So they decided not to hide the madman. And Orun Mitro followed suit. Wonderful, different poem. An old man writing a different kind of course. Pragyer moto noy. Don't speak like a wise man. Andher shwe rakhar moto kore bolo. Speak like a blind man groping his way through. So it's a different kind of sensibility, which reminded us of René Char, Henri Michaud, Saint-Jean-Perse, a different kind of poetry, but not at all foreign. He could blend it. Being a communist at one time, he could blend it and create a different kind of discourse. What was happening at the other end? What I mean is history is a living stream. Itihashe jibanto probaho. And someone has to blast open the continuum of history. As Walter Benjamin said, it's not easy. You just go on. Writing doesn't make you a writer. Painting doesn't make you a painter. It's something else. You have to touch the chord, like Marshita Devi did. In the same room, there was a session in the morning about Indian writing in English. And no one asked why the Indian writers in English, the women writers in English, none of them could throw up a Krishna Sapti or Marshita Devi. They could not. The Divakarunis will never do that. That because of the lack of contact, the deep, deep inner bond. And as I said, the determination to go to the last point. Now, in this suffocating socio-psycho-economic condition, a woman, largely ignored by the Bengali intellectuals because of their obvious hypocrisy, there's a woman called Ashapurna Devi, who was writing Pratham Pratishruti, Shubarnoleta and Bokul Kotha in the 1960s, 64, 67, 1974, expressed that relentless struggle of women for equal rights in a suffocating socio-psycho-economic condition. No frills, no hypocrisy, no jargon, went straight into it. That is very important. She got the Desikottam, the Sahitya Academy Fellowship, delegates from Jadavpur University, Rabindra Bharati, Bardwan Universities, etc. But I don't think the intellectuals would discuss her. Patriarchy? Hypocrisy? Double standards? I don't know. But Ashapurna Devi remains an icon in the world of literature outside Bengal, in Bengal too, but not for the academics in that sense. But there's another person, Marshita Devi. If Ashapurna Devi was writing in a classical way, Marshita Devi was a frontal counter-offensive. Frontal counter-offensive, and this is very, very important. She wrote, for example, we all know about Hajar Churashi Maan and Arunner Adhikar. I'm moving back and forth. 1970s. The life and rebellion of the tribal freedom fighter Birsa Munda. To quote G.N. Devi, whom I respect very much, Marshita Devi has always been gripped by the individual in history. Very, very important. The climactic phase of the annihilation of the urban Naxalites was expressed portrayed in Hajar Churashima. All this pushed Marshita from what was perceived as literary or subjective into an experiment with a form perceived as historical. Very important. And Arunner Adhikar, it's a full-fledged historical fiction, history maddened into fiction. The division of fact and fiction, says Devi, the historical event and the literary event is operative in all these modes. Jashoda, Draupadi and Birsa Munda could have existed as subalterns in a specific historical moment. By Marshita Devi's account, Stanodaini, the breast giver, as we all know, translated by Gayatri Chakraborty Spivak, shows India after decolonization. Like the protagonist Yashoda, India is a mother by hire. All classes of people, the post-war rich, the ideologues, the indigenous bureaucracy, the diasporics, says Devi, the people who are sworn to protect the new state, abuse and exploit her. Milk becomes a complete metaphor of labor, necessary and surplus labor. She has to constantly have milk, has to be fed in order to earn her living. Look at the metaphor. This is very interesting. To quote Blake, to see a world in a grain of sand and a heaven in a wild flower, hold eternity in the palm of your hand and eternity in an hour. That's the goal of great writers. And that has been done. There are many. I have to mention, I can only mention a few because this is a long list. I can't go on, but let's think of lots of things were happening. In poetry, they were becoming confessional. They were trying to build a bridge between the private space and the public space in a very different manner. They were always renewing themselves, and this went on. This went on till the 1970s. You can divide Bengali literature, one can divide, perhaps, all this is arbitrary, from 1947 to 1967. The Naxalite movement comes. Everything is jolted, shuttered, renewed, and then from that period to today's world, 1990 to 2024, 3 phases. The Naxalite movement was important because it sort of reconstructed literature in many ways. Even if it failed, it had changed literature to a great extent, like Mahashita Devi, for example. And I talked about Birsa Munda in Arunid Udikar. The story continues like Chotti Munda, in Chotti Munda, whose name is also the name of a river. Look at the layers. Man called Kuber in Shamol Gangobadhyay's Kuberer Bishoy Ashoy, his head is heavy with dreams. He's a product of the partition. He's a family man. He's a family man. And yet, at the same time, he realizes that he's a dream merchant. Is he happy? An ordinary man like us? A product of the partition? Questions. An unforgettable novel. Like Bibhuti Bhushan's Opu, Shamol Gangobadhyay's Kuber is very important. Look at the title, look at the name, Kuber. So the multi-layered explorations continue. Debesh Rai in Tistapare Brittanto captures the life by the Tista, the river in North Bengal, where land, the river, tea gardens, land, settlements, barrage become points of conflict, oppression, complexities. And the epic novel is born out of this river once again. River becomes very important. Tita Shikti Nodid Nam was the title of the film by Ritik, an adaptation of the novel of Advaita Mollavarman. So I want to say that they tried their hard. They went to the last point, as I had overheard in Tate Gallery. It's not easy to go to the last point. The Turners are not great. The Rembrandts are. The Michelangelos are. So there is this desperate attempt to break free from the shackles and reconstruct the language. There's for example, in Kamal Kumar Majumdar, these are all masters, unfortunately untranslated, untranslatable. In French, they say intraduisible. I can't translate, even after Derrida's praise, I can't translate 3 lines of Kamal Kumar Majumdar. That's the tragedy of it all. But we are so greedy for reputation that the translation, we always die for translation. I met the famous French novelist Jean-Marie Leclésio, who won the Nobel Prize, of course, and from France, whom Sartre regarded as the greatest writer in France since Camus, came to Calcutta. I asked him, your works are not being translated into English. And he said, je m'en fous, I don't give a damn. We cannot do that. We don't have that guts to say, doesn't matter. He still remains great. Komal Kumar Majumdar, read by a large number of people, was rediscovering language of, say, a pre-modern Bengali society in Antarjoli Jatra. And it was transcending time. There was a line, Alo krome ashiteche. Gradually light is pouring in. The famous quote might be the light of the day, an organic part of daily life since the beginning of history. So history is being studied in a different way. There are writers like Omyo Bhushan Majumdar, who was writing about Bengal in the context of Age of Empires, the countless political, social, and cultural upheavals, the decline of the Mughals, the onset of Western civilization. So there was an attempt to go deep inside this, under the surface. Shishendu Mukhopadhyay did it in Manav Jomin. Abhijit Sen did it in Rohu Chandaler Har. About the life of the Bazikars. This man has not been eulogized by the public. If he comes here, I don't think people will recognize him. Never got the Sahitya Akademi Award. But I can assure with complete honesty that Abhijit Sen's Rohu Chandaler Har stands out as a monument of culture in the last century. And this man was writing about the Bazikars and their belief in the promised land that they have to look for. Almost every Bazikar knows that it's a myth, the promised land, but they don't stop dreaming. And then Joya Mitro in Shoiba Kothon, recently, the wife of Horish Chandra, goes through tremendous pain and suffering to bring up her child. And she asks the question, Mone hoy eto dirghokal ei তীব্র দাহে দগ্ধ হয়ে আলো নিয়ে চলেছেন তবে কি নারী নন সূর্য? Is then the woman not the sun, but she's carrying the light? Who gave man his manliness? Nabarun Bhattacharya was an explosion. And the character Harbert, when the dead body is put into the inserted into the furnace, bursts out. Fine, like there were hidden dynamites and in the mattress, and there was an explosion. This is very important, exploding the discourse. That's what the rebel Nabarun Bhattacharya was trying to do. If anyone worked with the subalterns, apart from Mahashweta Devi, it is, I think, his son, in a very different way. Took outcasts' lives. Shopnomoy Chakraborty got the award this year, Sahitya Akademi, discusses the crisis of gender identity in a very bold manner. I don't think many Westerners would have tried to do it as he did it in Holde Gola. He seems to be unique because he was dealing with history, myth, anthropology, and psychology. And the novel which won the Sahitya Akademi Award, it's about the everlasting pain of partition. As I said long back at the beginning, partition left a mark. If it did not leave a mark, you were not a human being. My family came from Barisal, barefoot. So you have to admit that. You cannot gloss over and say, oh, ota hoyni thik ache bhalo achi. This is not TV serial. We have to go beyond that. I like the beautiful line in Provincializing Europe by Dipesh Chakraborty. Piercing the veil, going beyond. This is important. Is that happening now? Among the poets, Bhaskar Chakraborty, for example, tried to do it. And Joy Goswami. You know, Joy Goswami was breaking structures in a way which is unprecedented, unfathomable. In English poetry, for example, I can't think of anyone who comes anywhere near him in the 20th century, Joy Goswami. Not a great friend of mine. That doesn't mean that I won't admire his qualities. Joy Goswami deserves the Nobel Prize, to be very frank, in my opinion, if I were in the Nobel Committee, because he was in Shurjo Pora Chai, the ashes born out of the burnt sun. My God, he was surpassing Ganesha. He went to the last point. He was doing things which we can't imagine. I'm just quoting a few lines, otherwise it makes no sense. I do not sleep, I do not wake, I do not die, I do not live only. A bird comes and lands on my face. A village falls like a stone into the river, and the river changes its ways. There is a stream of hill water in the place of my home. I do not drown, I do not float, I do not fly. I'm not more than this stream. If you cup me in your hands, you can refresh yourself. A village falling into this like a stone into the river. He was constantly doing it, freely, freely. And I must say that, this is, one has to be historic. Like, say, Shubodh Sarkar, a powerful voice, wrote poems like Manipurer Ma or Shari. It was a kind of anti-poetry which reminds us of Nicolas Para. Different, completely different, breaking through the structures. So these are important. But what is happening now? Are we going through in circles? There are writers like, for example, I like people like, say, Ramkumar Mukhopadhyay, Dukhe Kaura, focuses on the marginal lives of Dukhe Kaura, which have nothing to do with the dictionary meaning of health, woman, hunger, world, death, etc. Reports. Death, health, woman, hunger. Makes no sense to Dukhe Kaura. He derives a new meaning from his experience of life. Delves deep into India, whatever that means. The multi-layered, contradictory, strangely conflictual country called India. Nilkantha Pakhir Khonje, the pain and the anguish of a man born out of partition. All these, there are many, many others, of course. I can't mention everyone, Ashim Rai, Amolendu Chakraborty, Santosh Kumar Ghosh. But now, there are writers, important writers, some of them came here, but what is important is, after the great jolt of the discourse, after the Naxalite movement, which made a mark, we need something. We need something to regroup ourselves and delve deep. Nobody mentioned, everybody said people are reading more. Are they reading more? As a professor, I can tell you, who is going to read Gora? They will just consult Wikipedia. I teach David Copperfield. Do you really believe, Professor Ujjwal Jana, that the students will read 800 pages of David Copperfield's Dickens's novel? Impossible, because they have an easy choice. It's not their fault. It's a fault of the civilization. There's a beautiful novel called Malloban, in one of the chapters of by Jibanananda Das, the great poet. Malloban cannot sleep at night. It is not the fault of Malloban, it's the fault of the time. It's the fault of the century. If they don't read, it is the fault of the century. It's the fault of something very bizarre called globalization, the standardization of mankind. We have a shopping mall in the midst of a garbage bin. Strange combination of pre-modern and post-modern. It's almost like a post-modern theater, absurd theater. That's what is happening in the world across, and we are trying our best. The writers are trying their best. Explorations continue. It's a crisis, but the explorations continue, and I'm sure something will emerge. But what is important, extremely important for all of us, is that we have to detach ourselves from the time. For contemporary writers, and we shall be in a better position to judge the contribution of the present writers. Are they going in circles? Or is there some light emerging from the embers? I am not expecting a Tarashankar Bandyopadhyay now. not that kind of grit and determination and risk. Easy access to prizes, visibility has ruined a part of literature all over the world. If you deny that, you are denying your own existence. And you are denying the relationship between art and life. This is what has happened. Remember that we do not, Professor Lal once told me, I told Professor Lal, you made history when you started Indo-Anglian literature and published Nissim Ezekiel and Sashi Deshpande and Pritish Nondi and Anita Desai. And he said, I did not make history. History made me. So history, we are waiting for history to reshape us and write something new, something refreshingly different, something which digs up the essence of life. Is that possible in today's world, in this world of the spectacle? To quote Guy Debord, where even the true is a moment of the false. Can we go beyond the tunnel vision? This is important. That is the crossroad where we stand. And that is where the Bengali literature stands, and I'm sure other literatures do. What do we do now? What now? Let us wait. Thank you.
Thank you, Chinmay. I think the very important points have come out, but one important point I must mention is very difficult to talk about Bengali because of the fractured identity. See, if you really want to talk about the novels, how can you leave out Akhtaruzzaman Ilyas of Bangladesh? If you want to talk about poetry, how can you leave out Shamsul Rahman there, Al Mahmud there, and all the modern writers there? So it's very difficult. And of course, remember, all these 25 minutes that he spoke, we didn't talk about yet Sunil Gangopadhyay.
Yes, I told you there'll be omissions.
It's very difficult to talk about.
I couldn't give you a list.
Yeah.
Shay Shomai was talking about he's going back to the past, etc. And I
So-
talked about his confessional poetry, of course, in the 1950s.
So, but anyway-
And also the Little Magazine movement, which was very important. Probashi was one of the main pedestals of literature in the early ages. And later on, we had Kobita Potrika of Buddhadev Boshu from 1935 to 61. Then we had Anushtup, which still fights on. We need magazines to hold us up. And that continues, but, well, it's more and more difficult. And if we deny the darkness, the all-pervading darkness against which the writer has to fight, I think we are also denying history. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I'm sure that we have crossed the time, so we don't want to take more questions right now. But I think we will have to conclude, and perhaps you can ask the questions to the people for chai pe charcha kar le usme. Thank you very much.
As we bring this session and indeed this seminar on Indian literature in independent India to a close, we would like to thank the chair, Professor Uday Narayan Singh, Sri Chaitanya Prasad Majhi, Professor Chinmay Guha, Professor Jatindra Kumar Nayak, and Dr. Mahendra Kumar Mishra. Thank you all very much. And we'd like to thank the audience also for being so patient and so interactive and so enthusiastic. One photo